Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown. I'm really excited for this. We've got some amazing teams that are signed up for today. I'm Spartan Tano. Alongside me is my buddy Night Terror. How are you doing today, buddy?
We're doing fantastic going into this. It is going to be quite one for the ages as we start out the amazing games that we have here today. So, Spartan Tano, as you would call it, what do we have going for us today?
The first game that we're going to be heading into is going to be Red Moon X Anlaha versus Team Nerona, but there is amazing teams in this tournament today, Naito. If you have a look at all these teams that are here, we've got loads of different regions taking place. You've got North America, you've got Europe, you've got Latin South. It is a really exciting tournament to be a part of, and there's some very solid UCS-worthy teams in this tournament. So I think this is probably going to be the best action you could witness for Pokemon Unite for this entire weekend.
And mind you, this is considered the off-season as we go into it. So you're having your own mini Pokemon world, so to speak, all in the palm of your hands or on your personal computers here. So you've got to stay tuned for this. If you're enjoying a lot of what the worlds have to offer, and Pokemon worlds themselves have to offer, then you definitely want to make sure you're here for the Autumn Clash itself. So, let's get this started, because I know we've got people who's gonna bring in my boy, Lucario.
Oh, here we go again. We're going to have another battle about this for the entirety of the cast.
No. We don't have magical with us. We're gonna keep it simple. Today, it's a battle. There's no battle here, right? We just want to see Gengar. We want to see Lucario come in here, and that's that, right? Simple. It's a cat and a dog.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, this is it, right? So last time we were doing it, we were like, okay, it's a cat and a dog. Is Gengar a cat? I don't know. Like, what was Gengar before it was a ghost? These are the questions that we need to answer, Night Terror. They're so important, these questions.
They are. And I guess we'll have to figure it out. So that's the debate for today. Is Gengar a cat? Is Lucario a dog or a wolf or a whatever, right? What matters here is we get to the game going forward, and you did say we have a very good range of players from across the globe, or at least on the latter half of the globe, because I'm in like 12 hours behind, and I have not seen a single team here that's on my side. So I'm gonna need some representation here.
Yeah, that's valid. We do need to see that representation. But yeah, we have some massive teams here. Teams that have already been scrimming this entire weekend. We had the Engage Weeklies over there on the Friday. We've had more tournaments, the Asia tournament going on the Saturday and the Sunday. And I recognize these teams from those tournaments. So they've had plenty of practice already this weekend, really trying out this patch and getting used to these mons. So they're going to be coming into this showdown with some of the best teams that will be going up against them at UCS as well. They're going to be really trying to utilize what they've learned in these past couple of days.
And it's going to be exciting to see how they really turn this around here, because, well, like we said, this is the offseason. It's time to experiment, it's time to get your A game in here and, maybe tweak it up a little bit. Maybe an A square, so to speak. And we've got a lot coming up for you. In fact, I keep saying Spartan Tano, let's get into like the Pokemons that we're expected to see here today. And some expectations I have actually is one of the ones that I think would be crazy to see. It's actually the single strike Urshifu.
Yeah, we've been seeing loads of that recently. The secure is just so good, right? Especially when you have that Blaziken that people usually go for. But we've been seeing a lot of teams locking in both of those secures. So I would not be surprised to see a lot of that today, Naito, or even that being banned. But what I expect to see a lot of as well since this patch is Lapras. Lapras has had a massive rise in competitiveness. It's played in a lot of tournaments over this past weekend. So we even saw some bans for it earlier today in the Asia Cup. So it would not surprise me if we see a lot of Lapras today.
Right, and I totally agree, because when you have the combination of, well, number one, Overheat plus our single strike here, that's about as much as, I'm gonna give it a rough like 1/6 of a HP bar when it comes to a Reggie. Don't do the math here on me, but like, it feels a lot when you get a full charge. And it's gonna be even more insane, because when you have Lapras cruising in, the Lapras Express here, giving him a nice little bit of CC as well, and then he's gonna charge up the Overheat and of course the single strike coming in. Could be an instant steal from there. It's gonna be a little bit of a rough race for them. So maybe we'll see a combination of all three of these, plus maybe a support to back them up. We'll see something like that.
I will also say that for the Europe region, at least, we've seen a lot of Glaceon coming on back out as well. And It also happened a lot in the Asia Cup today. So Glaceon has been used for that poke damage in nearly every single game in the tournament earlier today. And it was really good because it was just chipping down so much of this front line that a lot of these teams like to bring in with the way the meta is right now, Nitera. So it was a really good shout by them, by the teams that were picking up Glaceon. I'm really intrigued to see if that continues into this tournament. We've got teams from so many different regions here, a lot from Europe, so I wouldn't be surprised for some Glaceon as well.
I do believe they were running the Icicle Trash set, right, Tano? And in that case, then yeah, you're getting a lot of chip coming out from that. In fact, I think that's one of the movesets that we are expecting to see when it comes to Glaciers across the board here. But again, Leafeon is not too far behind when it comes to anything mage-like, and so there's going to be a bounce of damage coming in here, and we're going to expect to see a lot of that. But a Pokemon that has been on my radar, looking forward to it as well, is also the one that descends from above, the dragon himself, Dragonite, who also packs quite a punch here with his Outrage build and Hyper Beam.
Yeah, I mean, is it a punch or is it a scream when it comes into Hyper Beam? Either way,
right.
it does a huge, it's really, really good. That's why we're seeing Dragonite coming into this meta so well now. The changes on it recently have been great. We're seeing that secure utilized in so many games, and especially when you pair it with something that rips quite well. We've been seeing a lot of Zacian paired with a Dragonite, for example. That pair works so well in a game. Like when you want to rip those objectives and you've got the secure next to it as well, it's fantastic, mate. And I think Zacian's probably going to be one of the most picked or banned mons coming into this.
And think about it, you know, every knight needs a sword here, so there's a very good pair to pair them up with. We've got the sword of the dog, his trusty steed is going to be carrying a giant fat dragon, and honestly, I'm a bit worried about the dog. You know, his structure is not going to be looking too good after that one. But otherwise, this is going to be an interesting composition where it's very flexible. But we have also not seen Hoen come into play for quite a bit ever since the nerfs did take place here. And so we might be able to hopefully see a few Hoens fly by here and there. As you would know, Tano, in the lore, if you see a flying Hoen in the sky, you can make a wish and it should come true.
That wish being, we are going to secure Rayquaza, right? Surely that's the only wish you want coming out of these Pokemon Unite battles, but yeah.
Yeah, totally, sure. Yeah. Not picking Lucario. Yeah, no, yeah. Right, so I guess Darkrai is also going to be an interesting point of contention here that we should point out as well, because, well, Darkrai is very likely going to make its way out of the scene here, but going to be stuck in the shadows for a bit. You know, shadow customs are not exactly very friendly in this time of the night for me, so Darkrai is kind of bad for the time being, so we're going to see how that goes.
Yeah. What is interesting is that earlier today, we saw a couple of teams not going for that second ban. And I think the reason that they didn't, and they just left it blank, was because they're expecting to have to ban Darkrai when they come into these UCS tournaments that are coming up here, Nitera, because obviously we're about to have it next week. LAIC is literally next week. So Darkrai's likely going to be playable in that area. So these teams are going to have to get used to banning it. So we've been seeing a couple of teams not ban a second mon at that stage so that they can kind of treat it as, how is this team going to react if we did ban Darkrai? So it's actually really smart tactics that these teams are doing at the moment, because obviously it is banned in the tournament from the get-go, but they're still trying to work out what would happen if they were able to use one for it. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see a bit of that happening today as well.
And I totally agree, right? Because when you come into the first IC of the season, LAIC, again, remember, we're technically in the off-season. We have not exactly started until LAIC kicks off here. Darkrai is going to be an interesting one, right? Everyone, it's one of those things where it's like, I've released a Pokemon way too close to the competitive season, and I have like 1 week to figure it out. Oh no, even better, like 3 days to figure it out. You know, and so this is going to be an interesting one for everyone, where they're just trying to figure out what is the best min-maxi build. Is it going to be a full damage Darkrai? Are we going to run support, maybe an EXP share on it? It's going to be crazy like that. And that's, I guess, the best part about it. Who knows? Maybe we'll see Lapras Darkrai, where like it writes Darkrai in, and then we get a nice big sleep for it here.
I think the most that people want to see is Darkrai getting yeeted out of the game. It is a ridiculously broken Pokemon.
Wow, where have I heard that one before, Tano?
Well, yeah, I know. But I looked at the ban rate for Darkrai this past week, Nitera. It is 94% for Darkrai. That's how
Wow,
much
where have I heard that one before
people
too?
want that in this game. Honestly, it is ridiculously strong. So I suspect, to be honest, most teams, even if it is playable, are just going to ban it. I don't suspect it's going to be even allowed. It's going to be permaban in this game.
Right, and it's gonna be an interesting one to say the least, because I do believe a lot of the Pokemon that we are seeing here that's getting like knocked out from the list are actually, well, I mean, fairly strong, yes, but their utility comes out leaps and bounds. In fact, the only Pokemon that we have seen consistently avoid this issue is actually Blaziken, being one of the top picked Pokemon when it comes to this. Acting as not only a very strong secure with overheat, but having basically 4 moves. You know, we have this issue in VGC where we talk about the 4-move syndrome, right? Where Pokemon can only pick 4 moves, and so like some Pokemon have such a nice array of moves to pick from. And in Unite, I guess it becomes the 2-move syndrome. Well, basically you have access to 6 moves technically, right? You have the Unite move to spin it way out, back in, and it gives you a buff for each one. So I guess you can count as 2 different moves. And then of course you have the 4 distinct moves as well to work around it. And so, I mean, hear me out, Tano. You know, maybe the correct ban isn't Darkrai. It's just to go for Blaziken and hope that no one picks Darkrai.
just hope nobody goes for the most broken Mon.
Yeah, you know, just saying. But yes, as we go into here, these are our teams moving forward here. Gcrew and L versus Team Int here. I'm gonna see if we can get a quick look at, you know, what we've got for them here. But very strong early ban here, Leafeon, right? We talked about it. If mages are gonna exist, Leafeon's gonna be as well. So it's a very good early pickup. Mimikyu as well, going to the back lines here. It's gonna be a strong one, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, over on the side of Team Int, they're going to get rid of that Blissey. Looks like we're going to have a Darkrai ban. Gcrew and L just preparing for what's going to be coming up in this season and putting the ban in anyway. Miraidon taken away by Team Int is quite an interesting one. They don't want Gcrew to get that first pick for it. They have some good players on Miraidon over on the side of Team Int, so that's usually a Mon they go for. Umbreon is going to go to Gcrew. If you can only pick one Mon in this game, Umbreon is typically the one they go for. Although we have been seeing a couple of Laprases twinkled in up there as well. Dwayne managing to grab that Hooper, probably one of the best supports that they can do so. And that Blaziken that you just called for a ban on, Nightera, is going to be picked up by Pyria there over on Team Int.
I'm telling you, banning Darkrai is a bait. They should have gone for the Blaziken. And you can definitely see that it comes out very clearly here. If your first pick is going to be Umbreon, which is, to be very fair here, one of the Pokemon that will definitely last the longest when it comes against Blaziken. Whether it's winning Blaziken is another story, but hey, if you want to stall, there it is. But that's why you're going to have to fight against a Blaziken here, and now your whole plan is just like, how do I avoid this 1v1 encounter? How do I avoid this like a massive storm that is coming?
100%. We're gonna have a Zorak comfy game for the first game of the night. This is gonna be.
You disgust me, Gcrew. You disgust me. First of all, Zacian comfy. Second of all, you have a Zorak technically there as well. Like, man, like pick your poison, and you guys just said I choose all.
I mean, come on. Objection across the field here. That is a ridiculous comp to come out the gate with. We're going to see Team Int lock in that Lapras and the Sylveon, and they do go for the Mimikyu. It's going to be so important for that Sylveon and Mimikyu to try and do what they can to handle this Zoroark. Given that Sylveon, if it goes for the Mystical Fire, although we do see a lot of Hyper Voice right now, Nightera, if it goes for the Mystical Fire, give it the red buff. It's so important for taking on the Zoroark if you have a red buff Mystical Fire Sylveon.
I don't think so. On one hand, Mystical Fire is vastly great in terms of, you know, just locking in onto targets here, but Mystical Fire's properties is that it lowers special attack. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's the slow though, but it's so important for taking those combos away from Zoroark. Honestly, it works.
But now hear me out here. I do believe that maybe there is room to get Trick Room set up here from Mimikyu, and that might be an interesting solution here. In fact, it's so much better than having Mystical Fire, where you can just pocket the damage in instead. Just that area is so big, you're gonna lock them out. If your team is not in line and synced up with each other, there's a good chance you're gonna have a few people in the room and they're like not sure whether they want to leave or they should take a fight together. And that's gonna be a very interesting scenario for Mimikyu and the entire team of Team Int here. And so with that, my suggestion, I feel like I'm gonna lock in with Team Int on this one. If they go for Trick Room here, I feel like that might be a really interesting play coming out.
Well, we are about to find out, but of course, that top lane is going to be the Zash and Comfey. That's going to be difficult for a Torchic to handle, but having the Hooper there to provide assistance will be very important, buddy. If Zacian can get level 5, though, early enough, that is going to be the decider on who wins that top lane.
Hey, third time's the charm. Where have I heard that one before?
So true.
Right. But as we get into it here, we are going to see a very clear answer into all of this here, which is that Zacian needs to actually take priority against the other side here. Right now, you're going against a Torchic who you could potentially just, stop gap it all the way here. But that 18-point lead onto the Torchic here, man, I'm pretty sure that level 5 is coming real soon here. But a very aggressive start coming to the bottom lane here, as we do see this lone Eevee slowly getting chipped out here from not only a Sylveon, but a Lapras as well.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with, isn't it? We've got Zorak coming on up early enough. Mimikyu trying to grab their final pieces of XP to get that level 5 as well. They don't manage to get that dash on in, so we're just going to go back to our side, grab the last bit of farm here, and get prepared for these 850s coming on up.
That is really painful to see as well, because Zorak had a very strong positioning coming in here and was able to cut him off, but I guess Torchic's Peck just kind of gave a little bit more to work with. And again, going back in for a try to make it work, once again, that Peck, so impeccable with its second cast.
Yeah, they're diving straight on in here. G Crew, they have the aggression, and that's how you win their top lane, buddy. We have that level 5 on the Zash and level 6 on the Zorak, really putting on that pressure. Comfey is now just going to sit where it belongs on that Zorak. They're going to go into the jungle, cause some chaos for Team Int here, but I like what Team Int are doing in return. They've headed into the other side's jungle, knowing Zorak isn't going to be there. They know how this team is going to play. They've got the aggression. They're going to try and grab whatever experience they can away from Team Int. So this is a great answer from DJ just to make sure that they do get some experience.
I really love how you've actually highlighted that, because you're absolutely right. In any game, Pokemon Unite, it's always going to come down to one very important thing. I say this every cast, and that is, what are you doing to gain EXP? If they're taking your camps, you have to take theirs. If they're taking Reggie, is it time to take the Regieleki instead? And so on and so forth. Now the question is, next fight is going to be quite detrimental here. They're looking a little bit low and going in against Lapras. Good call, but the damage is coming through here, and they're not able to really sustain themselves. Pikachu coming from the back here, as we do see Zacian coming in from the back into Hoopa, making his way down with one slide, picks it up here. But this little fairy dog here is going to be a little bit worse for where Zora comes in here with the doggo here, and Zacian picks up another KO for himself, leading into a Combuskin who's all alone here, who might be able to get cut off here. Zora coming from the back here, picking this up here, and Zacian chases from the back. The Citrus Berry's not going to be picked up here, as they do slowly make their way back for the heals. Nicely done, but this onslaught is over. Now, thoughts to you, Tano.
I mean, buddy, we have a Metal Claw Zacian. This is so good. And they have hit level 8, level 9 on Zorak. And we're just about to get the first objectives coming on down. Pikachu is not that far off their own Unite move either, buddy. This is so good from G Crew. They have been really aggressive. They need to make a decision here, though. Do they want to go for the bottom Reggie, or do they want to push that top one? It seems like Team Int are putting a lot more attention onto this top lane. Zacian's going to be up here alone, and that's going to be way too many mons for that Sword Doggo to handle. Umbreon is on their way. They do have that Snarl to cause some stun, so at least they are prepared to defend this Lecky if they can't grab it. Zacian's a good effort to try to do so, but they don't have the Sovereign Sword yet, Nitera, so they're not going to be able to lock that one in. Hooper getting the zone in. There's the Sovereign Sword. And their Thunderstorm comes down from the Pikachu. They've picked up 3, just 2 left. It's a Combuskin and a Mimikyu. They could continue to put the pressure onto that pad. Mimikyu with a really good Shadow Sneak onto the Pikachu. They've got the play rough, and they say, hey, Pikachu, come play with me. The Comfey hopped off to it, and they've gone back to the Pokemon Center. But while all that is going on, Nitera, that Lecky has just been ripped by Zacian, and now look what's happening. Zorak, Zacian, that Comfey providing the assistance. They're just going to clean up the entirety of Team Int. G Crew sending them back on home.
Right, now we're pacing it back 1-for-1 here. We've got 2 good games, one on our belts each, and I guess now let's look at those scores, because 146 to 54 points here. Team Int have a lot to work for, especially since they were aiming for the Regieleki, which means very likely they were actually aiming for points here. As you can see, the numbers are not in their favor here. Looking at the Zorak to the Mimikyu here, it was 12 to 9. There's almost no way they can really make anything work from there. And at this point, it's going to be down to a numbers game. How many yellow dots can you clear out here is the question that we're going to see Team Int answer here if they want to get back in the game.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, you need to grab as many yellow dots as you can, even from G Crew's side, especially when Zorak spends so long in your own jungle. They haven't managed to do that just yet. Zacian cleaning up Blaziken there. This Metal Claw is really being too much for Team Int to handle. And when you pair that with Zoroark as well, it's just way too much damage for them. But Evolve Tackle going onto the Sylveon there. They've got the Mystical Fire. Do they want to go for the approach? They do have the Umbreon. It's a very strong tanky Mon to handle all this. They've got the Snarl. They've got the Foul Play. Thunderstorm comes on out, but it isn't able to do enough. Umbreon goes down, and they are going to get some scores in return here. Our Team Int. They could break this pad and give themselves at least a good advantage with an overcap.
Yes, a nice overcap of 22 here as they're going to push themselves forward. There's a little bit more. They've almost got Discordia a little bit more even than before. 172 to 113. And they still have the numbers advantage as of just now. But now we've got the objectives up here. Zora coming in, trying to take the Hoopa out here. But a nice pickup on the side here to just slash and dash. Now, of course, this Umbreon has nowhere to stand on here. Note that he needs to stall time for his team against the Lapras here as the Zora is going to be picking out the Registeel here. And there's no way they're not getting this here. Nice pickup on the side here as they now have a positional advantage moving forward onto this bottom pad here. Zora going ham onto this Lapras here, giving no mercy onto that. But really tanky all the same.
Yeah, in the meantime, Zacian, that Sword Doggo is just going to rip that top Lecky. We're going to see the Hooper trying to get there in time, but they're not able to. Just yet again, easy lane pressure for G-Crew right now. It doesn't matter what's going on. They're able to put some punishment into a lane. Come play with me comes out from the Mimikyu onto the Zoroark, but of course there's a Comfy there. Lapras says, choo-choo, I'm going to come into this back line, but they ain't able to do enough with it though. Sovereign Sword takes out the Mimikyu as well. They're going to lock in that KO. Thunderstorm comes on down. Goodbye, Lapras. Double KO for Zoroark.
That might be a little bit of a questionable call here, but let's take a look at the fight real quick before I carry on. Blaziken coming in with the overheat, almost trying to take it out here. There we go, Pikachu's down for the count, pushing forward here. Zoroark going in for it as we do see Comfy's Grass Pet, just giving a little bit more healing and sustainability, but to no avail as we do see the fight continue to push on here. Umbreon is still in the back end call here, only with 2 casualties to his name. At the very least, they might be able to back away here, but Mimikyu is not going to relent here. It's going to keep on going, pushing forward over and over again as we do see Zacian going in with Melclaw, trying to push for damage here. It does take down the Umbreon, and unfortunately, it looks like they're going to unfortunately trade onto this one here, onto the Sylveon. Lapras, last one standing, coming down here, but electric type moves are super effective here, and Pikachu does assist onto the Zacian's pickup, and there it is. The fight is over, but again, this is not a wise pickup here. The moves were invested here, and as you look at the Unite moves that they have, they are short of a Sovereign Sword, Thunderstorm, and of course, Comfy's ultimate here, and we're going to be in a very weird position. On the other side here, who Rings Unbound here is just not online, and so this final raid fight is going to be determined on who is ready and postured for it.
Yeah, it's really going to be a matter of being patient. Allow your team to get their Unite moves back. The really important one right now being that Sovereign Sword, and the Comfey obviously really needs that Unite move if you're going to go in for the engage. It's a really close one, buddy. We've come down to the wire. It's going to be the Rayquaza battle that makes the decision on who wins this. There is T1s up on both sides. Backcaps are possible. And we do have Zoroark sat back into that home pad. I'm worrying whether they've possibly disconnected, which GQ really hope isn't the case.
Yeah, right now they're in a very good position here, and I really hope they don't lose it right now. And so they're going to be a little bit wise on this one, because now time is ticking down. They have 40 seconds to try and like make something happen before they have to force a play here. And so they really want to actually be careful here. They have a very good chance to turn this around. The numbers aren't looking in their favor side Team Int here, but GQ has a little bit of an issue here. They're a little bit spread out from everything. If you take the right ones out without a Comfy, you might actually be able to turn this into a numbers game. And so, slowly starting the Rayquaza here, trying to incite some level of action coming in here. Team is the one to engage here, picking out the first of the Zoroark here. They know they have to take the fight, pushing it back here. We are going to see a return to Sylveon, but a lot of Unite moves are being invested here. Knockout to the Rayquaza here. Rings Unbound not making any headways here, but slow and steady, the amount of knockouts and CC that are coming in here is going to let Zacian push their way through and continue to fight this Mimikyu. But this Fairy type is slowly going down here, pushing back with Play Rough, not making anything work here. Lapras, last one standing, is unable to go down because of the much needed healing, but that is it. The 2v1 scenario happens, and Comfy sitting there for the right. Very happy to be here.
2v1, buddy. That was a 1v5. Zacian put the entire crew on his back and just ripped Team into pieces. That was so good from that Zacian. The Metal Claw has worked so well in this game. And with that Comfey sat on top of it, it was just too easy for them to clean that one up. Fantastic play from their team. Hundo Burgers coming on in now. They may have lost the Zacian in that, the Zoroark, sorry, in that fight. Zacian was not bothered about that one.
It is insane to see how this is going to be. Scoreline 633 to their 113 here. So let's take a look more so at how they can possibly turn this around. I was very confident Team Int had a better composition overall, but as I'm looking at it now, yeah, it's a little bit squishy. Though, again, I really do want to cope and see here at the fact that, maybe Trick Room was the answer.
We've actually been seeing a lot of trickery Mimikyu recently, and I actually
Yeah!
agree with you. I actually agree with you, Nightera, to be honest. I do feel like Sylveon was doing well to try and get those Mystical Fires onto the Zorak. They did cut out a few of those combos from what I saw, but the thing is, you've got that Sword Doggo just doing whatever it wants to do. Backline, frontline, scoring, Sovereign Sword, securing all the objectives. They were mega coming into that game. Galaxy Eagle played that really well. And I think Zacian is, I mentioned it earlier before we went into this set, Nightera. That's the mon that they really need to consider. You've got to pick it up or even consider banning it. The rip is too good. The secure is too good. It's just too much to handle.
And mind you that one of the key factors in that game was actually the defining moment where they first got their Unite move at, I believe, either the first Regieleki or the second Regieleki, right? No, the first Regieleki, where they actually got their Sovereign Sword out, actually hitting for 3 of the side of Team Int here, which was able to let them kind of just, mellow down their HP a little bit before going for a nice Metal Claw to finish 2 and a chase down onto the side with Zoroark. And so really, a lot of it came down to Zacian, which in the end was still a lower level than the Zoroark, given it's not a speedster. At the same time, again, it packs such a punch, and you've got to respect how the Sword Doggo has made its way to the top here of this leaderboard. Again, GG's to G-Crew and L for getting the first round here, but it's not over just yet. Team Int just, they were inting one game to get a rough idea of their enemies here. They want to just sniff them out, so G-Crew can't be too complacent. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Team Int are a fantastic team. They've been playing for so long. I also feel like they're the kind of team that you can't count out. They usually, if they end up losing a set, they always take a game when that happens. So I feel like they're going to come back on this one, Nitro. They may have been listed, they may take your advice on board, but they're definitely going to come into this game, and I suspect they're going to get a win.
Hey, do you know what they call casters? Washed up players. I know what I'm talking about.
Facts. Absolute facts.
Facts. Trust me. Is it source? Trust me.
So true, though. So true. I mean, we're speaking from experience, right?
yeah, totally. I've totally played garbage one. Trust. Pikachu top tier? No, garbage.
No, but I think this is really going to come down to those XCX mons and utilizing them in the right way. Zacian and Miraidon are just ridiculously good in this game right now, and I feel like they are the mons that are going to be a decider. So let's see what they take. This is it. Team Int banned out the Miraidon, but they have some very good Miraidon players over there. So I'm actually very surprised they didn't take it. And I feel like they may go for it coming into this next game. Charge Beam is one of the best range moves in this game. You can pair it with like Solar Beam, Venusaur, for example. Those two moves together are just the best range moves in the game.
Okay, fair play here, but I'm gonna also throw it back to you, Tano. In fact, I think Team Int banning Miraidon is actually so much of a better play for them because remember, I did mention this is technically the off season for Unite in a sense. And that means that if you can play around not using Miraidon, which very likely if you have a team profile, you know what your opponents are. If you're gonna see Team Int come into the scene here, you would know that that beam is coming out and Miraidon is gonna be instantly banned. So it's a very good chance that playing around the fact that they can't use Miraidon is actually a very good play. They have this Miraidon in the pocket, but they want to experiment more. And honestly, Team Int is gonna get a lot out of this, even if they lose here. They're gonna have quite a bit of experience on their belt, and I gotta give it to them. It is wordy call, to say the least. But I think it's time to stop that call because you definitely need to at least win one more round before you get out of here first so we can get a game 3.
Yeah, so very true, mate. And this is it. These tournaments are so important for getting that practice in and knowing how to combat mons, knowing where you are in regards to your team synergy and the mons that you're playing. So yeah, I'm kind of with you, Naito. I understand the ban, but the thing is, you also need to practice going against that mon, right? Because it's likely going to be picked up. So you definitely need that practice. And the fact that they've had so many tournaments that they can get that practice in before UCS has been really, really important. And we've seen a lot of these teams competing in them. So yeah, I'm excited for this next game. I think we do actually have a losers bracket today. I believe as I have a look at the bracket, it is there, but they do need to make sure if they want to stay in this upper bracket to get this next win. If G-Crew come out and they come out with that Zacian again and they get that win the way that they did, it's going to be bound to that losers bracket for Team Int.
Well, let's see how this hands out here as we go into round number 2. We're gonna see if they can pick themselves up. Guys, girl is going to be holding onto the ban here for the leaf here, and very likely. There it is. And of course, we're gonna see something very similar here. This time, Int is going to have to block out the dog itself, and it's gonna be a bit rough one. And so, I guess the plan here is if Ghatlue doesn't want to ban out the Miraidon, then it's a free pick coming in from Team Int.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not surprised at this Ashen ban. It is ridiculous. I think teams are getting used to banning out the Darkrai because the UCS season is so close, Nitero. I think that's why we're seeing it so often, and I actually think that's a good idea. You know that you're going to be coming in, having the opportunity to pick that mon, so you want to play around having that locked in as a ban. Ghatlue taking the Umbreon straight away is not a surprise.
Tell me about it, but we might just see two of the mons that we've always campaigned for here. But yeah, no, complete lie here. First of all, wow, that's rude. I'm on the cast, not magical. Second of all, wow, that's rude to like everyone. I want you to apologize to every caster that we worked with here, because like that was a hard bait, and you guys on the Ghatlue, you guys are monsters.
It's so true, man. It's so true.
They hovered Kramer, they hovered Gengar. That was
It's just teasing, isn't it? But
yeah.
It genuinely hurts my feelings. But no, we're going to lock in the Espeon as well for OTP Boo. That mon has been doing quite well since the side shot changes, but Psybeam is just such a good secure, right? I like that decision.
Oh, no. Come on, guys.
It is. You've got to face facts. It's such a good decision.
Oh, no, not that. I mean, oh, God. Oh, Team Int. Guys, it's not the way, man.
They're cooking. I saw a Gengar on screen there, but
cooking.
I saw a little bit of a Gengar.
Go on, pick the Lucario. Show them it is Dog Boy that is king.
It's Snorlax though and Garchomp. Let's go, Team In. If they can get that Garchomp cooking up in that top lane, they do have a good chance in this. Gibble is a surprisingly good laner.
Jesus, what season are we? Are we like season 1 of Unite? Like, where are we getting these mons from? I saw Machamp being covered for a shot. Wow. Blastoise charge. Damn, DJ. Come on. Are we in season 1 of Unite? Like, come on. Work with me here.
I hope not. If we're in the season where Sylveon came straight on in, that would be a a panic attack. That mon was so broken when it was released. Do you remember that?
Man, that was interesting. I remember a time where Blastoise had like his infinite water spout and like auto attack, combo. Like, Rapid Spin was good.
Yeah,
great
so
time.
true. DJ picking up the A9 though is actually a good decision. That A9 with the recent changes, the buffs that it's had, the CC moveset is fantastic. And when you're coming up against a Shifu, I think that's a good decision.
I just want to note that Galaxy is running Rapid Fire Scarf, Incense, and Focus Band with a potion on Sylveon, and like I feel like we shouldn't be on camps. Honestly,
Tank Sylveon, buddy. She's gonna be cooking on that one. It's definitely the it's the new meta. Did you not hear? We sent you a letter in the post? Did you not hear?
Yeah, oh, you're right. It's my fault. Yeah, I've been on Blue Skies instead of like X. I'm so sorry. It's my fault.
That's the issue.
Yeah. My bad. Right. But of course, as we're looking into the draft here, I've got to give it to you again. Int has an interesting composition. Really like the season 1 vibes here, but last I checked, we're not in season 1. So, given times here, Ghatlue, you have my vote locked in for this one.
The Team In are gonna absolutely smash this one out the gate, and they're just gonna say, "Nah, Nightjar, I don't care what you're saying, buddy. This is the answer."
You know what? Prove me wrong. I would like to be fooled once.
Fair dues. We're gonna see the Shifu heading into the jungle as we expect to see over on the side of Ghatlue, and it is a Kubfu, so I would not be surprised if we see an invade.
Right. And so this is going to be an interesting one as we pan along to it here. And, wow, really, going in for it is Nitera into a remote island here. Going for the 1-2 onto the Xatu. 1-2. Damn, really putting in effort. Oh, is he charging up? Yeah, we're having technical issues. I'm sorry about that. Just play along with me. Whoa, he's level 5 now. Pushing in tunnel. What's the response on the other side for your end?
Here comes the screaming on, buddy. Hey, we improvise, right? That's what we do.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the comms real quick as we go along here. I think Garchomp is going to be fantastic for ripping here. We'd love to see a fluffy tail come out of the Garchomp. It would have been an interesting one to see at the least. But, you know, A9 with a lot of the CC coming in here, we cannot underestimate Blizzard, right? If they come into the backlines, Blizzard is such a strong move. They still have Avalanche as well. And I gotta be real with you. It's just a lot of things they can work with here around just those two alone and block as well.
Yeah, I really like the team in comp because of that. And honestly, A9, like the CC is obviously really good, but it also does quite a bit of damage, Nitera, right? It can literally explode Mons. It is that good. And I honestly suspect.
Hold on, dunking. I dunked.
There
Oh,
we go.
yeah, one stack.
Once that's a stack, we're gonna head into the game. Here we go, and it's just pressure coming from G Crew, nearly picking up Zoroark. They are set up in this jungle, buddy. We have 100 points on the board for G Crew right now.
Yo, they did so want to see the devastation. Man, observers are so kind. They just decided, you know, let's lag out real quick. We don't want to see the devastation. But what I want to see is a comeback story here, as we do see Snorlax being stuck in the corner here. A nice heavy slam. They could potentially take this one out. And there it is. It is going down for the count here, as they do make themselves out a little bit worse for wear. This Urshifu is almost out, but safe and sorry. But Zoroark coming in for the back line here, able to pick it out with the Unite move for one. And this Eldegoss is looking a little bit low here, but just barely surviving.
Yeah, really good play from Zoroark to pick up the Espeon. Stored power Psybeam. It's going to do bits in this game, buddy. It's going to be so tough. They've got a Garchomp and a Snorlax they're just going to throw that into. So I wouldn't be surprised if we come out of this game and that Espeon has 80k plus damage. Keep a close eye on that one. 720s have spawned. We've got Sylveon in the top lane. They're going to grab that for free, whilst the bottom lane has contested bees. They do manage to grab them. They're not even bees anymore, Nitera. They're birds.
Yeah, they are birds, and honestly, it's going to be a little bit of a weird situation for them as well, because all I see are flies on the side of Team In. Their levels do not match up with the ability they could really be dishing out here. As Reggie Ice is now here though, and they're pushing for it. I don't even know if they want to take this. Urshifu is going to back here. They do pick up a little bit of a knock-up here, but look at the damage is being dished out here. Psychic Solar comes in here, and they might be able to pick up this Snorlax and win for the rest here, but they're in such a bad position. Look at the HPs they're going with here. Snorlax down for the count here. They have an Avalanche and a Blizzard here, but just no pickup onto the freeze. They're going to continue taking a fight here. As Urshifu rampaging through here. Rapid strikes, relentless power, but not enough to really go down here, as they do pick themselves out. The A9 here, and continuing that onslaught is with the Zoroark onto Espeon, and the second one going into Blissey for a double KO. Now this is going to be a really, really tough fight here, as they're going to see themselves dunk quite a bit of points here, pushing themselves up to 193 here. A nice fairy flop here, and we're going to see if they can get the Frolic out a little bit longer here. Mystical Fire not making anything work here, as you know they have to continue to keep on farming here and just give up top.
The amount of health Sylveon got from that was ridiculous. The fact that they've managed to get out of that flux zone between T2 and the home pad with 3 Mons there from Team In is ridiculous, mate. I know they didn't manage to grab the A9, but that was so well played by G Crew, and they just seem to be in complete control of this map right now. There's only 6 points scored by Team Int, and I feel like this Espeon playing in the backline has done so well for G Crew. It seems like Team Int need to make a decision on pushing A pad as a team. If there's not much experience that they can grab, they need to go get some KOs and push that pad as a solid team.
I don't even know if pushing the pad is a good call here. Look at how much they're invading. It's just no way they can make something work here. Snorlax is just being a, a typical human ward, just to see if the enemy team is actually coming around. And I really like that, because it's an opportunity to actually score and dunk some points and hopefully try to equalize it here. But as we go into the next objectives here, they're both coming up, and they have to make a good call as to which one they want to go. A good base back here allows them to try and respond to this here, as Day Slash coming out from Zoroark here into a little bit of a cross slash here. Moving in here, Dragon Outrage, almost getting it out onto our little Eldegoss here, finally picking themselves out here. We do see Snow Globe pushing it right and getting the damage out. Investing a good chunk of Unites here was a good call, but I don't know if they can make it work here. They're on 4 minutes here. I guess it's a good fight, and they could respond to Regieleki from here on out.
Yeah, they've got the A9. The Garchomp is now here, Zoroark. This is going to be an easy Lecky for Team Int to grab. That was an interesting decision by G Crew to push that pad. The springboard had literally just come up there, Nitera, so it was going to be, easy dunks for them to come on down onto their heads. Interesting one. That's a lot of XP that they've given to Team Int, getting themselves into this game a lot quicker. There's level 12 now on that Garchomp, level 12 on the Shifu, so that has been a really good catch-up mechanic for Team Int.
right? And so now they look at the situation they're in right now. It's just so weird. They are 99 points away, and so like one measly dunk at the end could really turn this around. But I guess the biggest situation that they have now is they're not exactly postured for Reggie Ice. They have the advantage starting it with side G Crew here, but they can take a fight at any given point in time. Pushing it back here, they might take the fight. Dragon RH coming in, they're gonna dish the damage here as they do hit onto the Urshifu here. But again, the pickup coming in for the Psychic Solaire afterwards. They dish the damage out. They have the buff as well. They do pick it out on the Urshifu here, not making anything work here. A lot of things are going to happen here. The first going down is gonna be Umbreon if he's not gonna be running away from our low Snorlax here, pushing it back and forth here. They're gonna try and get the points down, but this Ninetales going out for the count here. It is snow season all over again. Washed up is the name of the game. Zora coming in, trying to dish the damage, not making anything work here, as we do see this little fairy frolicking around, not making anything work. The Mystical Fire slowly locking on, and here it is, the end of the fight with 3 KOs here and a Swablu to pick themselves up on the cherry on top.
Buddy, Psybeam is so good as a secure. Such well played from Espeon in that one, pairing that with the Sylveon. It is Eevee season all over again. They are cleaning up on that bottom fight. They've now got themselves to that level 12. Sylveon's just ticked over to level 13. We have a 20 seconds on this top Lecky from spawning, and we see that the Shifu and the Sylveon are probably going to be hanging up there, whilst the rest of G Crew are doing some sort of vision, trying to see what's going on with Team Int, try and grab some experience from that farm if they can. But they know the majority of them are going to be taking that rotation up to that Lecky.
You see, the scary thing about this match right now is that actually both teams are fairly evenly matched when it comes to EXP here, but the problem is that we always want to see Garchomp be the carry, that monster at level 15, and so it's going to be a little bit ways to go. Still able to scale here, but Urshifu at level 14 makes it really hard. Now pick fight here, and there we go. Another one bites the dust here, and that's going to be Garchomp here. The Yawn comes in, does not pick it up here, but he's looking very low, and looks like Snorlax is going to be out for the count, pushing back here. We do see Zora trying to pick themselves up onto another one here, which is going to be the Fairy Frolicker itself, and now down is going to be the A9, pushing back to the last one going to Blissey, and we're gonna see a massive dunk ensue here. Double the points coming in here as they're gonna make their way down to the Rayquaza here. Garchomp now back in game, and he has the Dragon RH to really respond to, but no team to work with. Sitting in the bush here is gonna wait. They do see the pickup here, pushing it back here. They have a good start into the Urshifu, pushing back. Dragon RH will be invested eventually here, as we do see a Color Cloud crash, pushing in, trying to save the team a little bit more, pulling back. Pollen Puff is not making any headways, and now they've got to wait for opportunity here. But back from the corner here, they've kind of segregated everyone out here. Push back, gets onto Elder Gods here. They're gonna try and pick themselves up. The support will go down potentially here, and they might be able to take a play, but Urshifu comes from back, making something work here. Snowglow pushing back, gets the damage out. Dragon RH also a big investor here, not making anything work here, and now slowly bit by bit they are going 4 down, and we are gonna see Team Int actually turn this back here, but not too late, because we do have one Fairy Fly who can really turn the game around. They're gonna wait and play it slow here. Mythical Fire pushing it back here. They haven't invested this right now. Maybe they pick it up here. No, do not. The Garchomp turns this one around here. The Dragon, the Beast, the Legend is back in it. We are in season 1 of Unite, ladies and gentlemen, as they push their way through into the goal zone here, picking themselves back out 330 points, and now 50 seconds on the clock.
They have 3 points between them. This is crazy. What a lock-in by the Garchomp. Sylveon was so close to that one. The side beam comes in. They've taken the shield off the Garchomp. They have got no more shields down in that bottom lane right now. Blissey does. They need to pick up some points and try and get some sort of scoring, because it is 3 points between them, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to, and that's going to be the lock-in with the Zora getting another 66. It could have been a good push from G Crew. I don't think they've got the time to do it now. And that 58 is gonna put the nail in the nail in the coffin, buddy. That is a huge play from Team Int. What a fantastic battle at that Rayquaza.
I've got to be real with you here. We're going to start breaking down the fight. I don't know if we can get a replay, but at the very start of the fight, it came down to the Garchomp pushing back Urshifu here. And mind you, at the time where I was talking that, you know, he was all alone, the timers for 2 of his teammates were at level 2 seconds and 3 seconds. So that push was amazing, pulling Urshifu into the fight early, dishing the damage. And because Pollen Puff was already invested one time, there's no way he was going to be able to pull it back. They also invested Color Card Crash here, which means that they've got no resources. That was their time to go in here. And I have to be honest with you, it could be sheer luck or patience here coming in for Team Int, but they were able to wait for opportunity and then push the damage in onto 14th letter, and well, there it is here, Tano. We've got ourselves a game changer. 1-1. I guess I'm not sleeping tonight.
No, you are not, buddy. We have a game-free situation, and just look at the damage on that Espeon, 95k. I called it. It was gonna be over 80k easily. Stored power Psybeam is so good when you're hitting it
It
into those
is.
tanky mons, but wow, how close was that Fairy Frolic from getting locked onto that Rayquaza Night Error? It was milliseconds between that taking the secure or the Garchomp. It was so good. What a good effort, but yeah, they've really managed to answer a team in.
Honestly, I mean, maybe it's the scope lens, you know, just that one random crit
Yeah.
that really made the difference. In fact, to be very honest, that was not a basic attack available, steal, to be very honest. I definitely am 100% sure there that you had to have a crit for that to work. And hey, you
Hmm.
know what? It's Garchomp, baby. We got this. Not only do we get the secure on Garchomp on an auto attack, like, wow, can we just talk about Garchomp?
Season 1 comp is the answer, buddy. I mean, as soon as you get that Garchomp going, it can really start to do some magical things. The thing is, I was a little worried that they did the engage too early at that Rayquaza fight because it was just the Snorlax and the Garchomp there. It was a great pick to throw that Shifu into the into your own side of the jungle, but I was a little bit worried that they were just going to get the KOs and then the rest of Team Imp were going to come. So the way that they managed to like keep that fight going for long enough for their team to come on in, utilize that Unite move and win that fight was massive by them. Really well played.
It is really a strong fight for them, to say the least here. But now that we're going to 1-1 scenario, I mean, good lord, I cannot tell you what they could possibly really improve here, because definitely felt like that was a situation of like they had to really scout to figure out information. Even though they were ahead, it was like, yeah, we want to just take the one good fight and call it a day. And I guess it was
Mm.
just a minor slip up. Like, they had to invest to try and save the Urshifu early. You know, they didn't really want to lose their positioning in the fight. And, well, because they've got the jump on them, that was kind of it.
Yeah, no, it was. And yeah, the thing is, like, coming into this game free, you have to win this game or you're going to go down to that loser's bracket. But it's one of those where, like, what do you do in regards to, like, how you played? Because it did feel very, very even in that game. As you mentioned, Nightera, when we were coming down to that Rayquaza battle, it was very even between them both. Like, level-wise, score-wise, there really wasn't that much in it. Um, and you can't let the mons through that are just so ridiculous that they banned in this one, right? You don't want to let
Right.
that Zacian through again because it dominated you in game one. So you're going to have to come up with some kind of plan just to give you that extra bit of edge over the other team because it was so close in that one.
I have a solution. You know, if they want to pick Garchomp,
Hmm.
then you need to pick up something that can fight against it. Something big.
Something
We let
big.
them fight. We bring Tyranitar to the battle.
Oh,
Let them
yeah.
fight.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. Let's send in Godzilla, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad the joke went through, and I feel like that could be a very strong response, because one thing that is definitely going to be a detriment to Garchomp here, and of course we're just only speaking on Garchomp's perspective, because when Garchomp auto attacks, right, you definitely don't want to be on the other hand of Tyranitar, who has the Sand Stream, who's just going to chip away at you slowly. And honestly,
Mm.
Garchomp is like, I mean, well, not Garchomp. Tyranitar can just sit down there and, take it all in, right? It's got the abilities to tank it out, has maybe a comfy to stop him from, going down, and Garchomp really slowly taking the rough skin damage, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's the king of the monsters, buddy. I'm with you. I feel like throw that Godzilla in, let the kaijus fight, and let's see who comes out on top. We don't see that much detail, but
In response, though, I believe that they should just not pick Garchomp and just go Gudra. And then we let them fight again.
or not go for any and just go for the Lucario, right?
Yeah, just pick Gengar, right?
Well, they're gonna do something because Teamin, as I said, I called it before this set even kicked off, buddy. Teamin were gonna win that game. They were gonna come on in, take a game, and go down to the game free situation. They do it so often, and they learn from the team they went up against in the first game. They do it so many times. So we have a game free situation for the first set of the night. That's crazy.
I mean, to be fair here, okay, I'll give you one more, and that's a Pokemon we've not seen in a while, especially right now, and I think that is going to be Gyarados here. We have not seen that coming in, and Gyarados
But
has a lot of
why?
ways to come in. Why not? What is
Yeah,
scarier than Kaijus?
no, that's what I mean. I'm with you. Why do we not see Gyarados anymore? Like, I
Right,
know it
right.
got nerfed, I know it got nerfed, but it didn't do that much. That Mon is still ridiculously strong. It's got fantastic rip. Dragon Current is really good. It has good secure. Gyarados is still a very good Mon, but we just never see it in these tournaments anymore, buddy.
Chat, hear me out, hear me out. The next scariest thing after a kaiju-sized thing fighting a kaiju-sized thing is if one of the kaiju-sized thing actually jumps onto the kaiju. Like, that's the surprise strike. We saw it happen with Garchomp pulling back into the Urshifu. So we need the dragon to jump in. Gyarados is the answer. We've bounced.
That's so true, right? What worse could it be than just looking into the sky and you've got a massive dragon fish landing on your head? I'm with you, Nitera. That is terrifying. But here we go. We go into the game 3 situation. What's going to be the first ban that Galaxy Eagle's going to lock in? It's going to be the same. They don't want to handle that Leafeon. I can't believe they banned Leafeon.
Man, it's like, wow, I didn't know what they were going to ban. Whew. What a spicy pick coming in from Galaxy Girl.
And then the Mimikyu? No? Are they just going to go for the same again?
No. Whoa, oh, we're being spicy. And it's like the mammoth. Whoa.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. No. I've got to give this one. I've got this one. Slowbro is a very good call here. We are going to see the Zoroark into the Darkrai, and I've got to be a little bit spicy on this side. I'm not sure if that's a good call on the entirety of it, but I have to say the Zoroark was definitely being quite a menace, and I'm not sure if like Team N wants to like pan that. Oh, oh.
Oh god!
I have words.
Do it again. Glaceon locked in that early is quite a surprising pick, Nitera. They've taken the Comfey as well. Zoroark is banned, but you know what else works with a Comfey?
Yeah.
Godzilla works with a Comfey quite nicely.
Yeah. You know, at a distant moment, I heard Magical screaming for a short while. Yeah, I guess we're not seeing it. Gardevoir here would be a really good call as well, to be honest, because with them being at the back currently, I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, a Fairy Singularity, you know, being launched at the back here, and, you know, it might catch like 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, I actually like that as well. It's a good decision. Hooper is going to give them so much utility, especially with that Unite move coming into the team fights as well. Alentia picking up Snorlax. They felt like it did quite a bit for them. And to be fair, the Heavy Slam and the
What are you doing? Oh.
Let's go, Garchomp.
You guys had Blaziken. Come on.
They're going for the land shark, buddy. They know how well that worked for them last game.
Man, this comp looks so... Oh my god, it's all over, please. Just pick up the Sword Dog, please. Oh god.
Wait.
Jiku, what on earth are you guys? DJ, come on, pick it up. Pick up Scizor right away. It's also fine.
Oh my god.
Both of these comps look garbage to me, and I'm just gonna say it as I see it. Alright? If you have a favorite, go ahead. I'm not picking one. I don't wanna call it.
I feel like Cypher's going to have a field day here. If they can avoid the CC from the Gardevoir, if they do go for the CC move, Cypher's going to have a field day. Like, they're so squishy over on the side of Riku. Don't get me wrong. They drop a lot of damage. They've got that locked in. But, yeah, this is such an interesting comp.
No.
Nitera is not on board with this chat. I don't know if it's coming across, but Nitera is not on board with what we're seeing.
Thank you for commentating my despair and disappointment. Yeah, I mean, like, I would normally have something to say when it comes to the composition, and like, mind you, I'm like the biggest yapper when it comes to Unite. I don't play the game enough to like tell you anything important, but like, hey, I feel like I know my soul enough to say things, right? And this is one of them, right? Like, no, this is not it, right? I feel like the Ninja pick was just absolutely out of left field here. Does not feel valid enough to pick up. You know, it could be a Water Shuriken. I mean, a dive feels more appropriate here because you want something to go in. But, like, you don't really have a front line because Umbreon is kind of like a pseudo-support, pseudo-tank. You know?
Hey, buddy, you called Team In out on it last game, and they got the win. So, you know, G-Crew are probably taking that approach again. So let's see.
They're gonna you know what? You're right.
They're going to take the Greninja into the jungle. It's going to be probably the best jungler out of them with what they've currently got, because that Rowlet is actually pretty decent in that bottom lane. If it can get protected, it's up against that Eevee and that Snorlax, and that's going to be pretty scary.
Hey, all I'm saying is it could be much worse, right? And now as we take a look, oh, there's a nice lock-in on them, and this is gonna be a bit of an issue here because we've not seen a pickup coming in from the Rowlet here. Level 3 has no stacks, gets a little bit of damage picked onto it, but might be able to fight against the Snorlax here.
I mean, it could be worse. We could have a Cinderace lane, to be fair, Nightera, you know? So, yeah,
What are we, season 0?
You know what I mean? So let's just be happy that we've got what we've got. We do have that Frogadier here. They're going to come on in. Let's see if that's going to be the double team or the smoke screen. That's likely going to tell us whether it's going to be these Shuriken or the Surf build. Snorlax squishing that Eevee back to the Pokemon Center, and Glaceon is going to take down that Rowlet. Bottom lane to team in.
Definitely not what you want to see right there. They're going to get a few dunks in for themselves in the bottom lane. But as they do take this fight here, we do see Sider coming in, trying to get it. Does not make anything out of it. Dual Wing Beat just not working out for him right now. The side shot. Oh, God, that was painful. Ooh, mama.
Yeah, they were really getting down to the wire on that one. It is a smokescreen Greninja, so we're going to see that Surf build coming on out there. Nightera, we'll keep a close eye on that because it will be really good for picking up that Glaceon and that Cypher if they get weak enough. So keep a close eye on that one. Gible still needs to get that evolution. They do become the Gabite now, and they're getting prepared for grabbing the rest of this experience. We're 15 seconds away from these mid-bird spawning. We still have a Rowlet on the field. Oh, as I say that, they get that Evo.
Hey, you know what? Custer's Curse, and honestly, this time is a good thing. We do have the Ninja on the board as well here. They are postured, they grab onto the Swabbles and Terriers, and we're going to see how they're going to respond to this. We have the Sider coming in here to do a Wing Beat here, but a lot of it is going to go into Snorlax, and of course, this is going to be a good fight here, pushing in forward. You see that it's a push back, and it's not enough to really make anything work here. A nice slam to pick it up here, but the damage coming through here. We do see Gabite looking very low here. The Fairy Time is definitely showing here, but Hoopa trying to get it out with Trick here, not able to push the damage, and there it is. We do see the Scyther going down out of all things here. Returning the favor is Hoopa, but is this really a worth it trade? Red's gonna heal himself up here with the Comfies, a little bit of assistance, the Heavy Slam pushing him back a little bit away, and the level to get a little bit more healing here. Greninja might be able to pick this one up here, and unfortunately there it is here. Comfy last one standing here, but it's a lone Comfy, and the bracelet breaks.
Buddy, that the Curlier noticing when that was coming into the bush, taking the KO on the Cypher has just enabled Greninja to get 2 KOs in return, and that was massive. That level 8 Greninja is not too far off their Unite move as we have these first objectives spawning. They are playing this mon so well over on the side of that Curlier, buddy. I'm really happy with it.
It's a good start, definitely, here. They are on 29 points here, and this is going to be a very interesting one. They don't have the posture for it right now. Team In is in a very bad position, and I think they might want to opt for the Regieleki instead. They're going to have to try and stop them, slow them down a little bit onto the wrong side here, but they have themselves a bit of a problem. They just lost the Greninja here towards the Glaceon, and as well as the Registeel, which means they have the numbers advantage as a whole in terms of EXP, the player count, and of course a neutral objective to help them out.
Yeah, that they do. They're going to push onto this bottom T1 pad. It is a Snorlax here, though, and they've got the Gabite to dive on in. They're going so weak. They don't get picked up by the Hooper, but they do by that Shackle. Back to the Pokemon Center for you, buddy. They're going to be able to score the points in this bottom T1, but we've seen Team Int do the same in the top lane, so this pressure has been evened out by both teams. A ridiculously close game as we are about to head into the midsection.
And as we go about it here, let's look at the numbers here. 111 to 129 here. Across the board, we have averages of low 9s. And the other side, on Team Ins, we have an average of shaky 9s, you know? We have a lot of them who's just trying to find their way around the map here. But of course, highest level going into it is Greninja and the Glaceon here. Pushing back now, we have a level 11 onto Greninja, which means that we've got quite a bit going for it. In fact, GQ and L just making their way out with more EXP as a whole onto the key Pokemons that they really need to make this game work for. And so as we continue to push back out here, we're gonna see if they can really take a fight here. A nice push, but just, not enough to really get the CC down here. Garchomp's in a very weird position to fight this out. Really liking the trick, making it work here as the Spirit Dragon doesn't knock them out for a little bit more damage here, as Garchomp is in a weird position where he's unable to really do anything with the Comfy. But in the side, we are gonna see a response coming from Glaceon to try to stop the Gardevoir from farming up anymore, and a Greninja who is just heapily happy there, just having a free meal for himself here. And now another one for the side for the Owl himself.
That is not the Mon that you want to back into with so little health. The Greninja's just going to clean you right up. With 10 seconds before this bottom Reggie spawns, it seems like G-Crew are getting prepared to engage for it. Top lane has a lot more of Team in it. I think they're going for the Lecky instead, but Hooper is there. They do have their Unite move, so it seems like they're going to rip this Reggie Rock, and they could also go for the Lecky as well.
I'm not even sure if this is the right call. They know that there's a Koopa here. The Rings Unbound coming in here. They are going to get a lot of catch out here. There's no way they're not getting this KO right now. They are caught out, surrounded. The fight's coming in. They have the CC coming in as Scyther slowly tries to back away. Trunks in, tries to get his Unite move up for one to the Umbreon here. The damage comes in and the healing as well. Dual Wing coming in, pushing back. And the Koopa is now slowly being chipped away. After his counter, 2 little blades on his arms, slowly sniping it and sickling it down. The bird is not over just yet. We have a KFC meal potentially, but no, it is not in here. Vegetarian meals, not my thing. As we do see Rollins slowly picking his way back out here. Heavy Sand does knock onto the Greninja here, but with a nice arrow, a nick to the head, and of course a shuriken to the back, we are gonna see a double KO as well for the Snorlax and of course the Comfy here. But it's not over just yet, as we want Frog Soup tonight here. The pickup on the Icicle Crash here, needle point precision.
Yeah, fantastic to take that Greninja down. It's level 13. That's a nice bit of experience for you doing just that. Lecky has gone down to this T2. It's going to be defended by G-Crew while we see Team In grab every piece of experience on their side. They know how important this Rayquaza battle is going to be, but what a little bit of connection going in for the Cypher there, buddy. That was huge. The triple bucket. We thought that was going to be a KO, but they really managed to pull that one around.
Oh, it is gonna be crazy, but oh, look at that, pushing back in. They have the damage coming in here. Dragon Outrage to try and dish the damage here. Granny just in such a weird spot. They do not pick it up. The dive just slowly managing to keep him alive. Pushing back in. He's gonna dive back in, not making anything work here. Comfy back in the corner. Very single out, making it work. As we do see Snorlax coming down for the count here. Pushing back in with 5 players, with 3 to their names, is going to be Team G-Crew and L. As we do see Scyther trying his best to stop this one. This little bug's about to get squished.
That is so true. And with those scores, despite the 50 going in the bottom lane, G-Crew are still in the lead. 204 to 179. Still a ridiculously close game, but there's no more T1s up for Team In, which means G-Crew they can play off that for the Rayquaza fight, or it could be a side of contention where Team In can get an easy overdunk, buddy, an easy back cap. With the game being this close, that might be an answer if you can prolong this Rayquaza fight.
We're going to see how this pans out here. Let's look at the map positioning that they have here, and of course the Unite economy, right? In the Unite economy, most of the Pokemon do have their Unites here. The key ones that are out are actually Snorlax, Garchomp for the side of Team Int. On the other side here, we have Fairy Singularity who's out, which are actually very key Unite moves, because in fact, I would say these are one of the strongest Unite moves that each team has. We do have a pickup onto Garchomp and Snorlax having their Unite moves back again, which means that they have a very solid fight here. They are positioned a lot better as well into the top half here. If Greninja comes in from the back here, even if he gets 44 here, it is absolutely their time to just go down and run in for a good strong fight. They do see the 44. They don't think they can respond to this, so they're gonna start taking the fight here. Rings Unbound coming in here. They do pick a little bit of damage coming in. This Greninja comes in. He's gonna be a very weird one. Does pick it onto the Scyther here. Not making anything work. Dragon Outrage coming in. He's gonna pick onto the knock Decidueye here. Knocks up for 1 here. The Comfy's going down. We are gonna see Greninja coming back from the field here, and we are going to potentially pick up Icicle Crash. The pickup on Glaceon here, completely giving everyone the cold shoulder, which mind you is the second time that Glaceon has run away free with that, but is all for naught as he's lost the shield here. Icicle Crash coming in here. We are gonna see a pickup here. The spears just picking themselves up from the ground. That is a beautiful pickup, but just no follow-up with no team.
This is it, though. We have a minute left. Look how close the scores are. They do need to really overcap this goal, and they're not going to be able to because it's on 1 point, buddy. The most they're going to get out of that is 99 points. This is really close. They could push down onto it. Gardevoir, of course, is trying to farm up that Unite move for when that happens. They need to do it as a team, though. It's the only way you're going to come out on top of this one. And the Greninja isn't quite there for the engage. But, of course, Hooper is not going to be too far away from that Unite move. We are getting down to the last 30 seconds of this one. A huge block coming in from the Snorlax to throw anybody away. They need to get the scores in. There's the Dragon Rush, but they've not been able to take them down. There's the Cypher to clean on up, buddy. That's 4 of G-Crew down. They're going to get a huge overcap with that one. They just need a couple of points in here, and I think they've done it. The Quadra from the Cypher is the answer. Team Int managing to do the insane and take that game.
No, they didn't pick up but you do pick up 50 total at the bottom again.
Mate, that's it. That's it. Team Int have done enough.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh lord. Oh this. I mean, I called it right. The Greninja was just not it. Glaceon dishing out the damage here, we'll probably see like in 120,000. No, I lied to everyone. There was not a lot of fighting going on here, but the damage just kind of counts. I mean, it just every damage, every spirit actually counted. And so this is gonna be a rough one to call here, but Team Int, woohoo la la, making it out of this one.
Wow, I gotta say, the way that Glaceon locked in that objective, I was really feeling like they deserved it after that. They went for the rip. It was a good call considering how they were losing their mons the way that they did, but they were doing so well to just pull them into that bottom lane and keep them away from that Rayquaza. Really well played by Team Int. They just had to take the opportunity to really get that final score in. And what a fight that was at that T1. The combo was massive, mate, and really well played by Team Int chat. Wow, I mean, come on, that was an intense set.
Tell me about it. It's the first best of 3 that we have gotten in a while that has gotten to the match 3. And so I'm really happy to say this. GG's, G Crew and L had a very spectacular showing, but Team Int kind of just adapted and really turned this one around. And so as we get onto it, Tano, we're going to throw it to a short break here because we've got exciting matches, but I think both of us need a little bit of downtime for our voices here.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back, trainers of Aos Island. We are back. My name is Lecter and I'm with Tano as we go back into Unity Clash Autumn Showdown. Now, Tano, let's give a quick recap to everyone before we head back in. We just had our first match of the day going into a 2-1. Now, Tano, pop quiz, do you know which teams they were?
Yeah, so Team Int really taking the action over there, taking the win away from I've forgotten the second team's name. We've literally just done it. It was G Crew and an L.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
They did take the L, unfortunately. Team Int managing to get the win. It was really well played by them, taking it down to that third game situation, buddy, with a ridiculous rip from that Glaceon and a fantastic push onto that pad. Garchomp is the answer.
Garchomp is the answer. But I am going to reward you here, Tano. So with that being said, congratulations on figuring out our game recap. So why don't you give us a good lowdown on what the next match is? Please announce it for us.
Of course, we are going to be seeing Pocket Rockets taking on none other than Hoen Plaga. Some really good teams. Excited to see this one. It's going to be a really close one.
Yeah, can't wait to see how they really turn this around. Now, Hoen, who's going to show for this one, they've got a lot riding on them. In fact, one of the favorites to win in their matches here, and you can see quite a fair good showing on them. I'm not going to spoil too much here, but Pocket Rockets also is a very, very, very common name that we see around the community for quite a bit here. And while they have a lot more to show for, I think it's a very clear divide that Hoen is going to be the one that they have very, very biased fans going into it here. And so Pocket Rockets has a lot to live up to here if they want to try and topple the Hoen Giants here, but Hoen doesn't want to lose its footing going into this. So, question for you, Tano, what do you think is going to pop out here? Because Hoen definitely has a competition they're going for, but I want your thoughts.
I honestly suspect we're going to see a lot more of the same. I think we're going to see some Zacian, we're going to see Shifu. I reckon we're going to see Lapras and Glaceon coming on out as well, buddy. That is honestly what I'm expecting to see.
I'm thinking the Glaceon's coming out 100%, Tano. I've got to be real with you. But I feel like Leafeon will definitely pop out this time, and we might potentially see a Miraidon. You know, we've not seen that happen before, and I'm going to take a, you know, the Season 1 pick here, because obviously it's been happening. Machamp.
Ooh, I would love to see that. Machamp has been slightly getting in a bit more play recently. We've seen it in a couple of tournaments now, Nitera. And in fact, one opinion that I do want is, how do you feel about the change to its Unite move? It's hotly contested in the Unite scene right now, right? People feel...
It's about time, like, holy...
I don't know, because I liked being able to pop that Unite move, then do some damage, and then follow it up with the Barrage. Now it's just instant, so I'm kind of half and half with it. I do feel like Machamp is in a good position, but here we go. We're going to go into this game 1 right now. They are banning Blissey at Pocket Rockets.
Ooh, and it's a good call here. Blissey, one of the stronger tanks in the meta, as well as because having the highest HP of any Pokemon, even in the mainline games, by the way. We are going to see it has the ability to heal as well here. And because you're going to ban the Blissey, you kind of want to block something out that, you know, has a little bit more tankiness as well, that can self-sustain. And so I'm really liking the Umbreon pickup as well. Now the question is, are they going to ban the Blaziken following this up, or are they going to hold on to Miraidon here? And we'll see just in a bit.
It's honestly what we see a lot of. I think because there's so many mons you really don't want to play against, it means that Blaziken doesn't quite get the ban that it should deserve, right, Nitero? Because you really want to take that Miraidon out, that Umbreon, and there's a lot more mons that you want to consider I don't want to be going up against, and it means that Blaziken just doesn't quite fit into that ban slot for a lot of these teams.
Well, to be fair here, Zalkira is picking up the Pseudo Miraidon, and that's going to be our Gen 1 starter Bulbasaur. With the Solar Beam, potentially, we are going to see it have massive damage going out for it. But of course, you know what? Sure, lie to me here. I made an entire statement for you, and you decide, yeah, I'm going to pick Mimikyu. Of course. No, please, go ahead.
I mean, that's how they catch you out, right? And then we see, oh, it was going to be a Zacian, but it's an A9.
No! You're a monster!
I mean, they were going to go for it, but no, they're going to go. And they catch me out!
Come on!
Eternal taking that big doggo for that top lane. That's going to be tough for Hoen to handle, but it is Hoen. They're going to be able to pick up some counters for it here.
I don't want to do this anymore.
They just like to tease us, buddy.
They just like to tease us.
Keep
But
us on
to
our
be
toes.
fair here, Pocket Rocket still could pick up the Blaziken here, and it would still be such a strong pickup here. Cranberry hovering onto the Blaziken already, you know what? And that's a very good start. We might potentially see a strong support coming in with Eldegoss here, and I wouldn't be opposed.
God.
Now, of course, Egg Slash, very unconventional Pokemon. In fact, we have not seen it a lot. Has the damage, but I mean, mostly relegated to the fact that it's in a very weird position with its move pool, and you know, a lot of times it's gonna be that weird Secret Sword build, giving it a little bit of knockout, and then you suddenly have this, you know, Aegis Shield, just give it a little bit more, King Shield, give it a little bit more defense to block out. So I'm really liking the interesting pickups on Pocket Rockets, and as well as the fact that they have the stats to back it up. And that is about it. You know what? Hoen doesn't have me captivated enough. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I feel like this is the game of the all-rounders, buddy. We have 5 all-rounders in this set. This is crazy. Lapras over on the side of Hoen to be their front line. We've got the Trevenant over on the side of Pocket Rockets. I don't feel like I can call this one right now, actually. I feel like the all-rounders over on the side of Pocket Rockets are so solidly strong, right? That level 5 in the top lane on that Zacian is going to be really important, but it is going up against that Buzzwole and Hooper, which is probably the better advantage if you have that support up there with you.
I'm gonna be real with you. I really like Pocket Rockets. I really like it.
Me too.
Very strong chance the Blaziken is still gonna be at the top, and we might see the Doggo at the bottom instead this time. Now, of course, there's a very strong argument here as to why that is. Blaziken still wants the stacks. Zacian also wants the stacks. I don't really feel that Zacian needs to have the top side to have stacks. He has the stats to really back himself up at the bottom to not only farm for more EXP, but also to contest against other Pokemon for their own neutral mons. And so we might see that happen here, with the only difference being maybe you want Trevenant to pair up a little bit more so with the sword here. Give it a little bit of a poke and a stick to, you know, just help out here. Whereas Torchic wants that level advantage very early on. But you know what? I am absolutely like to everyone. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Zacian, just go to the middle.
I feel like they did have that plan in mind, Nightera, but the second you said it, they changed it up, right? That's why they've sent
so much. I feel so validated right now.
Instead,
But I'm very strong in invade. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, Aegislash going straight for that invade. They could pick up that blue buff. I think they're definitely going to before Mimikyu manages to get there. They want to continue with grabbing the rest of it, and I don't know if this is a good decision against a Mimikyu at the moment. I feel like it does have the better advantage, even if you do have that defense.
Ooh, a very nice waste of time here. Very nicely done. They are chasing for it here, and honestly, this is just a very interesting fight. Wow! Wow, the movement! Holy, they're wasting so much time. They're giving actually a lot of advantage coming to the top side. Look at Purity just wrapping around here, not allowing them to actually get in. That was a whole minute of like gameplay right there. Cranberry unfortunately giving that up just like that, though. They had so much advantage, only to like lose it out just like that. And Zalkira now just slowly getting stacked up to get onto the Swablues and Alterias here. The fight is ensuing here, and Zacian does take potentially 2 off of the team here. No, Mimikyu actually giving a lot of pressure coming in here.
I mean, that was crazy, buddy. Really good effort in that top lane. I honestly feel like Mimikyu is going to send their lawyer over to that Aegislash because they were breaking ankles down there. But here we go. Combusken is up. They have got that kick that they can throw that Lapras into the walls with, but it's just going to get some easy scores. They're going to pick up the citrus berries as well. We're going to have them retreat up in this top lane. Plenty of points in for this early of the game. Plenty of stacks have already gone in. We're about to hit the 8:15 mark, and it seems like Buzzwole wants to go on in. They do have the super power. And with the Mew bit giving them some assistance, they're going to fell that tree very easily.
Yeah, and it's a very good point to note here. They have a low Ninetales just kind of stuck there with no citrus berry to back as well. I don't know if this is the right call, even if, let's say, Zacian is here. They will pick up one for the side, but they have to continue to take this advantage here. Mew going to get a free base into it here, and they do manage to make it out with everyone up and running, which is a pretty good call, all same here, but they are losing a lot of EXP. I mean, look at the Mimikyu, he's able to just wrap around, and he's gonna come up slowly, hoping to pick himself up for Trevenant, maybe? No, this is not.
Not too sure on that one, buddy. Level 7 Lapras down on that bottom
Nice
lane. They are
pickup.
really cooking
control
it.
it.
Can they take the Zacian? Yes, they can. Super power is the answer. They take down the A9 as well. Mimikyu has got that healing back. They could push this pad if they want to. The 720s are coming on in. They need to grab it before that Aegis shows their attention to them, and that's what they're going to do. Hoen are cleaning up that top lane, while Lapras is doing the same in the bottom lane all alone.
9 seconds left. Let's look at the damage numbers here as well as the numbers that they're postured with here. A lot of going into level 7s here on the side of Hoen. On the other side, we're getting a little bit more stable with Pocket Rockets here, who are actually positioned to try and actually fight back against Regieleki. Nice sword coming in here. They do not pick it up for themselves as Mimikyu secures it, but the fight still ensues here as Buzzwole looking very low here. Unfortunately, the Doughblade unable to make it work. They do pick themselves up for the A9 here, following with the Mimikyu, and Zacian is kind of just left backing up with this tree here. And they need to try and take the fight with the Metal Claw, not making it work as the player continues onslaught here, but another pick out the Traveler here, not able to make it work as Regieleki pops in here, and we're gonna see a massive dunk coming in for the side of the team. But that's not just all, because Hoen were actually taking objectives here. They will actually pick themselves out the Reggie Steel here, all by themselves with a lone Lapras here, who was able to beat the Blaziken, who is a fire type, and now we've got a very good showing here.
Wow, buddy, you are cooking in that fight. I am excited to see your rap album drop. That was really good following that one, mate. It's so much action in this game that it is incredible to see these teams fighting it out like this. And Zacian has been caught out. They pop their Unite move on the Buzzwole to say goodbye to that Sword Doggo. They want to continue with the pressure pushing into this lane, but Hooper isn't there with them anymore. Lapras is. Mew is there to provide assistance in the backline, but they're going to back up onto their pad. Lapras is going to be able to skate around that wall and escape that overheat kick from sending them into that wall with that stun.
Well, DJ Tano has spoken his piece here as we're going to take another fight, so bring us back in.
We are, but here we go. The engage. They've got the shield up on the sword. They haven't managed to stop the stuns and get those combos that they need, but they're going to go in anyway, getting really close, but goodbye to that Aegis Slash. And the rings have been let loose. Mew pots their Unite move as well. The overheat kick is in the backline. Zacian has to back on up. This Doggo isn't going to be able to do enough. They felled the tree in the backline as well. Hoen are cooking onto this pad. They can get a nice overcap on that one. It's currently on 1 point, buddy. Can they get the Buzzwole to score? No, because Blaziken has answered. They've put up the huge defense, and there's nobody left here to put that pressure onto the pad. Mew is going to go down. They're putting some good effort in to break some ankles, but that sword is too difficult for you to escape from.
Hey, class is in session here, and there's just absolutely no way they can beat Royalty right now. Kingshu pokes them back out here as they continue to take this fight to onslaught here. Pushing the damage here, they do pick up the A9 following with the Lapras here. They have the damage to back it up here. Kingshu being invested once again here, and they're stuck in a very weird situation. The superpower coming in, not making anything work here onto the sword. The sword is just going to be felled here as they're going to see if they can continue to push themselves for another fight. With 6 seconds left onto the Reggies popping out here, we are going to see another fight ensue very quickly. Basically coming in here, dishing the damage with the Blaze Kick, and they're able to make it work here. Buzzwole going in for massive damage, but not able to get rid of the sword here. The chopping block is where it's at. Lapras going back into the fray here, if not for the fact that Mew has fell the chicken himself. And now Sovereign Blade coming out, waiting for opportunity, gets the slash here, not making it work as we do see the sword picking himself up here. Now that's the sword that the dog needs to be holding, an Aegis Slash, not the random rusty sword here. They do pick themselves onto Mew, almost making it work, getting it on and coming here. Lapras is going to take himself back into base here, a free one-way trip back, hoping to take out his team here for another fight here. Now this is going to be going with the rings unbound. It's basically going to charge us forward here, trying to make something where the CC comes in here. They do pick this off of the Aegis Slash here, and now we continue to onslaught here. The Phantom Force is being popped in and invested as they have a lot of these hyperspace holes popping back and forth. Mew pushing it back with his team here, trying to find fault with the tree. Falling it down right now. The beam is not going to be invested into the tree, but onto Blaziken, which basically saves them just by a little bit here. Once again, not falling down. Blaziken is going to be the pain, a bane of their existence, as they are all able to back away here, low on HP, and able to get back into the road, not the road, the Regieleki, as they have a strong fight going forward here. In the defense side, though, they do manage to actually drop on the 40 points here, with Lapras going to be the one casualty they're going to walk away with. If not for the fact that Regieleki is being cut off here, Tano, I think we've got quite a fight going here. 181 points secure on Hoen's side to 145.
This is ridiculous, buddy. And what a push onto that pad. Lapras really trying to put the effort in to defend it, but A9 just manages to score that 40 dunk. It is 10 points between these teams right now, Nightera. This is crazy. We have less than a minute before the big green dragon makes its way onto the field, and it seems like this Blaziken is just too tough for Hoen to take down. It gets so weak, they engage onto it, but then that overheat kick just cleans up anyone that comes to make the approach. They want to take down the Buzzwole. They push them back into the back line, and they do manage managed to do just that. If you want to deal with that Blaziken, you then have to handle that Zacian. You then have to handle the sword, and that is what Hoen is doing right now. They've managed to take down the 2. It's just the sword doggo left to defend this T1 pad. It's currently on 1 point. If they can take that one down, they're going to get a huge overcap. It's going to be 48 points going into that bottom T1 for an overcap Night Terror. They're currently taking the lead over on the side of Hoen.
13 seconds on the clock here. They do have the numbers to try and pick out this Reggie Rock here, but not the damage to turn this around here. They are kind of just postured out a little bit more forward here, and I'm not really liking this fact that this Blaziken is coming in for it. Blaziken comes in being invested here, trying to pick up the Lapras on its own here. With worse for wear here, we do see Zacian slowly picking himself out. The Lapras trade is going in, but unfortunately, this Unite move being invested, just not enough to get away here. They do lose one on the side here. Numbers advantage leading into Pocket Rockets, as now they're kind of just stuck waiting for the Rake fight to again be taken out. They do have 1 minute and 44 seconds on the clock here. They have got a lot of time to make this work, and so they should just try to slow down and evaluate the situation.
Yeah, rightly so. The difficulty they've got is that Pocket Rockets have some really good rip. When you have that A9 paired with that Zacian as well, they're going to be able to zone and they're going to be able to rip. Really good effort putting damage onto that Aegis/Soda, but they have managed to put up that shield to stop themselves from getting KO'd. We have got the rings unbound. A nice beam coming on in there. Here comes the Mew Unite just to protect their team from accepting any damage, but the Sovereign Sword is there to answer, and they've managed to take down that Mew. They've got to take down the rest of Hoen right now. It is Pocket Rockets all the way. It's just the Hooper left. Can they do enough to secure this? It's a Quadra coming out from that Zacian. Is it going to be enough? They take it down the Hooper, baby. This is going to be a lock-in on the Big Green Dragon. Pocket Rockets can score these Hundo Burgers in. They will be able to take this first game. 50 seconds left, Night Terror. I don't think they're going to be able to do enough and score enough points to win this back.
It's going to be a really rough one all the same here. They don't have a lot of points, especially since they've just got KO'd here. The entire team fell. There was an ace, and they're going to have to go back at it again. 30 seconds on the clock here. With a little bit of extra time to spare, I really don't think there's a chance they can make this 200 points back.
No, neither do I. It's
they
such
do have a Lapras Express, though.
But they're going to choo-choo that down to that T2 pad, but I don't think they're going to be able to score the points to do it. That's the difficulty they've got. There's so many points between them right now. They've got 15 seconds. We're going to see Hooper just try and get on there to score some, but A9's here to stop you, and I just don't think Hoen are going to be able to come back from this that quickly. What a fight that was, though. Pocket Rockets knew that they had the rip. They just had to take down the really important Mons over on the side of Hoen and then just go for that Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, I did say it. I've got no comments for the other side of Hoen's composition here. Pocket Rockets definitely had my vote locked in from their team composition, and now we're definitely seeing this one come to fruition here. Pocket Rockets picking themselves out the first match for today, and they're going to see if they can continue to take a second one here to push themselves up the brackets. And so, let's take a look at the stats.
Yeah, I mean, 71k coming in from not only the Zacian, but also the Blaziken over there. Look at the damage that they dropped on that Lapras, though. They were demanding that bottom lane Night Terror over on the side of Hoen. I think they played fantastically well. A lot of those objectives, though, did go to the side of Hoen, but it's just that Big Green Dragon that's a really important one. And, of course, it was Pocket Rockets that locked that down.
I really want to call to attention as well, the Aegislash was running EXP share, and it's going to be a crazy one to say the least. You know, we've always thought that Aegislash is a Pokemon that, you know, has like an all-rounder advantage, right? Like, hey, switch to attack form, switch to defense form. But then we see this EXP share here, and I've got to be really honest with you. Honestly, at some point, I think all of us realize Secret Sword is a greater move than Shadow Claw, not because it has like a better like move utility damage, but like just that one knockup. Honestly, the investment is great. You have the King Shoe as well to just push them back and get a little bit more CC. A very niche use case, I'll be honest. But with a Unite move like that, I can see why you pick it up.
Yeah, I think Aegislash is a niche mon to play in tournaments at the moment. As you mentioned when they picked it up, it's just in a weird position right now, and you don't see a lot of it. And they took the EXP share down with it as well. But honestly, it was just Zacian and Blaziken that were able to just do enough in that battle as the all-rounders to really be the decider. The good Unite move from the Aegislash for the Secures, though, was a really good shout. And yeah, Pocket Rockets were absolutely cooking in that one.
Yeah, and also big shout outs to DJ Tano and myself, DJ Nitera. You know, if you guys actually clipped our VODs, please let us know. We would like to sign it for you. Do not worry, we've got you. But yes, I think the next pickup here we will be seeing is going to be a Pikachu. I think a very strong lineup again. Pikachu, one of the stronger picks in the meta right now. We also have the DJ skin for it, so very fitting if you actually pick it up for us. But I feel like they've just got a lot to work with the Electro Ball right now, right? We did see Mew
Yeah.
come into play with the beams and Electro Ball, but I feel like you want something more solid. Definitely it's gotta be Pikachu. That Thunderstorm also homing onto it. There's just no way you're avoiding damage for Pikachu.
No, and I think this is why Pikachu is just a fan favorite right now. I know everybody is fed up of dealing with it in solo queue, and I agree with you. I'm a huge
It's a
Pikachu fan.
brainless Pokemon. It's two buttons.
It is, but it's so viable in a tournament, buddy. The Unite move is so important. The changes where it's dropping the damage on 2 Mons right now. Of course, they also changed the FX on it, and I'm a huge fan of it. It looks really cool.
It's a point-and-click Pokemon. No, it's not even point-and-click. It's just mash and go.
I mean,
it's so good.
I mean, yeah, it's so easy to get a lot out of it, though, right? Whether you're going for the Volt Tackle and the Electro Ball, or whether you're going for the Mage build, it's so easy to get so much out of Pikachu. It gives you fantastic early game. The Unite move is consistent throughout the entirety of the game on how well it works in team fights. So I'm surprised you don't see that. It's so fast charged. You're going to be getting at least 3 to 4 Unite moves in this game easily from that Pikachu.
Right. Honestly, what's stopping you from running a Shell Bell, maybe a Unite Amplifier, and then like just a choice specs? What's stopping you?
Yeah, 100%. Buddy, how intense was that game, though? We're going into game 2 right now. I feel like I need to go get another cup of tea shortly because that was insane.
You can go get it. You can go get it. All right, we're going to take a short break here into the ban phase. We don't need to talk about this. We all know what the bans are.
It's so true. I mean, Blissey coming on in from Pocket Rockets. I feel like it's just going to be a repeat of the previous game, buddy.
Guys, if you're not banning Blaziken, there's really no point talking about this. We're going to see the Mirai... Yay, look. Whoa, it's Miraidon getting banned again. Who would have thought?
Is this going to be Umbreon?
Oh, wow. We're looking really good today.
Mate, I feel like we need to go open our own store telling the future.
Yeah.
It works. We've got this, right? We're dropping a rap album. We're opening up a store telling the future. I tell you, buddy, we're
going to rap fortunes for people. That's all I'm saying. Whoa, did they pick the Pikachu? Like, wow.
Now they're teasing you on purpose,
yeah,
right?
Now they're teasing me on purpose.
What's going to be the first lock-in, though? It is the first pick. Mewtwo White.
Hey, no way. Yeah.
Okay. And now the world makes sense again.
Yeah, the world makes sense again. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, you can't lie to me.
Mimikyu and Trevenant over on the side of Pocket Rockets.
You know what? Pick Mewtwo X. I dare one of you to do it.
A double, triple padlock dare you to pick up Mewtwo X.
No,
they're going to go for the Y instead.
No balls. Come on. That's right. I said it on cast. I called the players out.
Ooh, I like it. Fighting talk coming in from Night over there. The Mamoswine picked up as well. We actually haven't seen any of that. It used to be the go-to defender until these recent changes came in this patch, Night over. So they're actually going to go for the Mamoswine now.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Machan come into play here. Mamoswine also a very nice one. I mean, winter buffs, right? Winter buffs. As well as we're going to see how they're going to pair this up here. With Mamoswine, definitely can see a lot of the Ice types come up into play here. Glaceon coming in with the Ice Cold Spears, as well as we do see a little bit of a long-range menace coming in from Mew with a little bit of support here. I'm feeling a little bit shaky on the side of Hoen. They're again investing in the fact that they don't need proper heals here and many supports. I'm hoping it's going to be a Trick Hoopa instead of the Hyperspace Hole, and maybe we can see a little bit more, but man, Ghatlue is going to be happy seeing Cranberry onto that Greedent. Like, man.
I feel like it's a respect pick being on Ghatlue's channel, right? Of course, that's what you want to do. But the last time we saw Triple Attacker, it didn't quite work, Nightera. It was good throughout the game, but they ended up losing the game in the previous set because it just didn't do enough when it came to defending a pad.
You really need to defend if you can kill all of their side first before they get to the pad. And I feel like that logic's not entirely wrong here, but I have to give it to the side of Pocket Rockets once again. Composition a little bit more finicky here. It's not as solid as Hoen. I have to give it to them, but I have a feeling that this Machamp ingredient, who's just going to be so mobile running around the field, is going to give them a little bit of time to, you know, grab a few good knockups here, CCs, and, well, that's all she wrote from there. So let's see if that's going to be the case.
I hope Machamp goes for submission because I want to scream John Cena in this game. So I'm hoping
you can
for
see me.
I'm hoping for it, buddy. We have been seeing a lot of submission Machamp coming in the recent tournaments. So I think that's where it's going to go. Will we see the Mimikyu take the jungle? We have been seeing a lot of Machamp taking the jungle recently, but of course, it's not that bad in the top lane. It does quite a lot of damage. It's got some good crit, so we're just about to find out here, Naito. We're going into game 2. Pocket Rockets taking the first one against Hoen.
Again, you know my picks here for today, but let's see if they'll be defied by the laws of everything else in this world that wants to see me fail. Alright, as we do pick itself up here, Hoen is going to go for a potential invade with the Swine Up. Going into the back lines here, we are going to see a return invade with the Machamp. A very good call out onto the Hoopa here, who's going to be able to catch himself back out with the Eevee, but well, this Swine Up is also going to get called out.
Yeah, they weren't able to pick up the red buff, so that's going to give it to the side of that Mimikyu. Really important for them. This Machop, though, buddy, they are so weak. They're running into the Flux Zone. They're coming back into the jungle. The Glaceon is there. This is a battle of the ages. I think the Glaceon is going to take it with those spears. Wasted quite a bit of time, though. It was a while before anyone's got into the lane. We've got 4 points on the board for Pocket Rockets, but this Swinub really wants to cause some chaos for that Phantom. They are falling on down, though. We do have to freeze coming on in. That freeze is huge from that A9 from the early.
A very big breath moment here as we do see how they're going to continue to take this advantage, pushing it back here. A lot of damage being dished out onto our little Squirtle. He's unable to make it back out of there with a little bit of HP to spare, fortunately, but they're going to push it into the Swablu's Altaria here as we do see Mimikyu make a pick up here. Now Mewtwo going in forcefully, trying to make something work here and going into his Mega Form, almost picking themselves out with a knockout. A nice block coming for the Phantom here, which is a great opportunity for them to continue to seize the opportunity to pick themselves out a few more little camps here.
Yeah, we do need to see more coming out of that Machop right now. They need to go grab some experience. They need to get to that Machoke at the very least. Mimikyu's trying to clean up onto that Swinub. It's the A9 that takes it down. They say goodbye to Glaceon, but the Mew is there to provide assistance alongside that Mewtwo. Why? That was an easy pickup for them, but this game is actually incredibly even right now. We just need to see a bit more of the evolutions on the side of Pocket Rockets, to be honest, Night Terror, because Hoenn do have the extra levels.
Yeah, I mean, right now the numbers are kind of even, actually. 30 to 14 here. They have a lot of damage coming in. Wow, that was a crazy A9 call here. Not sure if that was the correct call here, but look at that. Tremblin going down for the counter to the Mega Mewtwo as well. Not too sure if that's a good call. Now another one bites the dust here with Mew going down for the counter to the Shadow Claw, pushing back here. Shadow Sneak push, dashing it back against the Icicle Spears here. Almost picking himself out for one, but of course, Power Swipe makes it back. No, actually picks it out on the Glaceon and turns it around. Now we have a fearful man running away here on his two little hind legs, trying to make it out. Nicely done. This Machoke is not going to choke himself up right there at the very start of this next Swablu and Altarias.
Yeah, they are running, and they be running quick, but they're running the wrong way up the Flux Zone. Hoopa isn't able to pick them up, though. Here's the fight for these mid birds in the lane. Greedent being an absolute nuisance. Ghatlue would be proud, but they do eventually fall down. Some nice points going into this top lane from Pocket Rockets, though. They're going to answer with 66, but of course that T1 getting broken down on that bottom side. Or not quite broken yet. There we go. It's gone. 100 points on the board for Hoenn. These Regis have spawned. The Registeel's getting weak, but it's the choke that steals it away. It's John Cena cleaning up that one, buddy. They go down in return. That Lecky gets pushed on into Hoenn's T1 pad. They continue pushing. Can they score these points? The beam comes in from the Mew, but they don't have the springboard just yet. Pillorswine going on in with that eject button, or they're at least going to try and
can't see him.
But there we go. Nice clean up for Hoenn. 127 points on the board, though, for Pocket Rockets. What a battle that has been.
And the spear continues to go through here. We do see a cross check coming in here, but damage flying out as we do see a Solar Beam pick themselves out. Mimikyu going back with the Shadow Sneak here, trying to make something work. The Shadow Claw not making it work with a little bit of HP left to spare. Does at least get the 40 here, and Greedent will potentially pick it out with a little bit of a belly blast here. A little barf action, if you say so myself.
So true. We have got a Horn Leech on that Trevenant. The Mewtwo Y is doing a great job at just keeping at a distance and avoiding the CC that's coming their way. It seems like John Cena wants to come on back in with that cross chop, but they have got a lot of damage put onto them. They're 1 HP in a dream. The Hooper doesn't want to let them escape. They are going to be able to, though. Look at that. They've popped the X speed, but the Mimikyu was able to cut that one off. Hooper having to hop on back, and that Machoke is going to get away with a ridiculously low HP bar.
Ooh, let's see how this one maxes themselves out here. Let's look at numbers 141 to 142. We are going to 5-minute mark here across the board. We have high 9s onto Hoen and Pocket Rockets. We have high 10s. Actually, the only one going down very low here is going to be our lone Macho, who needs to get to the Machamp. So this is going to be an interesting one here. Starting the fight here, Mewtwo is going to slowly check himself out here with his Mega Gauge just a little bit. Hopefully, you just want to start a fight. They have 10 seconds going down into the bottom Reggie here. They are going to position themselves for the Reggie Lecky on the side of Pocket Rockets here, which I really like here, especially since they have the level advantage.
Yeah, I agree. There's 1 point between these teams right now, although that Machoke's going to score that one. The 18 points going in. This is a ridiculously close game, and the pressure has been evaluated in both lanes right now, Night Terror. They're getting the Lecky on the side of Pocket Rockets. They're getting the bottom Reggie on the side of Hoen. They want to push this T2 and score some points on both sides. That Mewtwo is going down there to do the same with the Glaceon. The rings have been let loose here. They've got the CC and the damage. We do see that Mammoth going in, and they're going to let the high house power do the damage. The Mammoth Mash dropping the CC. Mew has to pop their Unite move just to keep their team from getting this damage, but Mimikyu said, hey buddy, come play with me. They stop them from being able to utilize that Unite move anymore. The Greedent just belching over anyone that comes in their direction, but it does look like Hoenn are going to be able to defend this pad. Machamp is finally on the field. They've hit Jim. They've got those gains. They've now got the forearms to cause the damage that they need to do.
Ooh, it's not over just yet. This Mewtwo looking very low here, but getting caught off by the Glaceon here. Mewtwo finishing it off with a little bit of a psychic energy, pushing it back here. Trevenant's on the top side here. We do see Hoopa trying to drop in a few more points for himself, but no, it's just going to be stopped out here. Inline getting some damage onto the Mewtwo here. Damage being tacked on here might actually be very significant as we're looking into another fight potentially here, as the entire team is going to respond here. Shadow Stick into a very good position, could actually take this fight into it. Trevenant pushing back with his entire team here, trying to hold them back. They might be able to actually pick themselves up onto this Hoopa here, who's going to be able to dash back in just a bit here, but no, not to no avail here. We do see Glaceon going down to the Mimikyu, like I said here, just dashing in with the Shadow Stick here. Basically, the Shadow Stick here, they are not going to make it work here. Submission does pick itself out to Mew here, locking itself up for another KO. Nice CC coming in from the Machamp as they push him back here. Last one standing. The Hoopa is unable to respond on its own. They get the dunk here, pushing it back down. They also have Hyperspace Hold just to give them a little bit more advantage to push to the bottom side. They might actually get a fat drop into the 50 here. If not for the Mammoth, he's able to push him back with the Ice Pack here. Now push back here is going to be the Horn Leech. Push back again is going to be that Horn Leech again. Now this Mammoth going for the Ice Pack, trying to push that damage down. He's not going to let him Mimikyu run away. Slowly trying to make it worse. Submission pushing him back here. This fat Mammoth is going to be slammed down here with the Laser Beam to finish this one off. 11 dunk into this one, and they are able to continue this onslaught. 10. This is an over dunk of 5, and this kind of just wraps it up for them here. Scoreline here, they have the advantage from that 110 drop here to 218 to 215 on Hoen.
It's ridiculous. One team scores 1, the other does the same. It's so close in this game. We're 30 seconds away from Rayquaza. There's so many yellow dots over on the side of Hoen. They're going to grab all of those. If they do grab that bottom Reggie, 20 seconds away from this Rayquaza. We're getting a rip onto the Lecky here from Pocket Rockets. They do have the A9 there. The Trevenant and that Machamp is going to be able to lock this one in, but it's only going to go towards that T2. I feel like Hoen are going to make the decision to just go for the Rayquaza. Ignore that Lecky. They're getting themselves into a pretty aggressive position here. Night Terror and Pocket Rockets haven't quite got in the position they want to be in. Greedent's coming on in. The Machamp is there. They pop that submission. They've got a booster coming into them from the Mew. The Green Dragon is on the field. Of course, that Lecky was let in. A9, though, they're not quite there. Greedent looks like they want to go score that Hundo Burger, and it is such a close game that will make a huge difference. But in return, of course, Trevenant's gone down. Glaceon with the rip, and they're going to push onto this Rayquaza to do just that. They popped the
hero time.
And I think this is it. They're going all out, buddy. This is plus ultra, but it's the A9 that takes the Rayquaza. Pocket Rockets have just done enough to take the Green Dragon off the field, and the rest of Hoenn, it's just the Mewtwo Y alive. It's an ace. Pocket Rockets are going to be your winner of this set.
Did you not see what I said? It was hero time. Machamp Tennyson went in for the fight here, giving a strong engage to let it all out. And now we push back into it here. We are going to see a lot of different things happen back and forth here. Definitely it's going to be very, very interesting to say the least here. I love seeing this match here. It was quick, simple, easy on this one. Pocket Rockets picking themselves a 2-0 here against Hoen, who really had something going for them. Just wasn't very solid. In fact, I think this was the team composition that I felt like definitely had a little bit more going for them, but it was just not it against them.
I mean, look how close that game was, buddy. It was ridiculously close.
Way too
Hoenn
close.
really were putting the hammer down onto Pocket Rockets, but they were just smart enough to answer. I've got to say, one of my favorite moments cast in Pokemon Unite is screaming John Cena in the middle of the game and you
Da, da,
answering
da,
with that theme
da!
tune. Absolute joy to watch, absolute joy to cast. That
Someone
was a
clip that, I hope. Someone
Clip
did.
that. Send it our way, please.
Right. Now, of course, as we're done here, it's time for us to not be seen as well. You can't see us as we're going to go to a short break and bring you guys the third match for today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here for this next set of action in the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown. If you want anyone to blame for us having to stand up here, let's go, Ghatlue. It is the mod right you in that chat. And yeah, we've got an exciting bit of action coming into this one, Ninetera, have we not? It's going to be Pocket Rockets against the Olyo squad.
And that's fantastic because we just saw Pocket Rockets in action here, and now we've got a good mix of what's going on. And so, when you see how Pocket Rockets really actually executed their plan and made it work, we now have a great idea of how our opponents were going to go into this, because Pocket Rockets won, which means right now they're facing the winners of a exact different match. They're going into the quarterfinals. So, let's see how this is going to pan out here. What are your thoughts? But before that, Ghatlue, welcome with us onto the belly cam.
I'm just saying, like, they picked Green, they won. I mean, I think this is like just showcasing what we are going to see in the United Championship Series. So hopefully we see more Green. And I'm surprised they won against a really good team, right? They can be proud of themselves.
That they did. Pocket Rockets were absolutely cooking in that one, chat. They really had a plan and they went into it straight away. Of course, we were a huge fan of the Greedent coming out as well, buddy. And it did honestly feel like Hoen were on the back foot for quite a bit of that, but it was such a closely contested game, Ninetera. And it is not a surprise that they're going to feel really confident coming into this next battle against a Limpo squad, though. So can they continue with this aggression? I'm not quite sure, buddy, but you tell me, what do you think we're going to get picked into this game? Will we see some more of that Greedent coming on in? I don't know.
Yeah, I really think so too, but I'm more interested in this matchup of rock, paper, scissors we're having. You know, it's very interesting to see how, because Leafeon isn't coming into the match here, and because when you don't see Leafeon, right, there's not a lot of very strong counters coming into it. You have to find replacement substitutes coming in from the fact that you have to play with Zoroark, maybe something a little bit more tanky pushing in with Zacians. And so then we have a cycle of that happens. Let's pick out something that's a little bit more long range. We have the Venusaurs, we have our Mews, we have our Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo's. And so there's a lot of things going out in front line for this, and I'd love to see how this dynamic actually works around. And that's why the rock, paper, scissors happen. So, that being said though, I really want to hear your thoughts on this, Ghatlue. Who do you think is gonna win?
I think it depends a little bit on like the momentum. Like, they just beat a really good team, and I think they are confident. So it depends on like if they find like an angle. I do think submission Machamp is kind of annoying to play when you play Greedent. So, I mean, I hope that the Greedent players is gonna win. So, I'm gonna defend.
I agree. Do you think we have been stood up for long enough?
Real talk, no.
I think it's been more than a minute. That was the redeem.
Time is relative, and I'm enjoying myself.
I mean, we are in a democracy. I feel like if two of us vote to sit down, it has to come on down. And, you know, although I am enjoying the headless cams, it's a good one. Let's see what's going to happen in this next game, though. What we have seen a lot of, though, Ghatlue, is Zacian. And Zacian has been cooking in this tournament already. They can do so much with that sword coming on in and causing the rip. So good. We've seen a lot of Metal Claw Zacian as well, though, Ghatlue. We usually see that Sacred Sword. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I've been spamming a lot of Zacian as well in preparation for LIC. And I think that Metal Claw is just the better move. But it is very skill intense, while Sacred Sword did get nerfed and is like a little bit worse than Metal Claw, but it's easier to play. So Metal Claw is a very skill intense move set.
Dominating is what that Zacian has been doing. Ninetera is having an absolute blast. Just, chat, so you're aware, it's about 3 a.m. for Ninetera right now. They are currently pumped up on caffeine coming into it. 3:07, pumped up on the caffeine. The energy is real, and it is coming out for the entirety of this tournament. So we're getting prepared for this next game. Pocket Rockets versus a Limpo squad. I don't think anybody expected Pocket Rockets to take Hoen out of that and send them down to that loser's bracket. So my kind of thoughts are with Pocket Rockets continuing that aggression that they've been doing so well.
And I really feel like maybe we have a good shot at seeing, where Pocket Rocket comes from. I'm not too sure like what's going on there. But I feel that there's a chance people will actually turn this around. Pocket Rocket's a really strong thing, coming into this, and I'm not really, I don't really have a good idea on the team as a whole, and so we have to really wait and see how this pans out. So one of the things I'm really excited to see is whether we can get a good idea of the drafts early on. So that's where I'm gonna stand in all of this.
I feel like we have been stood up for long enough now, so.
Well, you have been sitting up long enough. No, the game's not ready yet.
Prepared.
I feel like we have more to come out, right?
I mean, if we're gonna continue stood like this until the game is ready, let's continue. Hey, buddy, I'm down to play. It's a Pokemon Unite tournament, and I am always down for the action, and that's exactly what Pocket Rockets were doing. We haven't seen Olympus Squad on the stream yet, but
yeah, we haven't.
They've obviously witnessed these players and how well they play, and here we go. I can now take a seat. Thank God for that.
Wait, are we not standing and casting? Wasn't the 1 minute to stand and cast, not to stand and host?
If you're telling me that I have just been stood for a solid 3 minutes hosting for no reason, I'm gonna go cry.
I'm not saying it was for no reason. We've got good entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, at least you enjoyed it, buddy. That's the main thing. But here we go. We're going into this game 1. Pocket Rockets Olympus Squad. They're continuing with that Darkrai ban. It is currently just a wide ban across the board, but I think
it's a bad ban, guys. Just ban Blaziken. God. Alright, yeah, ban Miraidon. What a spectacular match we're having.
Yeah, I think they're just preparing for coming into UCS and expecting to ban that mon, right?
I'll call it. I'll say it. Boring.
Believe it or not, these tournaments are fantastic practice for these teams as UCS is about to kick off. Grimslake picking up that Trevenant. I feel like Pocket Rockets utilize that Trevenant quite a bit.
I do feel like there is some level of Trevenant gameplay being going on. In fact, a lot of the games that we're seeing right now, Trevenant has been a very key factor as to how they turn this around. And so as we carry on to see that though, one other thing we're going to see a lot of is Hoopa. Again, Hoopa's utility is unrivaled when it comes to the competitive scene because of its ability. And that's just something you can't really get in any other Pokemon. That's the ability to be at almost 2 places at once, so to speak.
Yeah, rightly so. They're going to pick up the A9 again over on the side of Pocket Rockets. We're seeing that so much coming into this tournament. Same with the Lapras. Is it going to be your best buddy there? I don't think so. I think they're just going to try and tease you.
No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Ooh, they do go for the greeting though.
You can't hurt me. You can't hurt me. I never believed.
I mean, I did, but they upset me with that one. I do like the Espeon pick, though. Espeon was cooking in the previous set that we saw at Night Air, dropping 95k damage with that stored power Psybeam. Fantastic lock-in, but it looks like Eternal may get access to this Absol. Absol, when you hit your crits, it's an EX mon. It's ridiculously strong.
And I'm going to just say it here. I have experienced one of the best Absols coming into the scene, which unfortunately I don't think he's active anymore, and his name's called Reeboks. He's from my region, coming in from Southeast Asia, and I have to be real with you here. This is an amazing Pokemon if you just want to go snowballing all the way. Absol definitely has a niche in the meta here, and I guess the biggest issue in running Absol as your 5th pick is that you literally have like technically 2 targets, and one of them technically is they have the ability to like stun you, right? And that's Espeon, right? So your only target is really Hoopa, and I'm not sure if that's a good call in an overall scenario with T-Tar, Lapras, and of course Greedent, who's not only tanky but running around.
And if you have a look, buddy, Godzilla is going to be let loose in this battle. Olympus Squad have locked that one in, and they really want to try to clean up against that Blaziken and Mimikyu.
Right, so let's take a look at how this one's gonna pan out here. We're gonna go forward to seeing if they can make it work here. Once again, Cranberry is onto the Blaziken, a very key Pokemon to see, but we are gonna see if we can hover over ZMTS and Eternal, who are actually running 2 of the more interesting Pokemons for today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Eternal's going to cook on Absol. I feel like every time I witness it in a tournament, it does exactly that. It cooks, buddy. So it's going to be an interesting one. Pocket Rockets are, of course, coming off a massive win against Hoen. They're going to be feeling really confident as they come into this game against Olympo squad. But, of course, you need to be prepared for anything coming your way, which is so difficult to do in Pokemon Unite.
Right. Now, of course, I really feel like I'm going to have to give this one to Pocket Rockets here for the interesting picks here. The Absol is going to be quite devastating when it comes to getting the early game Lavatar here. We're going to hopefully see if that could really turn the tide, or even onto the Eevee. So if that is the case, we might see a very strong play coming in for the side of Pocket Rockets. Having such strong early game as well as Blaziken for the late game could be something interesting.
Look at this invade. Squavit and Hooper just causing chaos for the Absol, but they grab that buff. They continue with the rotation through the jungle, so it's not going to waste too much time for Pocket Rockets. I like that decision. The Lavatar's having a bit of fun in that bottom lane. They are getting pretty weak there, though. They have backed up onto that pad, and Phantom putting some pressure onto the Espeon. They do have access to that stored power, though, but if they can get close enough, that will be a good KO for them, but they've managed to get into that flux zone. They're going to go for those that farm that's up there, but I don't think they're going to get away from this one.
Oh, this is going to be rough here. They do pick themselves out of Citrus Berry, which buys them a little bit more time here, but Phantom is in such a precarious position, buying extra needed time for them to actually pick out the Swablues and the Alterias. Nicely done here. They cannot contest against this, which means they can actually try and see if they can push for an advantage here onto the pad. They are a little low level, but Lapras can step up for a short, brief moment. They might be able to take the damage in here, pushing it back here. The damage goes onto Squova here for the first one, Lapras on the second, and they turn it back for the third one onto Espeon. This is an amazing fight going forward here, doing an additional 40 points worth of dunk.
I mean, Absol, but it's swish swash goodbye the rest of the team, just wiping them out. It's fantastic, is that Mon. They do dive over that wall to get away from that Perish Song from the Lapras, and it does feel like Pocket Rockets are continuing the aggression that they've done in the previous set. 105 points to 21. We're about to see these mid-birds spawning, and it does seem like Pocket Rockets are the more prepared team for them to do just that. They do have that Lapras coming on down, but of course they're going to throw that Psycho Cut onto it. Oh, they were so close to picking up Eternal in that execution range, buddy, but the side shock from the Espeon's going to keep that Lapras alive, but as expected, all of that mid farm is going to go to the side of Pocket Rockets.
The Swablu and Alterias are paid actors for Pocket Rockets here, trying to pretend that they were on the side of Olympus squad. Man, so low HP and just did not go down to their auto attack.
Nah, paid actors 100% of the way. Greedent is up. They can be an annoyance, but they do have the answer with Pocket Rockets. They've got the CC. They've got the Mimikyu. They don't have that Trevenant online just yet over on Olympo squad. We're not expecting it to be online probably until we hit just past this 7-minute mark. They need to grab all of this experience to do just that, buddy. And it does seem like Pocket Rockets are going to try and control this top lane. Greedent coming on in as they are going to be able to get out, but they can break this pad and get a nice overcap.
It's going to be really close for them here as they do take the damage onto the overheat. This Pupitar is just in such a precarious position. They're going to try to take this fight here, but a nice teleport back into base here, and it looks like they're going to be in for a rough one. On top side here, they've already got the Regieleki pushing for advantage here, 138 points, and they're going to opt to just continue to push the advantage. I mean, what can they possibly do against a Midnight Slash as well as Mimikyu's time to play with me, right? Shadowsea coming in here, they are going to dish the damage onto that, and again, a massive boost into that. Greedent's coming in here, he's going to be in a weird position as well as they go for it here. They also pick this out into the Reggie Ice here from the Blaziken, and that's why he's such a menace. They're able to continue to dunk the points as well, and now they're in such a leading position, a dominant fashion as well. I don't really know how Olympus squad can actually really come back from this right now, other than to really get their T-Tar out of here. It's just going to be the Kaiju of the day.
Yeah, and I like the decision from the Pupitar to go grab that farm. They know that Pocket Rockets are all over their side of the field. They need to become Godzilla, and they need to do that quick. So they're going to go grab these buffs from Pocket Rockets. A great decision by them, but they just need to make sure they stay in this game for the late game to matter. 241 points to 21 right now. They can't pick up the Absol. Look at that! Absolutely deleted the health bar of Greedent, buddy. That should be illegal.
Ryan, let's go for it. They highly have the T-Tar here, but is it too late? The Sand Stream is being activated here, but a little bit of an ice damage coming through here and does a super effective amount of CC.
I just can't believe how much of that health bar got deleted on that Creedon. Insane. But here we go. Bottom lane, Blazerkin pushing onto them. Hooper isn't able to go down. They've got the health. They pick up the citrus berries. But yet again, Absol's here to clean on up. Eternal, they do manage to dodge that Psychic Solaire with the Midnight Slash. 2 KO for them. They're going to fell the Godzilla yet again. A triple KO for Absol. I feel like they've got probably about 10 KOs now already.
And that's going to be an insanely big problem, right? I don't really know how they can possibly turn this run back into their favor here, as they're going to continue to take this fight into it. They've already invaded into the side of the central area, which means they're in a very big no-no zone. And they have access to Regieleki, which is going to be straight into their central goal zone. And I don't know about you, but do you know how the central goal zone works? Because once that Regieleki goes in, it is infinite scoring session for him.
Oh yeah, just you can score until the end of the game, right? It just doesn't go. Instant access to all of those points going on in, and they seem to want to push it. That's going to give them a great advantage because they're going to have another Lecky spawn in before we have Rayquaza Nitera. That's going to be a win condition for Pocket Rockets. They're going to continue to push this. The difficulty they've got is they don't want to give away the experience. A9 going on down. They're going to be able to pick up the Mimikyu. This is the difficulty of feeling really confident and pushing stuff that you shouldn't necessarily do because you do give over those experience with those KOs.
On one hand, I'm very excited to see them really push for it though. On the other hand, that was definitely not a good push. Remember, with each healing coming in from the pads here, the further they are in the other side, or rather the closer they are to the spawn, it's going to be a lot stronger in terms of the shielding and healing that you get from them. And so you really want to be very careful in pushing them in. They definitely had the levels, just not at 15 yet. Like, that's not something they should try and force. They did not give away Absol though, let's be fair here. So they have a chance to turn this around, and they're slowly picking back EXP to turn this back. Absol's still highest level here at 2 level gap, so we might still be able to actually continue this lead at 284 points.
Yeah, they just need to make sure they're engaging as a 5. They do fell Blaziken there. We're going to see the Snow Globe coming out from the A9. It's not going to be able to do enough, though. It didn't even do any damage to that T-Tar or the Hooper. And it's just going to be consistent damage coming in from the Limpo squad. We do see the Midnight Slash coming out from the Absol, but it's Espeon that cleans them up. 20-second spawn timer. They get that 40 dunk in. Goodbye, T1. Trevenant's trying to do whatever they can to stop the aggression, but they do fell the tree. 15 seconds on this Lecky in the top lane, Nitera. Pocket Rockets are getting prepared for it, but they have to show to a Limpo squad, and they're going to get some XP while they rotate up to that lane.
Yeah, right now it's going to be a little bit close if they actually get their numbers together, but again, the Absol is just not ready with them. And this could be the one key opportunity you can take this out. Olympus squad needs to actually respond right now. They do have a basic overheat here, so they have to be very careful here. Regieleki slowly going down, and this is going to be it. The pickup here going in for it. Unfortunately, looks like his Greedon's unable to make it work. It's not Ghatlue, unfortunately, so this is going to be a little bit of a tough situation while they're pushing back in. We see Absol going in for the back lines here. Almost pick out onto the Lapras here, but on the other side, Barry is going to go down here. And we are seeing Regieleki, our dear old buddy, going to walk down this lane.
Yeah, and this is it. Olympus squad now have to answer that Lecky. Pocket Rockets have gone on back 10 seconds before the Green Dragon is on the field. Look at the aggression from Pocket Rockets. They're prepared for it. Hooper is the one that's going to defend this Lecky, while the rest of Olympus squad are going to have to run in and do something. We have a rip coming in from Pocket Rockets, buddy. They've got A9. They've got the Absol. It's going to go. Psychic Solaire is going to do enough, but no, it's Blaziken, the god of secure. Overheat kick taking that one, and that's going to be Pocket Rockets taking game 1 with just aggression from the get-go. Olympus squad put up the white flag, and they're going to give that one to Pocket Rockets.
Ooh, and this is really a fun one to say the least here. It was a beautiful match all the same, because Pocket Rockets definitely had a lot going for them early on with the Absol, and it continued to snowball so well here. And even that little slip up, they didn't let Eternal go down, which allowed them to continue their lead so well. And so you gotta give it to them. This is a strong one to say the least. But that's not to say that Cranberry didn't do well, or Pooty didn't do well as well. I mean, they definitely had their role to play in all of this, but are we lying to ourselves if we say that Eternal wasn't the one that really hard carried the game here? And
I mean, yeah, They did, buddy. I mean, hey, 57k damage, but they were locking in the secure on those KOs. They were wiping out health bars. They were doing so much. Like that Absol was an absolute treat for Pocket Rockets, and I feel like that is why they ended up being so dominant. But I got to say, they did pair it quite well with the Blaziken. Really well, really good team synergy from Pocket Rockets, and this is how they are managing to win in this tournament so far. Right, we saw them have fantastic Rayquaza fights against Hoen in the previous set. And it's that synergy that teams just can't quite break from Pocket Rockets yet.
And I agree. And this is how you win the hearts of the audience.
It is.
It truly is a marvel.
I feel like what production should do is move my camera on top of your camera so that then your
Oh my god! You know what? Sure, I'll let it happen. Make it happen.
We love to have some fun.
Yeah, I love to torture like production. Like they have to make like things on the fun. There we go. Oh wait, my god! Wow.
Oh wait, other way.
You pull out. I pull out. I'll pull out.
You to me. Yeah, you pull out. There we go. This is incredible. What more could you? Not only are we having amazing Pokemon Unite action chat, but you have the Tano Terror that has evolved on your screen. We're back.
Are you afraid?
Be afraid.
Fear me.
That was fantastic. What was also fantastic was Pocket Rockets, buddy. I don't know if there's a team here that can beat these with the way that they're playing. They are so aggressive and it works so well for them. I don't know if anyone can fell them at this moment.
You know what's equally scary? The monetization of Pokemon TCG Pocket.
Here we go. Let's get serious, chat. This is going to get deep. Come on, Nightera, tell us about it.
Yeah. If you imagine Absol just, racking up bills, dollar bills, I mean, look at it from for Pokemon TCG Pocket, right? You're pulling packs open and you see like the one card you want, and now you need to get 2 copies of the card. But then you open up their EX variant, and you're like, okay, so I got Zard, and Zard sucks, but Zard EX has like a 3 energy attack with 1 slash, and so he's not exactly useless if he burns himself out with Crimson Storm. And so then you kind of be like, all right, so Zard EX is good. Then you realize he has a full art version, and you're like, I gotta start pulling packs, and you start to pull packs because you need their timers to reduce, and you start getting the hourglass to go over and over, and then you realize after getting 2 that there is a golden Charizard, and you have to open that because that's the highest rarity card you can get in the pack, and you now get 2. On top of that, you can apparently get flares for each card, which you need to open multiple copies of a card, so you need multiple copies of a golden Charizard to get the flares, and then it looks even cooler than the original card.
Oh, so I really want the flares, right? But you need to get the cards to be able to unlock the flares.
Which is like Absol. Absol wants to get levels, so you need to get multiple KOs. Boom!
Buddy, it's all coming on back now. It all connects. Illuminati is real. Oh my god, unbelievable. Yeah, hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. And I tell you what though, chat, keep a close eye on what's going on in the Pocket community, because I think there's going to be some exciting things coming out. But that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say for now. As we get prepared for this Game 2 situation, we're going to go into this game here. Are we going to get the same bans that we've been seeing all day, Nightera? I don't think Pocket Rockets are going to change this one up. They feel confident.
Oh, look, it's going to be banning of Absol, guys, because obviously Absol's really strong.
I mean, you don't want to let an internal on it, right? At least.
Gee, I really wonder what beat them last round. Would Olympus Squad really go and ban out the same Pokemon like Umbreon when it wasn't in their composition on Pocket Rockets?
I do feel like you have to worry about how dominant Pocket Rockets have been on any comp they get.
They've actually changed it up.
They've taken the Mimikyu out of it. It does still open those carries that Pocket Rockets take so well.
Wow, banning. Honestly, I feel like the whole ban is just a meme ban at this point. Pocket Rockets is disrespecting.
What they're going to pick for the first one, though, typically it is that Umbreon. They're going to do the same. Nothing new here, Nightera.
Yeah, it's nothing new, but hey, you gotta give them respect here for moving in here. We might see Pooty onto Cranbourne, which is a very high damage support, and I really love the fact that they're going onto it. A little bit shorter on the range, but you know what? Lies in the seat. Going onto that is going to be Trevenant here. Cranberry is going to be onto the place again potentially, and so they want to actually pick this one off from them. Should Zero MTS has the potential to really make the Blaziken work given its massive skill, and I'm hoping to see they pick him up.
Hooper is again going to be a good lock-in. We know how important that mon actually is in general. We haven't seen much Shroolage in this set. Usually it is a lock-in, but no, they're going to go for the choo-choo train itself. Lapras coming on out. Falsoon picking up the A9. We've seen that a huge amount in this tournament, Nitera, and we're going to get the sword coming out again. Xing Xing all the way.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because if they pick up Blaziken here, this is going to be an interesting match for me to cast. You know, I've got a lot of sound effects waiting for myself.
You do them the best. I feel like you should record some sound effects so we can use it for our Pokemon Unite YouTube videos.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
That's a great business for you, buddy. Are we going to see Cinderace? Oh my god, we're back in Season 1. Is that going to be a jungle Cinderace at least, I beg?
Nah, I feel like Zero Edge really wants to go in from here. You want to get a high level on 5 early on, and so they can pick themselves up a good amount of KOs to go for scores. That's how I'm feeling it. I really don't think the Cinderace Central is the right call here. I'm just gonna say it. But this is a very, very dangerous squad to go against. Pocket Rockets definitely have a stronger composition overall.
They do, and this is it. I mean, we joke about Cinderace, but to be fair, it does have a very good hit speed, right? The attack speed is really good when it hits those later levels. But are you going to be able to do that against what Pocket Rockets has currently pulled out? I feel like Eternal is going to cook on that Zash, and you've got that A9 that is just going to consistently throw the CC your way. Will we see the feints coming out of the Cinderace to try and dodge the CC that's coming their way? There's a huge amount of it over on Pocket Rockets.
Right. And it's going to be very interesting here to see how they really make this work. You're right to say there's a lot of CC coming in here. In fact, 4 Pokemon have CC. You pick out Sacred Sword, that's 5 Pokemon that have CC here. But the damage is coming in here. And I just put a Charizard EX, baby! Woohoo!
Woohoo! Let's freaking go! Charizard EX all the way. What does that tell us about this Pokemon Unite game though, buddy? I feel like Pocket Rockets are feeling really aggressive with this comp. They've been playing fantastically well. They might take this 2-0. Olimpo squad are on the back foot here.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You can't believe it. Nitera is over the moon. They've got the Charizard EX. Are you now going to build a deck for that? Is that the plan?
No, I'm not. Just side talk for Pokemon TCG Pocket. Mewtwo has the same issue as Charizard, they just reverse. Mew is the basic Pokemon, and Charizard's a 3-stage, but then the engine for Mew is like a 3-stage Pokemon, and the engine for Charizard's a basic Pokemon, yeah, it's whatever. So just play Starmie, just play Primeape, just play Pikachu. Those are great decks. Okay, let's go.
Honestly, I've been having a lot of fun with the Ninetales deck, because it's so quick.
Oh, Ninetales Blade?
Yeah.
I've been playing that too.
I love it, it's fantastic.
It's a good deck,
It does depend on how quick you draw your cards, and the red card is the worst card to come up against. But yeah, it's a fantastic deck. I really, really enjoy it. And would you believe it or not, this is a Pokemon Unite tournament, but we just can't stop talking about Pocket.
Yeah, because we have Pocket Rockets.
Pocket Rocket, 100%, mate. But game 2, I feel like.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of problems and not a lot of games, so we're gonna see how that pans out here. But in other words, that means we're gonna finally pick ourselves back out here, as I was about to say, and we're gonna see Charger go central here, like I said. The Zero Edge is gonna be picking himself up fast. We are gonna see Zacian trying to pick himself up for a high level, quick skill here.
Yeah, and we're going to see that sword going into the jungle. It is against a Hooper and a Charcadet. They may be caught out here. Of course, they do have the Xing to try and get themselves away, but that's going to be a no to them. They're going to go back to the Pokemon Center.
Wait, he's alive. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh my god, that was so close, buddy. I thought they were going to curse me with that one, but they do lock in that secure. Good stacks coming in from the Greedent or Squavit at the moment. Same with the Umbreon on the other side. Really close game in the lanes, but yeah, that poor sword.
Yeah. Oh, and I think we might have a DC or lag. I'm not too sure. So we're gonna see how that pans out here. Not a very good sign early on, especially when you're losing out on the early sword KO just now. So they're gonna see to continue this onslaught here. But otherwise, it's looking very bleak for them.
I don't think you want to be going into this against that because, oh, really well done. I felt like they were going to get that evolution, but huge shout by the sword to take down the Char Cadet, grab that farm. It's going to at least prevent that Cerulean from being on the field that much quicker, and that has meant these 850s, it's not been there. It spent the entirety of these 2 minutes, Night Terror, in the jungle.
Which is great news for them, because right now he has the contest against that, and the correct answer to them is just to fight against the Char Cadet. Like, absolutely no reason for them to do anything else. But damage is being checked out here, and we are going to see them be able to tech it out onto that. Dual Blade comes in here to pick up the Lapras here, and Char Cadet is again down for the count. It is going into an 8-minute mark here, and Char Cadet is nowhere near getting the Zero Edge here, with a single yellow dot in sight.
Oh my god, Sword Doggo is putting in an absolute shift for this early game. Pocket Rockets are shooting into the sky with the aggression that they've got. 39 points in. We do have 13 from the side of the Olimpo squad, but we've only just had the Cerulean come onto the field. We're grabbing that farm in the top lane. We're at 755 right now. They are really taking charge of this game of Pocket Rockets.
And with that being said, though, let's take a look at the numbers real quick. 13 to 39. We have a lot of high sixes on the side of Pocket Rockets to the low sixes on the other side of Olympus squad. We're gonna be able to see if they can turn this around here as we move to the 720 Alterias and Swablues in just a bit. And then to the objectives here. Top side here is looking a little bit dangerous as we're gonna see Ninetales there. He's gonna be stopping them in their tracks. And of course, the green is gonna pick up all the citrus berries. They have no sustain coming in for you as Zasha comes in with a shing, shing, shing. And then we're pushing back with a metal claw to slash them out. And the damage is being dealt as there's no way for them to really back out here. Now picking this up on the Cinder Ace here as well as the Umbria onto top side, and this is a follow-up score into the top lane here, and we've got something going for them. Absolutely no way to respond to the top side. So Olympus is in a very, very precarious situation.
Yeah, that they are. And the thing is, when you are in that situation, Pocket Rockets are just going to continue to really capitalize on the advantage. Cerulean is in here. Shing, shing, that they are doing with it. Well, it's just one shing, right? It's just Bitter Blade. It's not shing, shing, just going to be the shing. But they do lock down that Lecky with the Aegis Slash doing the shing, shing. We do have this bottom Reggie. The Trevenant is going to continue to defend that one. And yeah, continue, buddy, because here we go. They're going to push this Lecky into the T2. Pocket Rockets with the aggression. They know they don't have that springboard. Goodbye, T2.
Shing,
Goodbye,
shing,
top lane.
Shing, 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 shing.
And it's the Trevenant that takes it anyway.
Yeah, all that effort and the sword didn't even fell the tree. Oh gosh. I'm gonna continue to take this fight here though, and we're gonna see a very, very big problem here. Level 7 to level 9 against Trevenant here is not a very good sign here. I think we're take the fight here, pushing him back. Citrus Berries Apple being taken out. They're gonna go in for the fight here. This is Ashen going for damage here. Sovereign's almost picking himself out, just not turning it around here. And this is gonna be a big problem for them as he's cut off all the save, which means this is free Rain and Terror coming in for that. Last pickup here onto the A9, and they've got a double KO from the south into the Swablu and the Swablu and the Alterias, and this is going to be it for them. Finally, a small brevity of, a pace change for them.
Yeah, Hooper's going to let those rings unbound. Bitter Blade shinging into the backline of Pocket Rockets are the only two here right now, to be honest. Cinderace has locked in some KOs for them. They're going to break that pad. There's 100 points between these teams right now. 20 seconds before that springboard comes down. It looks like Olimpo squad want to continue putting the pressure in. They could get that 40 dunk in from that Cinderace, and they're going to do the same with the Hooper. So we do have an answer from Olimpo squad, buddy. No top lane for them, but Pocket Rockets, they were getting very close to losing their bottom lane. There's now only 11 points between them.
Yeah, but the thing is, they still have a top lane all the same for the side of Pocket Rockets. They're able to defend their scoreboards very well here, and they have an advantage. So this Reggie Lecky is going to be very crucial for them. They want to pick this up and force them to really respond in a very, very precarious manner. As they're going to try and respond here, though, they are postured here to take this fight here. It's a 2v5 situation, really, and I don't know if this is a good sign for them. And they have the damage coming in here. A beautiful kick into the face here of all that flaming balls of fire. And now we're going to see if they can continue this onslaught, but everything's all healed up here as this Reggie Lecky becomes a menace, heading down into the central goal zone. Now, this is going to be the problem I have with all of this, though, is that they're not getting enough EXP here. On the other side, we have all average 10s, and the other side, we have all average 10s pushing in already, and they have the resource to actually fight back the Unite moves. Push back in here, they are going to slowly dish the damage here, but losing Aegis is going to be a little bit of a problem here, but not too bad. We're going to see Horny just to back away here, the Avalanche coming in, but not making anything work. Very, very flip-flop to turn it around here. The belt going in, massive damage here. Unfortunately, not picking up onto the Lapras here. They come in with the Bitter Blade, go in triumphantly coming out of that one. With the Rings Unbound coming in again, they're going to dish the damage, almost picking up onto the Zacian here and A9. This is going to be a very, very dangerous problem for them as they're going to try and take another fight here. The Blizzard coming in, Snow Globe to dish the damage here. They're able to stun just a little bit of time, giving him a little bit of brevity into this entire fight here. Again, another come out from the entire fight is Pocket Rockets. Not without falling down to A9 here. Fight and choose again as the Horn Leech comes in, back at it again. So Edge in such a big corner here. The sword's just not making it work here. Has to go down and respond to the Zacian now, who is actually backed up by a giant squirrel. And this is going to be it. Backs away, waits for an opportunity, turns around, could actually pick up the sword here, and actually does not pick it up. They do actually fell onto the Zero Edge and have the King Shield actually save him right away. And this is going to be a problem as now Hoopa's the only one left responding here on the side here with the Lapras here. And now we have a 5v1 situation. The fight is basically over here, and they've got their points in, making it into 190 points. Sorry, 100 points.
Buddy, that was insane. That was like a solid 3 minutes of constant action and constant fire coming out of you there. Wow.
I wish it wasn't that long. I would have loved to pass it to you for some point.
It was insane action. Pocket Rockets with some aggression, but Olympus squad have really defended against it. But Pocket Rockets have come out on top every time we have these team fights. This Regieleki rip is coming on in. If they do take it, it can be a win condition. We might end up with the Rayquaza battle happening here. Do they take it? It's the Hooper that locks in the Lecky. That's exactly what Olympus squad needed to do. We're 20 seconds away from this Rayquaza spawning. We do have Trevenant gonna be back before that Green Dragon does just that, so they can defend it, can Pocket Rockets, but we do have an engage from Olympus squad. That was a Snow Globe coming out of the A9. That's not what you want to see just before the Rayquaza spawns. It can be a huge Unite move for these team fights. The Green Dragon about to make its way onto the field. They have defended that Leggy, so Pocket Rockets are not feeling like they are disadvantaged going into this battle. They are still in the lead. They just need to wait for the right engage. Umbreon dives in with that Snarl. They are able to pick them up with a lot of damage, but there comes the Unite move in return. They've got the Hooper portal down. Nobody is able to go home with it though. Zacian's trying to answer against this Umbreon. They do take down the Cinderace as well. Zacian putting in an absolute showdown. The Sword Doggo is going to lock in a triple KO. The Lapras locks out the Express. It's a Quadra for that Doggo. We see the Revenant Rend coming from the Ceruleans. They take down one, but Pocket Rockets are too much for them to handle. The Green Dragon is now going to get felled by them. Umbreon is on the way. So is Hooper. Can they make it in time? I don't think so. They're going to have a huge effort to do it though, but it's Greedon. As if we are on Ghatlue's channel, Greedon locks in the Rayquaza for us, and that is going to be Pocket Rockets able to take the game. We have a minute left. We do have shields across the field for Pocket Rockets. If they can just score these points, it's going to be them all the way, Night Terror. What a battle this has been.
This is going to be a real tough situation for them, Tano. Thank you for the long commentary onto the Rayquaza fight here. Definitely giving a good idea of what's happening in this situation here. That Snow Globe was definitely a very king big situation here, I feel. Definitely needed it to hit onto the Zero Edge. It just did not connect, unfortunately, as it was teleporting away. And so that really gave them a lot more space to fight it out, as A9 was just kind of down one Unite move. And so with that being said, though, this kind of wraps up this match as well. Olympus squad unfortunately going into the losers bracket here as Pocket Rockets. Congratulations, you guys are in a 2-0 scenario, and unless Olympus squad you want to, you know, make me eat my words here, you've got like 15 seconds to do so.
I mean, that would be a miracle if they managed to pull it out and go for a win with 15 seconds left with it. But yeah, I gotta say, I don't think there's a team that can beat Pocket Rockets right now. Olympus squad did well to really bring that one down to the wire with the constant battling that you were casting there, buddy. But it just feels like Pocket Rockets usually have an answer to what's coming against them. And I don't know, they're currently progressing into the winners bracket. I'm going to put my money on them being able to win this tournament with how well they've been playing.
Gotta be real with you, Pocket Rockets definitely has Mind Vote locked in. They have got the most interesting compositions thus far, actually utilizing a lot of different strategies, as well as the fact that they know what they're doing with some of these Pokemons, a lot more so. In fact, I think a lot of us thought very early on Aegislash was a Pokemon that is going to be like a very damage heavy kind of Pokemon. It's an all-rounder, right? Like, that's what it does. And well, apparently we've relegated it to sport of all things, and it's working out apparently. So
hey,
they know what they got it. They know what they got it. But let's talk about it here, you know, Tano. Ghatlue, what are you feeling from that match overall?
I think it was like kind of weird because Aina was FK in the beginning, so I wasn't really sure how it like goes. but because the Aggie Slash
Worth
was
watching?
anymore, yeah. Because the Aggie Slash got the farm, I think it was very annoying to deal with. Because like he's a support that wastes so much time. So because the other support didn't react towards Aggie Slash invading well enough, I think it caused a lot of trouble for the jungler, and it's just like also a mental game. So if you play and get invaded, sometimes you just take, and then maybe the tilt stays throughout the game.
Right. So what I just heard you say was last hit better.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, that's just part of the night, right? If you last
Right,
hit,
Tano, it is.
you're gonna win the game. That's all it comes down to.
Right, just last hit Ray better. Like, damn. Like, why are you fighting the whole Ray?
Game over.
Game over, man.
Just sit in the bush and wait for the
Pick
last hit.
Basic, like, what are you doing? Save your
Okay,
life for
so-
like, you know, the Ray. Come on, like blazing bicycle kick in. Come on. Obviously.
All right, but we are now gonna head to a break because wow, intense action, buddy. We need to have a rest. I think that is gonna be it for me and Night Terror. So a huge shout out to everybody coming to watch. A huge shout out to Unity guys putting on this action, and a huge shout out to Ghatlue letting us have fun on his channel and even coming along to cast alongside us, buddy. So we're gonna head to a break. Get a drink, grab a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Welcome on back to the Autumn Showdown, everyone, to Ghatlue's channel. Newcaster on the desk. That's me, of course. Draku-san here. Ghatlue, how's it going, dude? It's morning for me. Well, it's actually noon, so I guess it's not that early. But how's the tournament going, Ghatlue?
It's going very, very well. I think that the meta is just very different, so it's very fun to like just see the teams competing. I love to see like Zacian players more often from Pocket Rockets. They have been showing a very strong performance, also beating Hoen. But I just love to see like the Pokemon that are getting buffed being played in tournament play, because it just shows that buffs and nerfs will define the meta. So it's very fun to see Greedent actually being played and making sense.
Yeah, I'm sure you're super happy to see a lot of Greedent being played today. But you were talking about the metagame, and from what production was telling me, you were able to see the Pocket Rockets 3 times today. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so, well, the Pocket Rockets don't really play very meta, do they? They play some very unorthodox, I guess, team strategies. They're all over their map. They're kind of everywhere at all times. The Pocket Rockets, if you're not super familiar with them, chat, they are from North America. They are one of the teams that are a part of my league that I host in North America called the Indigo League and the Stellar Champions League. But they are a very high-performing team, and they are very difficult to manage sometimes. They have Pooty as their captain running around all the map, all around. They're sometimes running an EXP Machamp, kind of playing it like a Sableye and a Greedent. Yesterday, I had this comparison with them because I casted them yesterday, but they're kind of like the embodiment of a Greedent, but an entire team. They're running around the map, applying pressure on your goals, on your goal zones, on your farm, and it's sometimes really difficult to deal with them. Ghatlue, what are some of the other characters they've been seeing today? Of course, the metagame has changed, but also we're looking at different regions. We're seeing North America, we're seeing South America, we're seeing EU. So not only do we have a different metagame, but also cross-regionally, the metagames are very different. What are some of the things that you saw today?
From the team that you were talking about, I mean, the Machamp Xpecia I haven't seen yet, but I saw the Aegislash Xpecia going jungle invade. I mean, if you, I mean, like you said that the embodiment of Greedent, it's kind of true. The team is just very aggressive, and if you can't deal with it or like react fast enough, then it's gonna be very painful for you. Having an Aegislash invading, you just have to like let your support cover or have strategies. The thing I love about like Pokemon Unite and the teams that are actually performing in best of 3 scenarios is they have a strategy, they have a meta, and they don't draft to like sometimes you can draft to outdraft their opponents, but sometimes you just draft to draft the thing that you are good at, and in a lot of cases it just works really well. So I'm happy to see that these kind of things are working, but I believe that the team that we're going to watch, Genesis versus Looking for Orc is Rework Respawn. They played in the World Championship, or I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe they haven't been in the World Championship because of issues.
Yeah, so Looking for Org is a combination of, I guess, 2 teams. Well, not really, but Reggie, Hitman, Sherlock, and Robin. They were from Rework Respawn, the LATAM North representative, and Kyo was from Enteku. This was Kira's old teammate. Unfortunately, this entire team was able to make it to Worlds in their respective teams, but not able to make it due to some travel issues or whatnot. But still looking to make a really strong performance in the UCS season. We might be seeing this team as a really strong LATAM North representative. And then on the other side, I think a lot of members that you're super familiar with. This is Genesis, Sazuro, Megu, Qatar, Lunder, Utah, and Greg as their sub. I mean, what do you think about this roster? I know you have a lot of experience playing with these teams and maybe even casting these players too.
I mean, they are very strong. I think that they are very committed to the new season, especially because it's legit in 20 days, right? It's like kind of crazy to think about. Like it was like a 6-month break until February, and now it's already there. So they played together without Qatar in the European Cup. And I think they have just a lot of practice and a lot of synergy built up throughout the months. So I think they're going to perform very well throughout this competition. Because especially if you just look at the bracket, they are just showcasing a really dominant fashion of European meta. So I'm curious to see if the European meta is going to be on top of this tournament. Because you always have to think about you are playing on ping. So sometimes it may affect you, and sometimes it doesn't. But I think they're just playing very well around the ping issues.
And I'm sure since you're going to LAIC next week, I believe you're leaving in a couple days, right, Ghatlue?
Yeah, I'm already leaving in 2 days.
Leaving in 2 days, and then you have your show match against DreamHack Esports, I believe, on Wednesday, which is going to be on Bruv's channel. But since we're talking about, I guess, cross-regional meta games and how teams approach Pokemon Unite, what are, I guess, some differences that you see between Europe and South America? Because I'm sure that's one of the things that you studied going into LAIC, and that's what we're going to kind of see for this next set, right? Genesis from EU, looking for Org, is from South America or LATAM North. What are some of those differences that you notice?
I think that a lot of Brazilian teams are playing like typical meta. They have one mage, double all-rounder, and sometimes in Europe you see like a triple all-rounder composition, double speedster defender composition. So I think that Brazil's draft is very standard and it's very straightforward. There's not really a lot of cooking happening, and I think that they are very they have a hard time dealing against things that are good into mages, because they have a lot of Brazilian teams or a lot of Western teams from that side just play the typical attacker. They play Mew, they play Inteleon, Espeon, a lot of EVs as well, I think.
Yeah, I think I was having a conversation with one of the other casters, but in Brazil or South America, I think one of the things they really like to play is a high-scaling mage in that bottom path. So think Delphox or Gardevoir. Typically something that doesn't do so well in the early game, but really scales really well towards the later parts of the game. But we will see definitely how these teams start to form up in this next match. So again, Genesis from EU, looking for Org from LATAM. Definitely two teams probably haven't seen or played each other in a very long time. That's really the beauty of these kind of cross-regional tournaments. You get the opportunity to play completely different regions. Of course, ping does tend to be an issue sometimes, but any experience is also really good experience. But I think we're going to be getting our game here pretty soon. Have you been to South America before, Ghatlue? I've never been there personally.
I never been there before. I went to Hawaii, which was like kind of close, but it's again like just a really long travel. So
yeah,
I'm kind of used to, at this point I'm kind of used to like long travels from like to Japan to Hawaii. So I'm really looking forward to just like seeing like how Brazil is, but also there's so many like people that wanted to see Nons Esports in person. So I'm very excited to see them, greet them and meet them. It's always a nice thing to, like, when you visit a LAN event, it's always very nice to just see everyone together again.
I know. I feel like, I mean, I'm not going to be going to LASC, unfortunately, so we're not going to be seeing each other. But I feel like Hawaii was not too long ago, right? It was, it's November now, so it was August. It was only 3 months ago. Man, it feels like not too long ago since we were all together once again. But yeah, huge shout outs to, again, Pokemon Unite for putting on an event in Latin America. I know, or I guess in South America to be specific. That region has a lot of representation for Pokemon Unite. There's a lot of content creators. The game is huge down there. So I'm really excited to see the crowd and how they respond to Pokemon Unite. Anything that you're super excited maybe to do outside of playing Unite?
I mean, obviously, like just visiting the cathedral from Sao Paulo with my team, just like seeing everything from Brazil and tasting the food as well. So we had a question as well, like a questionnaire, what kind of food you want to taste. So I wasn't really familiar with Brazil, so I was just Googling it, and then I'm just excited to taste the cuisine from Brazil, because every time I travel to somewhere, I really like tasting the food, because I really like eating food.
Yep, I love eating food too. You're not wrong with that one, Ghatlue. So speaking more about LAIC, we have a couple of, I guess, Worlds qualifying teams attending. Of course, Nouns Esports. But on this side of the pond, we have Luminosity Gaming. Forgetting their name. Yeah, Team YT from North America as well. DreamHack Esports and Fusion. That's who I'm forgetting. These are probably your biggest threats going into LAIC. Any particular team of that list that I guess not necessarily you're worried about, or who you think is going to be your biggest competitor, in your opinion?
I always see Luminosity Gaming as a competitor since season 1, like losing against them at the World Championship. So I'm very excited to play against them. I am feeling very confident going into the LIC, so I'm not really particular looking into any team.
Yeah, DreamHack Esports, I believe got top 12, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were number 9, if my memory is still staying strong here. Fusion Esports was number 4 at WCS, or the World Championships, a couple months ago. So definitely looking to have a really strong performance. But what do you think about the change of? I guess it gets you more motivated to win LAIC by having that opportunity to maybe go to one of the Asia tournaments. Wouldn't that be super cool?
Like it's so nice. Like I always love watching the Asia Champions League. I'm always jealous about not playing in the Winter Cup and the Asia Champions League, especially because we didn't really have any tournament, right? Just waiting like 6 months for the February to arrive so we can finally play. So it's definitely a very nice change that we are able to play already in February. I mean, like in November the 30th, it's already the IS Cup play-ins. So I'm very excited to just play Pokemon Unite very early into the season, because let's be honest, nobody wants to wait 6 months for the off-season.
I know. The off-season is rather short, but you know what else is rather short? Not just me, but also this break. Here we go, everybody, into the winners finals of, sorry, this is not the winners finals, this is the winners semifinals of the Autumn Showdown. Looking for Org, again, our team from LATAM North going up against Genesis on our orange team. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. Hoopa, Umbreon, Mimikyu, Miraidon heading to that ban slot. I don't think this is too out of the ordinary, Ghatlue.
Yeah, especially because in LATAM, like Mimikyu is very popular. It's always nice to see a Mimikyu ban. Something that I'm like noticing when Mimikyu is banned is that the more squishy Pokemon are like more viable, right? Like Doju and Leafeon, because Mimikyu is just such a big threat. But as you said, I think what is like kind of strange to me in this kind of tournament is that I'm seeing a lot of Zacian Pyro picks, because in the other tournaments, like especially in Europe Cup, there haven't really been any Zacian players. All of a sudden, I'm just seeing Zacian players all over the place. And I believe if this like muscle rapid fire scarf build with X attack, he is going to go Metaclaw.
I did see one Metal Claw during yesterday's production of the Stellar Champions League. It was a semi-pro team that did really well, but I've seen a couple of different flavors of Zacian, how it's trained, or I guess what the held items it has. Every Zacian I've seen had this muscle band, but it's been that secondary item. It's been Rapid Fire Scarf here, but some players have actually opted to go an attack way, trying to lean into the securing potential for Zacian. Have you seen any attack weight Zacian before? I mean, it's a character that likes points in their pocket, but attack weight's kind of counterintuitive, huh?
So especially in Asia, they are playing attack weight on Zacian because it's just very huge scaling. I heard from Potato that after the nerfs, the attack weight doesn't feel as good as it used to be anymore. And if you don't play with Muscle Band, Zacian doesn't really do damage. I haven't really tested it myself because I only play Muscle plus Razor. But attack weight is definitely a good option. But the chat also asked if Darkrai is banned, or why there is no Darkrai ban. So for you guys to know, Darkrai is banned for this tournament. I believe it has a bug on the Dark Pulse build. So it just banned for this tournament. It's gonna be allowed in November 30, but it's kind of strange, right? Because Darkrai is always banned. It's always been a character which is so powerful.
Globally banned.
It's just crazy OP. It's way too strong. I believe that in the LSC we're gonna have like a 95% ban rate on Darkrai.
Yeah, I think that's the same type of percentage in my league as well. And as we head to the final preparations of this draft, we see a Zeraora on one side. Of course, I feel like Zeraora is definitely getting a lot more attention in that speedster role. I know Nouns Esports played some Zeraora at WCS this last year. But looking at these two team compositions, what do you think about Zeraora into something like a Zeraora into something like a Zoroark or a Lapras?
I think Zeraora is very strong into comfy targets. Anyone that plays comfy, Zeraora can just instantly one-shot you and then kill the comfy with it as well. So this is one of the strengths that Zeraora has. So it's a bit strange because I was thinking like, okay, the EU draft may be a bit more favored than the left side draft, but I'm thinking again because Slowbro is very good into the Zoroark. This draft is very heavy into Zoroark. I don't think the Crustle pick made any sense. Like, Crustle is very good into mages, and they are playing only one mage who isn't really like the strongest. And I believe that the Pikachu is going to play the Xpisha, so the Crustle pick, in my opinion, is very, very bad. But if the Zoroark is doing a mistake and they manage to kill the Zoroark, I think that Looking Fork or Rework Respawn is going to be very favored for this game. But the Lapras is going to be very massive because nobody can kill it.
Yeah, Lapras and Zacian seems to be the pairing, or at least the all-rounder quote-unquote Pokemon we're seeing in the top path. Pretty consistent damage with that Whirlpool, and actually has pretty decent last hitting with Ice Shard and that boosted auto if you're able to time it well. But in this bottom path, we see a Trevenant. This is not going to be a support Trevenant. This is going to be a more attack-oriented Trevenant. Support Pikachu, definitely not too out of the ordinary here. But what do you think about this Trevenant in the bottom path? Going up against a Mew would be kind of difficult, especially with the last hitting ability with this character, that boosted auto plus Electro Ball. Just something really difficult to go up against. But Zoroark is going to be heading down to this bottom path. Comfey is going to be taking the long way around through that central area. And Utal on a Zoroark. I don't think I've seen Utal on a Zoroark before.
Yeah, he has been spamming Zoroark throughout the entire month, just like spamming it in tournaments, spamming it in ladder. I like that Genesis just says, okay, top lane side we are playing against Zation, he's most likely not going to play attack weight, so we're just gonna stack on bot lane side. While that happens, the Zoroark is just moving towards top lane and catching him off guard. And this is like the strengths about this team in particular. They are moving a lot on the minimap. So because the Pikachu is playing Xpisha, and the Trevenant is not playing Xpisha, the Pikachu is always, it's always fine to move on the map if you have Xpisha, because essentially you either share the XP or you steal XP from the enemies.
So we do see, like we were talking about in draft, this Zacian. There's actually 3 characters with a Z to start their names, so this is going to be a fun cast to say. Zeraora, Zoroark, and Zacian. I think we have every character with a Z that starts their name. But heading into the central area here, both speeds are going to go up against each other. Like I was saying, this Zacian is going to be going that Metal Claw ability. What do you think about Metal Claw? I think a lot of competitive players would say that Sacred Sword was the more viable ability for quite a long time, but Metal Claw, what are your opinions?
I really don't like it into this matchup because Metal Claw is very weak into like CC, and if you get CC'd, your Metal Claw gets cancelled. They have so much CC as well that I think if you play Sacred Sword, you can just Sacred Sword in time to like but when that happens, the Zeraora just, this is one of the strengths about Zeraora, like you were talking about it. Why do we see so much Zeraora? Just if you are very good at this kind of combos, especially if you don't play on ping, it's gonna be very nice. So Zeraora is just very nice on LAN events because you have no ping.
Oh my gosh, Zeraora is just a really fun character to watch. You don't see it very often, but whenever you see that discharge pool, it's such a really high skill ability to do as a player. It's not very easy to do. I've been trying to practice it myself, and especially on ping, its timing is rather strict. You land that boosted auto, and then you pull with the last instance of damage from that discharge. But as we can see in the top path here, Looking for Org, really prioritizing the top lane, able to get that Reggie Alecki into the tier 2, and I don't know if they have enough points to break this, but getting a break here really early is always advantageous, Ghatlue.
You saw like the Zeraora just engaging on the enemies and just almost one-shotting the entire team. Like this is just the strengths on the Zeraora. What I was wanted to talk about was the early game, right? Because Zoroark has such a stronger early game than Zeraora. Its level 5 power spec is much stronger. So in this game, I feel like it's just showcasing it. But what a lot of teams like to do is avoiding you on the minimap and just playing the map. This is what you see in a lot of competitive games, where you just don't want to like use both objectives at the same time. When that happens, you're just showing the strength of Zoroark. And the one thing I wanted to mention with this like Metal Claw, I think it's particularly good into Zoroark if you don't get CC'd, because Zoroark is a speedster, right? And Metal Claw does so much damage, and it's like he just showcased it right now. I'm kind of like curious about the attack speed build, because I do think it's a very strong build if you don't go for lucky crits. But I really like playing with crit items on Zation, because if you get a lucky crit, it does so much damage as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it does incredible damage as well. Zacian is just one of those characters that can kind of play two different styles of all-rounder. It can be somewhat like an assassin with Sacred Sword. It doesn't have a whole lot of mobility, but if you're able to land like two Sacred Swords on top of each other, plus maybe a Unite move that's just instantly deleting any character on the field. But any character that plays a lot of auto attack heavy type style of play is always difficult to navigate, especially when there's a whole lot of crowd control in the enemy team. You see that Pikachu, Trevenant, you definitely don't want to be going into those characters specifically. But like you were saying, this Metal Claw does do some small sort of hindrance, and really nice secure there for the Comfy of all things. Going to steal that one away from Looking for Org. It's going to send it over to the tier 1 goal zone. I don't think Looking for Org is going to defend against it. Yeah, I can see they're crashing on that mini-bat, but really good steal for Genesis. It would apply a ton of pressure on that tier 2 if they were able to lose that one.
Yeah, like the Zoroark is getting in this level 13, one of the biggest power spec on Zoroark. While that happens, the Lapras CC Night move stuns 3 people, and they're getting a big overcap, getting the point lead again. Because Looking for Orc was having a big point lead throughout the entire game, right? And all of a sudden, it just changed. This Comfy steal it's just very rough to see a steal from that, because essentially they just put so much people on the same target, like objective, and then losing it against a Comfy is just very bad for Rework Respawn.
We've got about 2 minutes left before the final stretch begins. Genesis working on this Regirock in the bottom path. Even if they do get this, I don't think they're going to have that buff for the final stretch fight, as it only lasts for 90 seconds. But it is going to be very helpful if they decide to push this tier 1 goal zone. I think Qatar is going to disengage. Trevenant heading back over to the right side of the field. A very close game, Ghatlue. 14 points between the two teams. I guess any win conditions for Looking for Org? I feel like they are behind, even though they are ahead by 14 points. I feel like they are a little bit behind. Anything you're going to be looking out for the final stretch?
I mean, they have a really good flipping composition, and they have a Slowbro that can shut down the Zoroark. The Pikachu only plays Expedia, so he's not gonna do as much burst damage. They have a good anti-flipping composition. I think it's very hard because Lapras is taking the level 13, Zoroark is taking level 14, and the Zoroark is essentially not really doing anything. He's just looking for pulls the entire time, and just being stuck level 11. So I'm not really sure what he's doing there.
Yeah, we're heading back into a metagame where a lot of defenders can play in that carry role. Lapras coming in from the central area with that Lapras Express is going to run over 3 targets. Genesis is going to find an Exodus in this bottom path, and that Exodus is going to be this goal zone that's going to be sent off of the map. I'm going to break that with a really nice overcap. 50 points from the Lapras is going to bring the score lead just under 40 points, and definitely a good fight to take for Genesis, but they got to get those Unite moves back online 20 seconds before the final stretch.
Yeah, again, if they just go on a flipping streak, I think that they have a high chance getting it. They don't have the Sacred Sword, so it doesn't get empowered ultimate on the Zacian, but I believe they're looking for a flip, because with how they're positioning, it's just gonna get ripped.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this flip potential. Metal Claw raises the attack speed of the Zacian. Here comes the Secure, and it's going to be going over to Looking for Org with the Mew getting that Secure. Still a really close game, but they got some shields. Slowbro's going to go over to that tier 1. Mew heading over to the tier 3 goal zone, but Genesis going over to the other side. Going to try to get a score on this tier 2. Not going to get there in time as the Zeraora able to stop that score there. Going to be a hard character to take down, especially with a Comfey, but I think they do have the lead. Ghatlue Looking for Org up currently 122 points.
And this is just the strength of playing Zeraora plus Zacian, being able to rip the objective just by using the abilities. I believe that Genesis just didn't respect the flip. They used their Unite moves pretty early, so they didn't have it. So the flip made a lot of sense, especially with the Slowbro. But I think they could have prevented the flip if they are just taking the aggression in the early fight. And while they are trying to focus the Zacian and the Zeraora, the Mew had free secure potential, right? Because nobody really threatened the Mew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really only one form of Secure on the side of Genesis, at least one confident form of Secure with a Unite move. But Utao and the Pikachu Lunder have their Unite move, and they're positioning in this bottom path. Mew on the other side of the map might continue to expand the score lead, and oh no, Hitman with a very bulky shield and that slow bro followed by a Crustle. This is going to be the wall of LATAM North to hold on this tier 2 goal zone. Here comes that Thunderstorm trying to bring lightning down on this tier 2 goal zone. Unfortunately, going to be the first one to bite the dust is Lunder, and the walls will continue to fall. Zera Aura is going to get a KO streak of 2. Utah is going to head up to that tier 2, but defense for looking for Org is going to be very, very strong. Game number 1, going over to looking for Org on, I wouldn't say a Hail Mary play, but really leaning into their team advantages, really strong rip, really strong secure, and lockdown with that Unite move from the Slowbro. Genesis looking at a 0-1 score lead for the other team going into game 2.
I believe that the Pikachu Xperia wasn't really good there. I think a lot of teams that are playing Xperia Attacker don't really think about when it's good and when it's bad. I think that if Pikachu just plays damage, he can one-shot the Zacian or like chuck down the Zacian by a lot and like just being a threat onto the Slowbro because they don't have a healer, right? Like you wanna have like some kind of damage to pressure them from the pit, but they just don't really have the damage. Like Pikachu is playing Xperia, the Trevenant is not really going into the enemy side. They have a comfy, but they don't really have a lot of healing. So I believe that sometimes like what teams should do is think about when the Xperia attacker is actually good and not just copying the other regions and saying, okay, it's good here. Okay, this Slowbro did focus to Pikachu a lot of the times and used the Unite move on Pikachu. And here's Xperia doesn't really give too much XP. But like a level 14 Pikachu can just clean up the entire team fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things to think about when you're playing. I think it's more so the Comfy rather than the Pikachu, but they're all somewhat related, right? Comfy does a pretty decent amount of healing onto one target, but you can't really disperse that healing unless you place a Unite move and you have multiple players standing in that tall grass, and that's really the only form of, I guess, burst healing across the team. You got to jump from player to player, and that's really the only way to do it. But one of the things with Comfy is that it doesn't do any damage at all. Whereas, say Blissey has that Blissey Unite move. Eldegoss has that Unite move as well. That can apply some damage that way. Also has auto attacks that can do some slow and some consistent amount of damage. But Comfy doesn't really do a whole lot of damage at all. It has some crowd control with Grass Knot. But other than that, you're not really applying any sort of pressure in the way of damage or supporting your team in that way. And kind of the way to slot Comfy into your team is to have, I guess, multiple targets that the Comfy can jump on. And with that team that Genesis have put together, they really only lean into the Zoroark. And Zoroark Comfy is still a really strong combo, but it's very polarizing, right? If you lose that Zoroark, that is your primary source of damage. And like you were saying, Pikachu, you can't really apply a whole lot of damage to the enemy team because it has that EXP share. It can stay on the field for a very long period of time because you have 2 defenders in front of you. But in terms of damage, you're really leaning into one character that is very volatile, especially if you lose it. So I feel like whenever you try to slot in a Comfy, you want to make sure you can really bolster up the damage across your team. And with having an EXP share attacker, it doesn't even have to be a Pikachu. It could be a Mew, for example, as well. You really need that damage somewhere else, and that team composition in particular didn't really play to your favor with a Comfy on your team.
Yeah, I think that the Aura pick was a good pick. It is kind of an issue in the early game, right? Because essentially you're putting a jungler who gets a level 5 power spike, but doesn't really have the best level 5 power spike. But if you just manage to get level 7 safely, and you play the middle Fablus, it is very, very effective. I think what I liked about Rework Respawn is just avoiding them on the minimap, always going on a different side of the minimap and getting value. But something that I want them to do more is to have this the farm timers more in their mind and farming when it's needed and not constantly fighting, because this is one of the issues that they had during the game. Although it kinda helped them to get the pointed again, right? I think they fight too much.
Yeah. Lapras in that top path once again, Ghatlue. I feel like this is shouting out to, I would say, maybe 8 to 10 months ago now. It's been some time since we had Lapras top. Has your team been playing Lapras top path? What are your opinions on Lapras being back into that quote unquote top carry all rounder position?
I think that Lapras is kind of back into the meta again. It kind of feels like it's just 2023 Lapras top lane meta again. It is very, very strong, very tanky. And you can't really just, like, you can't kill it if you don't have a good composition around it. I'm surprised that the Lapras didn't have the impact that it wanted to have in the late game fight. But if you pick Lapras top lane, essentially, like you talked about, you don't really have the biggest secure, while Zacian has a good secure. So like this is just like a comparison that when you pick a defender on top, like top lane, it's a defender. It's not gonna be in a ronda or someone that has like a lot of secure potential or threat potential. Lapras is just very tanky and can control the game. But this is like the issue. You gotta understand that if you pick a top lane defender, you wanna be the front line. You don't wanna be just like behind, being scared of the enemy potentially killing you.
So Lapras in that top path, we've seen a couple of other defenders hold that all-rounder top carry role. Blastoise, of course, more recently. Any other defenders do you think can hold their own in that top path? Have you maybe experimented with Greedent? No EXP share top path?
The one thing about Greedent is just that even though he got buffed a lot, he needs to get level 5. If he doesn't get level 5, it's kind of weird to play top lane side. So maybe you want to compare, like, put it with a Snorlax or like a Upa or Eldegoss. But again, if you just get the level 5, it can be very annoying. It's not really the top laner that you think about when you play top lane side, like Lucario, etc. Even Lapras doesn't really have the best secure, but it has some annoyance in the top lane side, while Greedent is more about being annoying in the mid and late game.
Yeah, Green doesn't have the best last hitting. It has, I think, Tackle is its early game ability. But as we head to game number 2, teams are going to swap sides as preference is given to the losing team. Genesis liking that first pick side just a little bit more. Genesis was the team that pulled out a Comfey, and they're going to be the team that is banning the Comfey this time. Miraidon once again heading up to that ban slot. Umbreon, Hoopa on the side of looking for Oregon, our LATAM North representative, sending those 2 Pokemon there. But once again, Zacian heading up to that first pick slot, Ghatlue. This is going to be a different type of Zacian. They have a Razor Claw this time. This may be more in line with Sacred Sword, in your opinion?
Mego is playing Sacred Sword Zacian. I don't think I have seen him on the Metaclaw yet. I'm kind of curious about this Crustle pick, because Crustle is overstated, in my opinion. Like, it's very overstated. It is very strong, right? When you use that move, you have such a big shield. But you always think about, like, Crustle being good if you play against double mage. So I'm curious, like, why Hitman always picks it just instantly. I guess they know that Londoru and Utah specifically are mage players. And like you talked about, you haven't really seen Utah on the Zoroark. He has been spamming some Urshifu and Zoroark. So I wonder if it's just a strategy that they have to draft for themselves, or if they know that Londoru has a hard time playing against the Crustle.
I think one thing for Crustle is that I guess a lot of the defenders you can play, or I guess you can pick very early on in the draft, but I feel like Crustle is more of a reactionary type defender, right? It has Rock Tomb, and especially if the other team doesn't have a whole lot of dashes, it can really pull out your eject buttons or pull out your cooldowns if you're trying to get in and around that Rock Tomb when they are placed. But normally you try to pick Crustle towards the end of draft, and it's picked early on in draft here. Now, Genesis is responding rather well. Of course, Zacian can dash through that wall with agility, but Lunder on the Mewtwo can teleport on the other side of the wall. Utah looks like they are going to be playing that Dark Urshifu, so Throat Chop can get to the other side. So I'm kind of on the same page with you, Ghatlue. I think Crustle first pick, really strong defender, but in my opinion, definitely more reactionary type defender. Looking for Org is going to round out their team with which looks like a Scyther, and I do know that LATAM and South America loves to play Scyther. What do you think about Scyther?
I don't really particularly think it's good in this matchup. Like, Scyther is good into like squishy Pokemon. I don't really see any squishy Pokemon, and Mewtwo can just run away. I think that if Scyther manages to like disorientate the team during the team fight, it can be very good because Pikachu is gonna do a lot of burst damage. He's gonna play the XP share there, so I believe they just don't have a support, right? They have a lot of damage. So I'm kind of curious because I think that if Rework Respawn is winning the early game, it's gonna be very hard for Genesis to come back because essentially they have like main damage, right? They have no support. So I think that the Cypher is good to disorientate the team fight, but I don't think it's particularly good in this matchup because he doesn't really have anyone he can one-shot.
Yeah, I think there's one thing in favor of looking for Org, even though they do have a Scyther on their side of the field. Scyther generally, like a lot of other speedsters, very low in the health pool. But if you, I guess, kind of use all of your resources to take down the Scyther, I mean, Garchomp in the late game looks really strong too, right? So one of those characters that becomes a raid boss per se, right? If once it gets to level 9 and then to level 13 later on, you use that Urshifu Unite move on the Scyther or the Garchomp, but you can only use it on one character, that Unite move. So if you use it on one character, that other character will also just do really well. So I'm interested to see where Utah decides to use their Unite move because either one is a really good target.
Yeah, the Pikachu being top lane side just like a very strong kind of support. Like just playing top lane side have a very threatening secure potential, especially against the Zacian being a long range. However, he's going to the melee range and potentially falling against the Eldegoss on the Rampart.
Yeah.
Not really sure about that, but I believe it's just like knowing your character, like what you are capable of. A lot of the times when you play top lane side, you just have to manage the distance between you and your enemies when you play a long range attacker support. And if you don't do that, you're gonna get punished for this.
Yeah, I mean, both sides look really strong for anti-stacking potential, but of course, with the Zacian and that Garchomp most likely not stacking at all. But in terms of auto attack pressure, Genesis's top lane just looks really scary. You have slow from the boosted auto that's compiled with the red buff that the Eldegoss has, but 850 birds on the field, and Garchomp once again gonna be biting too far on the side of Genesis. They're gonna be heading back to the Pokemon Center once again, and Genesis now has their eyes set, looking for Org Central area here. I think they might see a blue buff, but heading on over to their side again.
I really like how the Pikachu was just showing himself, potentially like threatening the stop from the invade and just going towards top lane instantly because they don't have any information about the Pikachu. And because they saw the Pikachu, they were just scared going for the invade. Sometimes invading is very good. What do you think about the early game, by the way? Because I'm surprised that they didn't invade the Urshifu. Oftentimes you just see enemies invading the Urshifu, trying to stop him from getting level 5 early.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at looking for Org's team, there's not a whole lot that can invade rather early. Scyther wants to get to that level 5 to when it can evolve into Scizor if they decide to do so. I mean, maybe the Dwebble, it has a decent last hitting. I think it's Fury swipes, if I'm not mistaken, what that early game ability is, and Rock Slide. So you have some last hitting, but I think in terms of trying to invade an Urshifu, you don't really have those sort of resources. 4 members for Genesis heading up to this top path. Garchomp again struggling to get to level 7 to when it gets both of its abilities, and even struggling more to get to level 9 to get that evolution. And already the first major objectives and only level 5 on that Dragon type Pokemon.
Yeah, the Garchomp is in general like a decent character, but if you lose the early game like this, and again, like if you play Garchomp and you have Dragon Rush, you're not unstoppable in the beginning, right? Like if you get level 11, you get unstoppable, but your unstoppable can get cancelled by the Throat Chop or the Sacred Spot, so it's always kind of strange. I think the Garchomp has a DC right now, which is kind of unfortunate for them. They are in the 1-0 spot right now, so let's see how the game is going to turn out.
Yeah, definitely have a game to lose, but oh my gosh, nice secure there by the Mew. The Mewtwo Y was in that Mega form. You can see that notification there. The Mewtwo Y ended up getting that KO on the Mew, but both objectives going over to looking for Org. So despite the disconnect from the Garchomp, still able to pull both objectives to your side of the field, and that Garchomp is going to love that global EXP, especially in that bottom path, because they need to get to that level 9, and being down at level 7 at this moment, and I think they might be DC'd still at this moment. You can see the Garchomp still pressing on forward, using that eject button. There are just a couple of traits or behaviors that bots tend to do. Hopefully we can get that player back online.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the Garchomp back online. They have a game to lose. I think that the Cypher being level 9 with the Reggie Seal is a big threat, but I don't see and you are positioning for the top lane side to get this Fabrus, so it's gonna go onto Cessation. Cessation is gonna be a very big threat, especially for the mid game, because the Garchomp is not being able to farm any spikes.
About halfway through the game, 50 points in favor of Genesis, but of course they are playing a 5v4 game at this point. Scyther going to head into that Unite move, trying to hone in on this Zacian. Zacian's going to head over to the tier 2 goal zone, and looking for Org needs to try to find some wins anywhere on the map. I think Reggie definitely tried to get that KO there. It would have been a really high value KO, level 10 on the Zacian. But with that Garchomp not really being a threat in this game, I feel like that Unite move from Utal, Urshifu, is going to have one target. It's going to be that Scyther. If they are able to land it, and that Scyther does not have their full heal ready to go, it's going to be a very easy KO for this Urshifu player. Lots of Unite moves for both sides, all 5 yellow dots for Genesis, and Garchomp is on the field. So, despite being out for most of this game, at least they're back on, Ghatlue.
Yeah, when you break the top lane goal zone, you're just gonna get the Indeedius, but you're also getting the Swampus on your side, which is very beneficial. The Garchomp is taking the regular key. They're trying to push top lane side, giving up the bot lane again, just saying, we're gonna have 5 men on one map, one spot on the mini-map, and just going for the advantage there, rather than trying to split apart or play for one goal zone, like objective. I think it's just a common strategy for Lotom, just avoiding the enemies, just trying to play one side of the mini-map. So they are not instantly losing the game. It is always risky to try to fight an enemy that has ultimate advantage, like we talked about with the Urshifu. So just going for the regular key really fast and pushing the top lane to widen closing the score gap. It's gonna be very important for looking forward.
Yeah, taking the name of the game quite literally, playing together, Pokemon Unite, uniting together in that top path. It's definitely not a terrible lead for Genesis if you're looking at the perspective of looking for Org. Only a 33-point lead by Genesis as we head into, I guess, the last quarter of this game. Level 12 on the Urshifu, level 12 on your Zacian, your level leaders. Actually, level 13, you can see on your right side, Scyther just now ticking in to that level 13. Again, as a speedster, it is classified as an all-rounder, but plays definitely more like a speedster. You love those levels. Right, you need to get all those levels on the Garchomp. Expect that character to not be, I guess, engaging on the enemy team as it continues to farm to level 13, being at a deficit here. But you got about 1 more minute left. And as we were talking about in that top path, looking for Org, now positioning in that bottom path for a massive push.
Yeah, the Cypher is just trying to get a huge combo on the bottom side with its Unite move. But again, Cypher doesn't really have the best target to focus, right? If you are playing Cypher and you want to have a target to focus, it's always the kind of mage. But with Mewtwo Y, you just have a double teleport. They can just legit just teleport away from the Cypher. So it's kind of hard for the Cypher to engage. Because Pikachu using its Unite move at the 3-minute mark means he has to farm the Unite move back. I believe that Genesis is going to get the bottom objective. I think that the Garchomp is still lagging. But while that happens, again, they're just getting the objective on the opposite side of the map. Throughout the entire game, just playing opposite side of the map.
Regirock heading on over to the Genesis side of the field. They're going to get that global EXP, but I think more importantly, the defense and special defensive buff is going to be rather strong. Might be even more impactful, especially when you have a lot of all-rounders and you have that Trevenant being supported by this Eldegoss. We're talking about this Scyther going into a fight, and they're going in really early on. I think that Unite move from the Scyther is going to be the most important tool, but unfortunately, found that Zacian in the tall grass. It's going to be the most important damaging ability. It looks like Sherlock is back, hanging out in that tall grass. So they do have level 13 on the Garchomp. That still might be a threat, Ghatlue.
Yeah, while that happens, Genesis, I mean, they know it's a close battle, right? So even though they are kind of losing the early game to mid game, they can still play out the late game fight. The Cypher did use its Unite move, so I believe he's farming the Unite move back. The Zacian is looking for a potential flank. It's not being covered. Zacian is looking for a good angle there. The Urshifu using the Wicked Blow, securing the kill on the Pikachu. Cresta using its Unite move, looking in the Garchomp, and just trying to wipe up the team, while the Cypher is looking for a potential flank.
Yeah, Scyther unfortunately does not have that Unite move, so its flank might be a little lackluster. We saw Mew in the last game, not able to pull this one away this time. The headwinds for Genesis blowing really strong to the right side of the map. Unfortunately, it is supported by a couple of disconnects on the side of looking for Org. You hate to see that type of thing happen, but here we are, Pokemon Unite, your favorite game with the best foundation in the back. We're going to be going into a game 3, Ghatlue, and it's hard to say, I guess, any sort of adjustments on the side of looking for Org, other than maybe just a better connection.
So looking forward has the potential to like just say I want to have first pick and pick decision again. So if Genesis doesn't adapt towards the ban, I'm surprised like both teams didn't ban decision, because if they believe that both teams are good at decision, just ban it out. But I don't really like the draft that looking forward was going for, because throughout the entire game, like I just talked about this, right? You're picking the Cypher to essentially be useful in the minimap or like be useful in the early game, but you're drafting a composition that is kind of coin flip, because if you lose the early game, you don't really have tools to play the late game. So it always depends on, like, do you want to just go for the early game compositions and win the early game, but then if you lose the early game, it's going to be hard, or do you want to play a late game scaling comp?
And as we head into the post-game summary here, a very unfortunate 18,000, close to 19,000 damage on your Garchomp. That was really the character that you wanted to lead in the front line, that damage and sustaining for your team. And yeah, I mean, if we were talking specifically about these team comps, I think the Garchomp would do really well here. Again, that Unite move from the Urshifu really only needed to land on either the Garchomp or the Scyther, and losing out that Scyther Unite move kind of early on in the final stretch fight really meant that Looking for Org had no tools to really stay in a longer and extended team fight. I think the Garchomp did end up getting united by Utah on their Urshifu, but you know, we can see there the level deficit having been gone a couple of minutes in the game definitely was to your detriment, Ghatlue. But as we head into the third game, I felt like for Genesis, everything went their way. Do you think any adjustments on their side of the field?
I think that if they just draft the way they drafted before and just play their game, I think it's going to be very beneficial for them. But I do think that we want to adjust the draft, because Looking Forward has the advantage of picking the side they want and then building up a strategy against that. I think something that Genesis wants to do is just controlling the game itself and just maybe trying to like play for both objectives, because they're always avoiding them on the minimap.
Alrighty, everybody, we are going to head to a short break as we prepare for our game 3 between Genesis and Looking for Org. Still in our semifinals round, so despite who loses here, there is still a loser's bracket to climb through. But winner of this is going to be heading on to our winners finals, and you're not going to want to miss it. The Autumn Showdown Unity Clash will be back very, very shortly.
Welcome back to the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown Season 5. We have Looking for Arc versus Genesis, Olyo versus Latam. It is a very exciting match to watch. What do you think about the previous game? Obviously, the card from FK, so it was kind of 4 versus 5. Do you think that there should be any draft adjustments for both teams?
I thought the draft going into the game was rather okay. I think the only, I guess, criticism for one of the teams was Looking for Org's Crustle pick as a first pick defender. We were talking about it before, but again, in my opinion, Crustle is more of a reactionary type defender, especially when the other team has double mages or generally just characters that don't have a whole lot of mobility. One of the reasons why I felt like Crustle did so well, I would say 6 to 8 months ago, was there's a lot of EVs in the metagame. EVs typically don't have a whole lot of mobility. Of course, you have Leafeon, but when you think of the other attacker-oriented EVs, Glaceon, Espeon, Sylveon, even Umbreon, they don't have a whole lot of mobility to get behind a Rock Tomb. If they get put into that circle, they have to either use an eject button, which only comes back every minute and a half or so. So Crustle is really good for taking out either those eject button cooldowns or even the passive ability for those EVs. And again, more reactionary type defender, so picking it as your first defender, even your first pick, I think is a little risky in my opinion.
Yeah, we are seeing the Comfy ban from Genesis. Maybe just opting to say, okay, Looking for Arc is probably gonna play Comfy compositions. So we're just banning it out there, banning out the Miraidon. Curious to see if they fast fixation again, because this is what both teams have been doing in both matches. And I believe that the Zacian was looking pretty well for Looking for Arc in the first game.
Comfy heading up to that ban slot. I mean, what is there? In your opinion, why do you think Comfy was the ban selection for Genesis? They're the only team that picked it in game 1. What do you think is the reason why?
So I'm not really sure if both teams are playing on orange ping or one team is playing on green ping. This could be a potential reason why you wanna ban out the Comfy. Because if you play against Zoroark Comfy on ping, it is very painful. So this could be a reason why. I think Comfy in general is not really a worthy ban. But again, maybe they just said we don't want to play with Comfy and we don't want to play against it. But looking forward, going for the Blizzy. I think Blizzy is just one of the best supports in the game. Always been one of the best supports. It's always contending with Eldegoss and Hoopa, even though it's a melee support, just because of its Unite Move Blizzy assistance, which is very, very strong, especially combining it with Zacian.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a soft-boiled Blissey. Normally you don't run Safeguard Blissey, which is the most recent ability that got buffed, and I think it was the most recent balance patch, Freezing Waves or Freezing Rush. I do forget the name of that balance patch, but Zacian is being picked 3 times. Not only 3 times, but also first pick 3 times from each of the first pick teams. This might be a Sacred Sword Zacian. We can see that Razor Claw instead of a Rapid Fire Scarf, as we saw in game number 1. Reggie, this time without or at least Zoroark without a Comfey. On the side of Looking for Orc, what do you think about Zoroark in particular? I mean, I feel like Zoroark is a character that is normally played with a Comfey. This time doesn't have a Comfey, but you have a Blissey, which is able to support multiple characters with soft boiled instead of jumping off and on each target like Comfey is. What do you think about Zoroark?
You know how the first game they secured the Rayquaza because they had a lot of secure? I see it type of like this. Reggie is a well-known Zoroark, well-known speedstar player. So I don't mind Reggie picking up the Zoroark in particular. I think it is kind of strange into a lot of the Pokemon that they played against. But I believe that, my team always says Zoroark is the best Pokemon in the game. You just have to stop hinting. So how the Zoroark plays, because again, Zoroark can just control games by its own.
If we're looking at Genesis, Utal, this is going to be a very, very similar composition as game number 1. Of course, we saw game number 1 Looking for Org able to win that game, but really leaning into your primary source of damage being that Absol. It has, I think if I seen the held items correctly, it has an energy amplifier and an X attack. Normally, when you see that, they're trying to output tons of damage and lots of Unite moves throughout the game as a fairly low cooldown timer, but very similar to game number 1. They had that Comfy Zoroark, On the side of Genesis, they're really trying to lean into one character carrying all that damage, an EXP share Pikachu, and 2 defenders without an EXP share. So you're going to be having 2 defenders on either side of the map for Genesis trying to carry in the damage. I mean, what do you think about it this time? Last time we saw a Comfey on a speedster. This time we see an Eldegoss next to that speedster. What is your opinion of Genesis's team comp?
I think the Genesis team composition is alright, but again, like you mentioned, I don't think Upsu should be the primary damage in this composition. I think Pikachu should just play the damage build and the Traveler plays XP now. Because again, like Pikachu is very good into Zoroark, specifically because if he doesn't have Olyo and you play Volt Tackle, you're just gonna die. But again, like I wanted to talk a little bit about the matchups. So if you play Blizzy with Station, you're essentially a double melee matchup, right? Into the double range matchup plus red buff. And the booster auto attack from Squirtle is also slowing. So it's a very tough matchup to play against. Because if you don't just look for the farm, it's going to be very tough. I always like to see when Absol is getting picked, that he wins the early game. Like he's showcasing right now. Because he has a very fast jungle clear. And a lot of the times, the teams are just getting very dizzy. Like, not really respecting the early game from the Absol. And they're just very beneficial for Team Genesis right now. Moving towards top lane side with the Pikachu XP share. Potentially just stunning the enemy and just like putting 4 people on the one side. And because he's playing XP share again, it is fine for him.
Oh man, Utah headed up to that top path before 850, already at level 6. And like you were saying, Absol, one of the fastest, if not the fastest jungle clears in the game, was able to make a full gank in the bottom path, rotate through that top path through the central area by help with those Salic berries to boost that speed, was able to apply some pressure up there as well. Absol, again, is another one of those speedsters, very much like Zero Aura, that is not played very often, but I think in the right hands can do really well. Lots of damage. It has some iframes with that Unite move when it has it, and already level 8, 2 minutes into the game, Ghatlue. It might be level 9 here with it, all of this farm in the central area going over to the Absol. You can see that right on the right side, that yellow dot, Absol. First Unite move on the field.
Yeah, level 9 Absol is going to be very, very powerful. Absol has to be aware now that he's going to give a lot of comic XP. The Zacian is playing Sacred Sword this time around, so it's not a Metaclaw. Keeping the advantage of having a level 9 Absol and just pushing one pet. However, the Mew is rotating as well, but I believe that they are not being able to protect it, because especially the Absol has a Unite move, so he can just one-shot the Zoroark. Just engaging right now and losing his Olyo.
Yeah, you can see there on your screen that Zacian is not going to like that Unite move from the Absol, and it looks like another KO going over to Genesis. Level 10 on your Absol before the first major objective is definitely going to be something you love to see. Solar Beam is going to land onto Utah. It's not going to matter. It's 50% still on the Absol. Should be able to take this Regieleki. Here comes the Blissey. If we're in for the secure, Blastoise able to pull that one away with Surf. Regieleki heading over to the 2-2 goal zone. Both Zacian and the Zoroark heading to the Pokemon Center. Add that with a scrambled eggs with Blissey in that top path, and 113 to 5 points in favor of Genesis. And now they're going to walk this Regieleki into that tier 2. 22 points from the Absol, followed by another score in from Genesis. This is already a huge lead for this team, Ghatlue.
It's gonna be very painful for looking forward to come back to this lead. And Absol being level 12 at 6 minutes, it looks like one of my solo queue games. He's just like playing a very well game in the early game and into the mid game. He needs to be aware that like the Zoroark is just constantly looking at him. He just wants to get the kill. And while I'm talking about it, the Zoroark is just getting the shutdown. Throughout the entire game, Reggie was just trying to kill the Absol. Normally you see the team is just like avoiding them on the minimap, right? Playing one of the objectives, but Reggie was playing so aggressive, just trying to get the shutdown.
Like you said, Ghatlue, Zoroark, the best players in the game, what's best characters in the game. All you have to do is not int. It's exactly what we're seeing here. I guess not inting per se, but anytime you see these two speedsters go at it, it'll be such a high value KO and lots of experience handed over. I believe that Zoroark was only level 9 or level 10 before the KO on the Absol, and getting that KO on a level 11 target will hand you over a ton of EXP. Solar Beam on the money. Fortunately, not able to pull that confirm away. They're going to go into that Unite move to help defend this tier 1 goal zone. But as we've seen, the headwinds for Genesis has been causing a number of goal zones to fall. Another Unite move from Utah. Not going to get a whole lot of value. Here comes the rest of the team for looking for Org, and they are going to find a KO in that Pikachu, and Genesis starting to fall.
Yeah, Reggie is finally back into the game. He was level like 3 levels behind the Absol, and now he's almost even with the Absol being level 14 as well. Just getting a lot of top lane farm, getting all his swabbles, getting the attack rate. And again, looking for Orc has a better late game, right? Like Genesis has a very, very dominant early game. But if they go into the late game, it's going to be very hard for Genesis to play the late game fight if they are not playing it correctly, because the only source of damage is going to be the Absol.
They have plenty of time to take this Regieleki off the field and have a third Regieleki, but Genesis kind of nowhere to be found in this top path, I guess in the form of damage. Both Blastoise and Pikachu uncovering that fog of war in that top path. They're going to see a ton of looking for Org, looking for KOs, looking for experience. Fortunately, they hand over both speedsters on either side of the field, and Pikachu getting a KO streak of 2, bringing that thunderstorm in this top path, and it's definitely a brewing in favor of Genesis. This Regieleki is going to take a very long stroll to this tier 3 goal zone, 278 to 53, Ghatlue, as we head into the last quarter of the game. Genesis is looking really strong, but if there's a character to watch, it's always going to be that Slowbro. And Reggie, one of the best Zoroark players in the game, is going to be supported by a Bliss assistance all the way from the Kanto region. But here comes the Absol, locking in with that Psycho Cut. They don't have that Unite move, but another really high-value KO going into Genesis' side of the field as Absol once again going to find the prey that is that Zoroark.
It's a very different game from like all the best of the games we were watching, right? Because looking for Orc was always trying to avoid them on the minimap, playing the map correctly and just being there. But it's just pure aggression the entire time. Fighting the top lane side. Then Trevenant, while they were fighting on top lane, got all their stacks, broke the bot lane goes on as well, and it's just a 200-point difference. 201-point difference, so it means they have to score more than 200 points in the late game fight. Their levels are looking very good. There's gonna be a potential flip with the busy indecision. I believe that looking for Orc's composition is kind of stronger in the late game, but they're taking the middle fight. And again, Genesis is just using early Unite moves.
Yeah, I mean, they are down quite a bit. 2 level 13 defenders on the side of Genesis. It means they have both their level 13 upgraded ability, but you also get that defense and special defensive buff when defenders hit level 13. It's going to be very difficult to take down this wall of Genesis. And a wall is what they're building. You can see here in the central area, really positioning around this choke point. You can see the Blastoise on your mini-map preparing for some of an all-rounder type gank in that top left Elbush. They have quite a huge gank with Surf plus Unite move, but here comes a Slow Beam, able to find the Trevenant, but unfortunately not really able to pull down the KO of the tree as those roots holding on really strong. Unite move from the Absol, not really getting a whole lot of value for Genesis, and coming out here in the final stretch beginning, they are starting to fall, Ghatlue.
Trevenant's trying to hold back on the enemies, getting a potential double kill as well. While that happens, the Zoroark is going for the kill. They are still behind in points. The Pikachu has its Unite move back. It was a very kind of strange team fight, right? Because the Absol didn't really get any value. But Trevenant just holding the backline and just making sure that everyone is staying alive with the Reggie Eyes is going to be very tough for looking forward to play against. Because Pikachu does have Unite move, so if you're not careful enough, Session doesn't have Unite move, so the source of the secure is the Mew and the Zoroark.
And Pikachu is going to be the form of engage for Genesis, and they're going to immediately zap 3 members of Looking for Org, Looking for Hope, desperation on the side of Looking for Org, and not able to stay on. A fruitless effort and a white flag tossed up by Looking for Org. Genesis is going to be moving on to our winners final, where I think they are going to be facing a team that we have seen quite a number today. Pocket Rockets on the other side of the bracket is going to be their winners final opponent.
I believe that every EU team is also out of the competition, so Genesis representing Europe in this tournament in the finals. I believe that they should have looked for a potential flip, but We didn't see it on the camera, but the Trevenant did Hoen leash both of them away from the flip and just managing to store so much time that looking for work is gonna have a very tough time. Although the upthrow didn't really have the biggest impact into the team fight, it just like okay, I was saying that the Trevenant maybe not the best with the full damage build, right? And Pikachu XP, but the Trevenant and the Pikachu did carry the entire team fight.
Yeah, one of the things for Genesis, at least with that team composition, is a pretty poor early game across the team. Of course, we saw that Absol really just running riot through that entire early game. But if Genesis loses that early game, they miss out on a ton of damage in that Absol, and the rest of the team really can't make up for that damage being a double defender carries on their side of the field. And so team fights that go really long, as it did in that late game team fight, it was always just in the favor of Genesis, right? That Trevenant was able to soak up that Slowbro Unite move. Probably not the best target in my opinion, but a target nonetheless. I feel like you would rather get that Absol, but it's hard to say for looking for Org. They had a couple of decisions to make. Well, who do they Unite move with the Slowbro? And then when do they decide to just dump out all of their Unite moves? Because they need to do that all at the same time, especially with a double defender comp. And with this Pikachu going down rather early and still holding on to that Unite move, it's one of the best Unite moves in the game in that attacker role. And so having one Unite move to your side of the field in favor against looking for Org is always going to be very beneficial.
Yeah, it was a very messy team fight. The Trevenant got the Slowbro Unite move, but he has passive and focus ban. So the Trevenant survived the Slowbro Unite move. Hey, like hold it on and just the benefits of getting the Reggie Ice is just very huge for these type of compositions. I was a bit curious because like normally they always avoid them on the minimap, but this game they just played very aggressive. The Zoroarks keep trying to get Absol for like throughout the entire game.
It's definitely a fight of two speedsters. Absol still finding a place in this metagame as being an assassin-type character throughout the field. And Utah making it look so good and in a huge way. And that's going to lead Genesis to our winners final, where they are going to be facing the Pocket Rockets. Another cross-regional matchup for our winners finals. Once again, Genesis from the European region, Pocket Rockets from the North American region. Definitely not going to want to miss it. The Autumn Showdown will be right back with the Pocket Rockets and Genesis in your winners final. Welcome on back to the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown. We got PNG San here, and we have Ghatlue in the flesh, of course. Ghatlue, we made it to the winners final with a team from EU and a team from North America. Pocket Rockets, a representative from North America. Genesis, as we saw in that last game. And you've seen both of these teams on broadcast for a number of games today. Obviously, Genesis in that last game and Pocket Rockets for the previous 2 or 3. Any predictions for this one? I feel like I say predictions, but Pocket Rockets is very unpredictable. Any predictions between these two teams coming up in this winners final set?
I feel like the one team that gets Zacian is probably gonna win. I think both teams are just gonna pick Zacian in the entire time. I don't think they're gonna ban it. So I believe the ones with the Zacian are gonna be pretty dominant. That's my prediction.
And now, Ghatlue, we've seen, or at least you've seen Zacian being first pick for a lot of the games today. What do you think? Zacian, best all-rounder in the game right now?
I don't think Zacian is a first pick. I think that the teams just don't really draft good compositions against it, or they don't really understand how to shut it down. I don't think you should first pick Zacian. I think if you want to like draft the composition around the Zacian, it's alright, but I don't think it's the best all-rounder. Like, I wouldn't really prioritize it as much as it would prioritize here. I think Minadon is just way stronger than Zacian. But I'm surprised seeing it here. I mean, there's not really anyone playing Hoen as well.
Yeah, of course, the best all-rounder in the game is Greedent. Not only is it an all-rounder, but it's also generally round, right? no Greedent, at least on the broadcast that I have been casting. But have you seen any Greedent today, Ghatlue?
Yeah, I saw the Greedent from the Pocket Rockets. I think that, again, like, it's a bit weird because I think that Pocket Rocket can win, but I think that Genesis is more a control team and a chaotic team. So if they manage to control Pocket Rocket, I think it's gonna be hard for Pocket Rocket to make the things happen that they did in the previous games. Because again, I think Pocket Rocket is a surprise team. So if you're getting surprised and you're not, it's a best of 3. So if you don't adapt to it, it's gonna be hard for you to play against Pocket Rocket.
Yeah, I was casting with Black CH yesterday, a Pocket Rockets game, mind you, and one of the things about the Pocket Rockets is that they really capitalize on the deficiencies in the other team's macro. If your macro is not on point, basically, the Pocket Rockets will somewhat run over you. And one of the ways to beat the Pocket Rockets is a game of knowledge. Really, it's a attrition of knowledge, quite literally, right? Pocket Rockets get so much vision on the map just simply by putting Pooty, as the captain in that first pick slot, everywhere on the map. They are the defender player for this team. You can see, look at that, Ghatlue. We have Green as the second ban for Genesis. But one of the interesting things for Pooty is that they are the defender player that typically plays not a defender. You can see as they're hovering over something, they have picked Aegislash with the EXP share. I know they play Machamp with EXP share. They have also been playing Sylveon with EXP share, which is not the best last hitting Pokemon, but as that 10th pick, or I guess 9th pick option for the Pocket Rockets, expect that player to pick out something very strange, lack of a better word.
Yeah, I think that Pocket Rocket, lets the team play meta compositions to potentially draft against it, because you can see instantly the Blaziken in and pick without any hesitation. Normally you would say Umbreon is one of the best defender in that sense. So seeing Zacian and Umbreon in the same composition kind of scares me.
As we head to the end part of this draft, I would say that Pocket Rockets' team composition is fairly conventional. And as soon as I say that, here comes that EXP share Machamp. So there are a couple of things to note about this character, is that they have an EXP share, obviously, but they are also very fast. They have Charging Charm and Float Stone that increases the speed, the movement speed of this character, both passively and actively, with Float Stone, for example, when they are out of combat. But they also have a battle item. Also makes them very fast. They have an X speed. Expect Pooty to be very much like a Greedent, very much like a Sableye. running to the other side of the field, disrupting the enemy team as much as they can. They will most likely be playing Submission Machamp more specifically. And Submission is very much like Covet for Greed, and it is unstoppable. When you take a look at Genesis, there's not really a whole lot to stop a Submission Machamp. Maybe putting them in a bubble with Mean Look, but other than that, expect Pooty to be putting Genesis in a blender.
Yeah, I think that if you play Submission Machamp and Miraidon is playing Charge Beam, you can actually throw him away from the Charge Beam animation and just cancel it. You notice that the Leafeon changed X attack to Foliar because of the Urshifu. You always like talk about, is Urshifu good into Leafeon or not? And it depends on the matchup. Obviously, Urshifu is not the best early game character, but they have Zacian Eldegoss and Miraidon plus Umbreon, right? So their early game is going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, lots of legendary Pokemon on Genesis, and not many legendary Pokemon on the side of Pocket Rockets, but there is something that is legendary. It's this team that's making a very deep run in today's event. Again, Pocket Rockets is a semi-pro team for North America. Genesis, number of players that are worlds qualifying players from EU, and of course, try not to be a little bit biased, Ghatlue, but Pocket Rockets, they are a team that is very near and dear to my heart. Making it to the winners finals is always a pleasure to see. But game number 1 for winners finals set, Pocket Rockets on our purple side, Genesis on our orange side. I said the Pocket Rockets is on our orange side, but there is one player that is going to be on the orange side very, very quickly. That's the Pooty on this Submission Machamp.
Submission Machamp is a very big secure, so if he manages to get it, it would be very huge, but he kind of misses the secure, I think. It was a miss on the secure side. The Urshifu is getting the secure, getting followed by the Eldegoss and just falling down. But while that happens, the Trevenant is just farming their side, right? They also have the Leafeon. So their compositions kind of depend on just like trying to shut down the Zacian. There's a Torchic alone on the bot lane side. It's going to be very tough for Pocket Rocket to play the early game on the bot lane side. However, if they manage to get the top lane lead and just make it like stay the lead, then it's going to be very beneficial for Pocket Rocket.
Urshifu still able to get to that level 5 evolution, supported by that Gossifleur in that central area. Unfortunately, Pooty not able to get any sort of experience, and is also going to be kissing the bottom of their Pokeball as they're sent back over to the left side of the field. And this farm should be taken off of the field very quickly, but I think a lot of experience went over to the Pocket Rockets, so we do see a level 5 evolution on the Trevenant.
Very good secure from the Razor Leaf in combination with the Will-O-Wisp, saving the early game for them. Getting the blue buff as well, stopping the invade. The Torchic is going to be in a lot of trouble. I believe that Pocket Rocket is going to be able to surprise them in the 7-minute mark. But like you mentioned, if you play a good early game or a good macro against them, it's going to be very hard for Pocket Rocket to manage to play the early game.
I agree. Still struggling to get to level 5 on the Machop. Just now taking into level 5 is when they get access to Submission. But taking a look at Genesis, they have a level 7 Urshifu heading into that central area. No contention outside of Pocket Rocket. So once again, Genesis having full control of this center area farm. They do get a KO for Zacian on the Zacian in the top path. 4 members of Pocket Rockets. Pooty going to try to make some room for the team, but Genesis is right here for the defend.
Yeah, if they manage to get the score on the Leafeon, it would be very huge for them. The Torchic managing to get level 5, being able to play the bot lane side, and potentially getting the Metanon as well. Getting the score potentially as well, getting level 7, would be very massive for them. Because both Leafeon and Blaziken are very good and like power specs, right? Blaziken level 8, Leafeon level 8. So they could potentially play for both objectives if they manage to get their tools.
Yeah, Leafeon, one of the first players to get their Unite move at level 8, like you were saying, Ghatlue. But if you can take a look on the other side of the field, Urshifu also has their Unite move. Megu is able to make it back home to at least one of those citrus berries. Eldegoss doing a really good job at supporting that all-rounder. They are going to lose that tier 1 Golza, making that tier 2 vulnerable to Regieleki as Pocket Rockets take those off the field. Really nice exchange between the two all-rounders. Unite move from Utah. Really good response by Cranberry on their Blaziken to use their unstoppable ability. Pooty almost able to get that one away, but Urshifu still able to use that Wicked Blow, one of the best best tools in the game to confirm objectives, and Pocket Rockets is going to continue to have their foot on the rocket as they're able to get that Regieleki into the tier 2.
More 1v1 against the all-rounders, Urshifu getting the win on the Register, but Poo is coming and getting the kill on the Urshifu. I think something that you mentioned is better than I noticed now. As a top laner, I would hate playing against Pocket Rocket, right? They are just like, keep sending 4 people top lane side, abusing the top lane side. So it's gonna be very hard for Zacian to play if he doesn't play fully. And I believe he doesn't play fully in this match. So the moment he gets submission, he gets Lizard comboed, and he's just dead. Change CC.
Yeah, the Pocket Rockets play a somewhat unorthodox score composition, or I guess a strategy as they play Pokemon Unite. They really devote a lot of resources to this top path, getting Regielekis, making these top lane pushes very, very impactful. And one of the benefits for these score comp type strategies is that they try to take Rayquaza off of the field as a win condition for your team. Right, they force the enemy team to maybe make a mistake in trying to take Rayquaza off of the field, but a huge team fight starting to break out here in the speed flux zone of Genesis. Pocket Rockets maybe biting too far onto the right side of the field, and here comes the Leafeon trying to hold on to their goal zone. They're going to dance on the top of the forehead of this Urshifu. Able to hold onto this goal zone. They do trade some scoring, but they do get a couple of very high-value KOs. The Pocket Rockets come roaring back here in the bottom path.
So I'm not really sure who is playing on Big on this matchup, because again, like, this game can be decided on ping. But Pocket Rocket is just playing very well, like macro game in general, like micro as well, because if Leafeon does the combo like wrong, he's not able to kill the Urshifu, right? Throwing the Razor Leafs behind him, using the Unite move, using the Folia, and executing the Urshifu before he can execute him. So very well done. And when that happens, the Machamp is just getting the secure. Like, seeing a submission Machamp working is actually very fun to watch.
I'm sure you love watching this submission Machamp and maybe even giving you some ideas to play announced esports. Like you were saying, Ghatlue, or like I was saying, Pocket Rockets is the embodiment of Greedent. And well, you love playing Greedent, so this is, I'm sure, tickling some of your fancy, the way that Pocket Rockets loves to play. But they're going to pivot down to this tier 1 goal zone, even if they are not able to get that scoring off. They just pull members of Genesis to the bottom side of the map. It's going to force that Zacian and then Miraidon to take that off the field. And one of the interesting things about Pocket Rockets, and very attuned to how Greedent plays, is that they demand your attention. This submission Machamp, it was in the bottom path trying to score on that tier 2. They rotated back over to their side of the field. Now they're up there in the top tier 2. So like oh my gosh, I mean, just watching the submission Machamp all over the field. They're also just very fast, hard to lock down. A lot of held items to boost that speed, unstoppable with submission, cross chop to navigate through the map, going through walls. They're back over to the left side, and down they go to the bottom path.
Yeah, and I'm surprised as well, like, while like this entire thing, like entire chaotic game is happening, Pocket Rocket is actually playing a well macro game. They know when the swabbles are spawning, they know when the farm is spawning. They don't just play the game and have composition. They know what they do, which is something that a lot of teams sometimes tend to forget to do. When you're in a winning position, you want to be aggressive. You want to take the farm that is not yours, because essentially you don't really have any farm, right? You only have the jungle and maybe some bolters.
I like to call the Pocket Rockets beautiful chaos, because like you were saying, very chaotic in how they play. But they know exactly when farm spawns on the map. They take it off of the field very quickly. And even if their chaotic strategy doesn't pay out for them, if you can see their team composition, they can pull together and secure objectives very easily. They have Overheat from Blaziken, Unite move from the Alola Ninetales. Even the Leafeon has really strong forms of secure with Razor Leaf and their Unite move themselves. And they can also get some, I guess, surprising confirms, like we saw with that Machamp earlier on today with that second Regieleki. But as we head into the final stretch of our winners finals set here, Pocket Rockets has set themselves up beautifully to defend this Rayquaza, up almost 100 points in this endgame.
Blaziken getting the passive from the Umbreon is very huge for the team fight. Being a very aggressive positioning for the Blaziken. The Leafeon is managing to sneak behind them while the Blaziken is covering it. I think that Genesis is just gonna flip it, and it's gonna be potentially a huge flip for them. But if they manage to one-shot them with the A9, it's gonna be very tough. But while I'm saying that, everyone is just falling. And again, if you don't pay attention to the positioning against a composition with Miraidon, Zacian, and Urshifu, it's just gonna be flipped on. Meteors are crashing towards the Rayquaza. We have the Wicked Blow. We have the Sacred Spot from the Zacian, and the Unite move. So you just have to pay attention, because I believe Pocket Rocket's composition is very good at stopping the flip.
Yeah, definitely showing their veteran prowess on the side of Genesis, as the Pocket Rockets unfortunately loses out on that one. And a couple of things to note here. Of course, we don't see the perspective of Genesis on their mini-maps, for example, but I believe that the Miraidon got vision of the Leafeon behind them, and they knew they had really strong positioning for that Rayquaza, and the only character they really need to worry about in terms of secure is that Alola Ninetales, and I think they were able to KO that character before the flip actually began, or at least bring it down to really low HP. But Pocket Rockets now got to do something in order to stay in this game. They are going to test Genesis's defense, and they already got a really high value KO. Eldegoss, form of support for Genesis, is going to be watching as their team has to defend against the Pocket Rockets, but Genesis holding on to their defense. 3 members go into the Pokemon Center for the Pocket Rockets, and that chaotic beauty, unfortunately, was disaster for our North American team, as all 5 team members is going to be KO'd here as the time expires. Genesis going up 1-0 in this winner's final set.
Yeah, Bone Crusher just saying as well, not like this. But it's such a cool game. I mean, again, like, it just, if you're a new team, you gotta learn from like just the teams with like veteran experience. Even though you are losing, even though you are losing or winning, you gotta always pay attention towards what can the enemies do, what is their win condition. It's very hard for them to team fight because you have so much to see and so much combinations. So you don't really have to be afraid of them engaging on you because you wanna take the fight. You just don't wanna give them the Rayquaza positioning. Because even if they have the Rayquaza positioning, right? We have Machamp ultimate, we have Anon ultimate, we have Leafeon ultimate, and Blaziken secure. So even if they run into the pit and trying to flip it, they will just vanish. But because nobody really paid attention to the positioning, they just managed to get into the positioning, and a flip is a flip, but they have good secure potentials as well.
When you look at these two teams, who do you think has the better securing options? I think both teams have a lot of really good secure, right? Urshifu, Zacian with the Unite move, maybe even Umbreon with their own Unite move. I think maybe is more valuable to use it more as a hindrance if they're able to land it on multiple characters. But on the other side, you have Overheat, Leafeon, Alola Ninetales Unite move. I mean, who do you think has the better secure here? I think, or is it really just a 50-50 toss-up in your opinion?
I think it's Genesis has the better secure, like 60%. But if Genesis is going to the Rayquaza pit while Pocket Rocket is in position, like if they wanna flip it, they will just vanish. Like they will just die instantly. And they can't even manage to get the secure in time, is how I see it, because if you need that move, A9 combo, and Blaziken, it's just gonna vanish the enemy team because they don't really have a support. But again, if you don't have the position, like you just gotta pay attention to it. Even though Pocket Rocket did lose the early game pretty hard, they managed to successfully just get into the top laner's head, because the top laner tried to, like Mego tried to play a little bit too aggressive and not really respecting the submission matchup. So every time he walked too much out of the pit, he can't even like walk too much, right? If he goes to the middle bush, submission matchup sees it and he's just gonna kill him. So I'm curious to see if Genesis is gonna adapt to this draft, or if Pocket Rocket is gonna change their strategy.
Yeah, I think I always say this when I cast the Pocket Rockets. One of the interesting things about their team strategy is that, I guess in subsequent games, like in game 2s, game 3s, and in larger games go up to game 5s, is that Pocket Rockets has the advantage of surprise, having a really interesting team comp. But one of the cool things about them as players is that even if they do play a really unorthodox team comp, they can always pull back to a more meta team comp, right? You might even see like a submission Machamp or a Machamp ban here on the side of Genesis, but Pocket Rockets can very easily go back to something that's a lot more traditional, maybe playing actual defenders or an actual supporting class character, and they can kind of test you in both of those realms, right? Greedent is going to be banned out once again by Genesis, Ghatlue.
Yeah, just respecting the Greedent ban. Like, not like they can't be bothered playing against Greedent. They already have enough with me playing on the Greedent. But I want to play against Greedent. Stop it. I'm curious about the Leafeon ban, because Leafeon is a very good character, and it just kind of controlled the entire game for them, right, with the submission matchup. Because even though they lost the early game, Leafeon managed to get level 8 and just using the Unite move on one side of the minimap and being able to push it. So I'm curious to see how Pocket Rocket is gonna adapt their draft, going for the first big Trevenant again.
Yesterday, I casted a game with Cranberry on their Trevenant, and Trevenant can definitely have some really fun plays to cast, especially if you catch multiple players on a Cursed Horn Leech. You can displace them with that Unite move for a very long period of time, and Cranberry's Trevenant yesterday was a thing of beauty, and I think it's definitely warranted as a first pick option for the Pocket Rockets. But Genesis is going to be starting off their draft really strong as well. Zacian, once again, being first pick for Megu. Qatar pulling out that Umbreon, still arguably one of the best defenders in the game, Ghatlue.
Like you were saying that this team can also swap towards meta drafts. So I'm kind of curious about the Mimikyu. Because Mimikyu is kind of the Pokemon that you like to play in the meta, right? So maybe they're shifting towards more meta draft now. They're picking up the Mimikyu again. Like, when you play competitively and you know that the enemy composition, like Lunda is a well-known mage player, but he doesn't really play around us, right? So picking up the Mimikyu early can be beneficial for Pocket Rocket.
Yeah, Lunder is going to be pulling out the Espeon with an EXP share. Of course, they might switch on over to another battle item or another held item to be a more attack-oriented mage. But Espeon is a character that most recently got buffed. I think it's maybe not so much as the strong Espeon that we saw maybe a year ago, but still has a really good last-hitting option with Psyshock. Future Sight was also buffed in damage as well. I don't think a lot of players are playing Future Sight, even if it got increase in damage. But take a look at this. Pocket Rockets pulling out the Greninja this time. They do only have no EXP shares, so I'm excited to see where they put their EXP shares, but I don't know who they would put it on. Maybe the Ninetales, maybe the Blaziken. Yeah, it looks like Falsoon, one of the other captains for the team, is going to be pulling out their EXP share. And like I was saying before, they can pull back to a more traditional meta composition. I feel like that's what Pocket Rockets is building this time.
I'm kind of disagreeing with Pocket Rocket's draft, because if you pick A9 and Greninja into an Espeon, and then you get the last pick Upsir, I think it's going to be very hard for Pocket Rocket to play the game, right? They picked up the Mimikyu against the Umbreon. The Umbreon is just a well-known counter into Umbreon. Every single Pokemon that Genesis is playing is good into Pocket Rocket, so I'm not really a biggest fan of the draft they did, but maybe they can surprise me again, because I think it's going to be very hard for them to actually play the game.
I agree too. This Absol 10th pick option, always really scary, is that 10th pick option, especially for Utah. We saw them run over looking for Org, the Latam North team that we saw in the losers final set. When you look at the Unite moves from Pocket Rockets, they have really strong Unite moves that do burst amount of damage. Think Unite move from the Alola Ninetales, Unite move from the Greninja. And these two, of course, you would want to land them on the Absol, but the Absol can very easily respond or even predict with their own Unite move that is completely invulnerable throughout the entire extent of the Midnight/Unite move. So I think that is going to be what Utah is going to be playing around, trying to hold on to their Unite move if they can get some confirms with it. Obviously really strong, but can rid himself of a lot of damage by just going into that Unite move and avoiding those two specifically.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be very tough for Pocket Rocket to play the game. I believe that they have a strategy that they will try to use. Hopefully it will succeed. They only have they have to play a best of 3, so they have to win 2 games again. Genesis has a game to lose, so they can adapt. Again, if you play against Pocket Rocket for the first time, you can adapt the second game with how they played the game, right? So I'm curious to see how Genesis is gonna adapt their compositions. Something to note as well when they play the Upsir. Upsir is very fast in clearing the jungle, right?
Right.
But the top lane is spawning at 920, like the bunny. And on bot lane, the NDD is spawning at 9:15, right? That means that the jungler has enough time to go bot lane side to contest bot lane farm. And that's why you often see bot laners going towards the bot lane, like junglers going towards the bot lane, because the bot laners just threaten the farm, baiting the jungler to come, and then when you're on their side, Absol just backstab you.
I think we were just getting word from our production that teams need to remake the lobby. So hold on tight as we wait for this round 2 matchup between these two teams. But just piggybacking off of your comment there about Absol's, I guess, clearing ability. Do you think Absol has the fastest clear in the game? At least Pokemon that are played in the central area?
I think it's one of the fastest, yes. If you crit, you're gonna be very fast. I think Zacian can potentially contend with Absol as well and Talonflame. They both are very fast clear jungle as well.
Yeah, Absol is definitely not one of those characters. I feel like for the longest time is a jungle carry that you never want to jungle invade at the very beginning of the game, because a lot of jungle invaders, as fast as some of them are, even if they do pop an X speed, Absol can clear both red and blue buffs before the invaders can actually get there. That's just how fast this character is able to clear the jungle, and that kind of hands it on over to how strong it is in the early game, because like you were saying, they can contest that 920 neutral bunny in that top path or in the bottom path for the Indeedee, and they can apply pressure really quickly in the game. We remember in the semifinals round against Looking for Org, they were able to help their bottom path for that 920 Indeedee that spawns in the middle, and then after they cleared that bottom path, scored, they used the 9 o'clock Salic Berry in the central area to pivot to the top path, where they continued to apply pressure there. So whenever you have an Absol in the early game, definitely watch out for the tall grass, because you never know where this predator might be hiding.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how the top lane is going to adapt, because the top lane is going to be very hard focused during the games. So I'm curious to see if the top lane is going to say, okay, last game I kind of hinted, and I want to try to play a bit more safe, or if his team is just going to support him. Because again, you have the option to support your top laner, or to say top laner should be fine, just play it safe, and then we get value on the opposite side of the minimap. And like you said, using the speed berry to also pivot towards top lane side.
All right, as we head into this second game for this winner's final set. Again, if you want to take a look at where all of these teams and how they got here, go ahead and use !bracket into the chat. If we take a look at the road of both of these teams, the Rockets and Genesis only dropping a single map. Pocket Rockets only dropping 2 maps, that second one being the most recent game that we just saw. But thank you for your patience as we were getting the teams back into the game. Pocket Rockets on our purple side, down 0-1 to Genesis on our orange side.
Yeah, again, I was kind of curious about how they play when I play the early game. I mean, Greninja's going to be top lane side, and then is clearing the jungle with the BBQ, just helping him to get the jungle clear faster. While that happens, the Trevenant is just going to invade, not paying attention to the Trevenant, and just potentially getting the Bolter as well, managing to shut down the Absol, which is very, very important for something to play against Absol, because this level 5 power spike is very powerful.
You know, Ghatlue, we were just saying that you should probably never invade an Absol. What do we see here? We see Pooty heading into that central area, maybe anticipating Genesis to take that red buff first, because they have that Gossifleur, which is a very conventional strategy to give that red buff to the Gossifleur. You can see Sazerac with a red buff right underneath them, but Utah probably not going to like losing their blue buff. They're going to head up to the central area, sending 4 members top for the Pocket Rockets as well, and Mimikyu getting a very high value KO on the Absol. So a very different start for Genesis. Utah specifically not able to get anything going there.
Yeah, I was kind of biased in the draft. I feel like Pocket Rocket is just surprising me, because I felt like the game is lost from the draft, but they're actually playing a very fun strategy to watch and cast. But also it works, right? They're getting the Mimikyu online very fast. They're protecting their jungle. I just love how they play the macro. I think they're a very good team.
Yeah, It looks like Lunder's going to try to invade the other side of the field. Pocket Rockets, at least Eternal and Pooty, they are very low. Unfortunately for Lunder on their Espeon, the stored power is going to be split between the two characters, Mimikyu and that Phantom at this point. Not able to get a KO on either of them, even if they are a full HP character. In the center area, though, looks like Utah is also able to get all that central area farm for themselves. Cranberry, it might be a fried here in the bottom path. Really nice eject play into a blaze kick. It's going to allow the team, or at least Pooty, to make it down here in the bottom path. Not able to get a KO on Genesis, but a really strong defensive hold for their tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, Mego said like last game, okay, I entered, and this game he's just controlling the top lane side, being level 7 and just having a very, very strong showing on the top lane side. When that happens, Pocket Rocket is going to go farm on top lane side, potentially getting a kill on the Mimikyu. The Eldegoss and the Absol are moving towards top lane, while the Absol is clearing the jungle to get level 9. I believe they just want to try to support the top laner in this game around.
Pocket Rockets, they are weathering the storm of this early game. They have a pretty poor early game across the 5 members of their team. Kombusky needs level 7. Greninja also needs level 7 to get access to either Surf or Water Shuriken. Fortunately, they're going to find the hard end of the sword in the Zacian's mouth. And Genesis chowing down in this top path of a Frogadier, struggling to get to level 7. Regieleki is going to be their next target. Capturing this objective and capturing this goal zone is going to be very vital for Genesis. Lunder able to get a KO streak of 2 and the goal zone soon to fall.
Did you know that the prediction is 50% to 50%? Both teams voting on Poké on both teams. It's actually very fun to watch, to see not only one team getting prioritized in the prediction, but both teams. So it's very exciting to see who is going to win this game, but also the entire finals heading out to the grand finals.
In this bottom path, Blaziken able to take that objective away. Actually, no, yeah, Blaziken able to take that objective away from Genesis, so they are going to be splitting the objectives. The Regieleki going over to Genesis in that top path, and this is not a place Pocket Rockets is comfortable in being in, right? Their strategy is to disrupt the enemy team, win in scoring before the final stretch, and it's very different for them. As you can see in that score line as we head into the halfway point of the game, 169 to a donut. The side of Pocket Rockets not scoring any points. Greninja being KO'd in that tall grass by that Zacian once again. They are quite down a pretty significant margin as we head to the halfway point of the game, not only in score, but that Absol at level 11. They do have that Unite move. There's a couple of tools on the side of Pocket Rockets to KO this character. They have the bounded Unite move from the Mimikyu, but even that Unite move itself will most likely not KO the Absol. 2-level deficit between the Mimikyu and the Absol specifically.
Yeah, Zacian being very low HP, and gotta be careful on top lane side. The Absol is just covering the Zacian this time around. They had a very good early game strategy, and very fun to watch. But getting out to this game is just very tough. Like, Absol protecting the top lane this time, not saying, okay, top lane is not gonna get abandoned this game, we're just gonna hold it. They go out playing a very well top lane side. And again, like I talked about, the draft is just gonna be very hard. But I do love the effort that Pocket Rocket did in the early game, and I believe in them. So maybe there's gonna be a turnaround.
I do believe in them as well. Have a little bit of bias as a caster from North America, but there's a player that has been a disaster for every team that he has played against. It is Utah on this Absol specifically. I believe in the Pokédex, Absol is considered the Pokemon of disaster. Not necessarily for Genesis. It has been a beautiful disaster for them. It has been a destructive force for anyone on the other side. Midnight Prance going up into the sky is going to get some damage on the Blaziken, forced back to the left side of the field. Water Shuriken burst is going to burst the bubble of Genesis. Eldegoss and Umbreon saying hello to the Pokemon Center, and another objective going over to Utah on their Absol. Registeel is going to steal the hearts of the Pocket Rockets. Another Unite move coming out of the Absol. Midnight Slash is going to cut Pocket Rockets down to size. A KO streak for Utah and Genesis.
Yeah, the problem with Mimikyu is just it's very bad into Espeon and Umbreon. Because Espeon can just get the passive every single time, and Umbreon just can't control the Mimikyu. So even if you go in and use the Unite move, Umbreon can just counter Unite move it, or even Espeon. So the Mimikyu pick in general is definitely very rough to see in this matchup specifically. But also that the point lead is just not increasing, right? 0 points throughout 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Mimikyu is definitely a character that I guess struggles in teams that have a whole lot of cleanse on their side of the field, right? They can cleanse it with the passive abilities from both evolutions. You want to try to get on this Absol, but you kind of want to be at a similar level to that character because with that bounded type Unite move, it's somewhat difficult to KO a character that's so high in level. Utah about to eclipse level 15 going into the final stretch. Utah going to be able to get another KO in this top path. KO streak of 2 for this Absol. They do have another Regieleki on the field. It's going to be very impactful for them, especially if they're able to score another 100 points on that tier 2. It's going to eclipse them over a 300-point lead into the final stretch.
So I think what Pocket Rocket has to do is, if someone scores on top lane, potentially looking for a team fight, because I believe they have a lot of synergy, right? They can make some great combos happening. I think the Umbreon is going to be the biggest threat in this team fight with the Absol, because the Absol is like ticked level 15 as well. You can just watch with anyone with the Unite move on its pocket. So I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to play the late game fight, because I believe it's going to be very hard.
I agree as well. They have a couple of tools to secure the Rayquaza, but of course they have to take the Rayquaza's HP bar down to a point where they can actually secure it. Right, they have a Unite move from the Alola Ninetales, Water Shuriken, and Burst from the Greninja. Of course, Overheat from the Blaziken, best securing tool in the game currently. But for Genesis, their game plan is very clear. Hold on to this Rayquaza, and the game is theirs. The grand finals is theirs. Really close game, or really close for Genesis to move on forward. Here comes the Unite move from the Trevenant. They're going to pop the passive ability for both of the evolutions, and the fight beginning to break out here in the central area. Utah once again honing those claws on the Pocket Rockets, getting a KO streak of 2, getting a KO streak of 3, and the only one left standing here is the Alola Ninetales as they are going to melt to Utah. KO streak of 4. And Genesis right now is going to be making an exodus once again to the left side of the field, and the Pocket Rockets going down to the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, very well done with the execution from the late game fight from Genesis, and just like saying everything that happens. It's just very hard for Pocket Rocket to like make the draft work. I very much enjoyed like watching the early game strategies that they have. Like some of the people in the chat also said this team has teamwork. It's just you don't want to draft. Like draft mode is always important because you can draft to counter draft the enemies, but essentially they just counter drafted themselves.
Genesis is going to be our first team in the grand finals. We're going to be waiting on the teams as they go through the losers side of the bracket. If you want to take a look at who the Pocket Rockets will be waiting for, go ahead and take a look at ! bracket. But just to review down there, the loser semifinals, best of 1, looking for Org, our LATAM North team going up against Public Enemies, who I believe is another LATAM team. As we head into that losers finals set, let's go ahead and just review really quickly here. Pocket Rockets going down 3 maps total in this tournament, only losing a single map all the way to the winners finals. And yes, this is exactly the kind of disaster the Pocket Rockets try to avoid, or maybe even set up for themselves, right? A win condition to force the enemy team to take down the Rayquaza for themselves. Pocket Rockets, of course, usually not a team that are put in the position to make Rayquaza the only win condition for themselves. We can see here, Utah, 14 KOs on their speedster of choice. Do you think Absol going up against Utah specifically is a ban that teams should be looking out for, Ghatlue? What do you think?
I definitely think that Absol can be a ban-worthy ban. Like the World Champions as well, finally, right? They banned out the Absol against Rikia, who was a well-known Absol player in Europe. Absol is kind of like, it's more like you want to win the early and mid game and control the game than losing the early game. So if you don't manage to do that in the beginning of the game, Absol can kind of fall off. And especially if you play squishy compositions, like Upsol just benefits a lot from it. They played a lot of like A9, and A9 is very bad into Upsol because A9 can just get one-shotted. So I believe that the team that is playing against them, if they play squishy Pokemons or they just can't be bothered, just ban out the Upsol. Like they banned out the Greedent, like they banned out the Upsol. It's kind of this kind of like a thing. Like you just can't be bothered playing against it.
You heard it best from Ghatlue. I'm sure he's played a ton of games with and against Utah. But going into the UCS season, this team, of course, is going to be a team to watch. But go ahead and we're going to be taking a short break before we get ready for our losers final set. So don't go anywhere. If it is dinner time for those of you in EU, make sure you get that dinner, get some snacks, because we've got a couple more games to go. Definitely not going to want to miss it. The Showdown in autumn, it's going to be falling really quickly. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with the Autumn Showdown. Be back soon.
You told me there'd be better days, and nothing that can pull us under. You wanna take the pain away, but know that I was born as a fighter. We fade, but we're better than that.
Hey guys, we are back for the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown Season 5, and we are in the loser finals. I'm pretty excited about this matchup, Draco. Public Enemies versus Pocket Rockets. Public Enemies has been a team that has been playing under this name for the Unity Clash events. And it's a new team now, so I'm kind of curious to see how they're gonna play. They are from Latam South versus an NA team. What do you think is gonna be like the meta development for both of these teams? Because again, Pocket Rocket just does their own thing. So I'm curious to see how Public Enemies is gonna compete against them, coming from the loser bracket.
Yeah, Ghatlue. So these teams, I'm pretty sure, I mean, unless they played in another cross-regional tournament, I don't think these teams have ever played each other before. One of them, again, like you were saying, LATAM South for Public Enemies, North America for the Pocket Rockets, and again, just a little bit more, I guess, information, or I guess reiterating what we said before. Pocket Rockets, because they are so unconventional with how they approach Pokemon Unite, they can take a lot of teams off guard, right? So Public Enemies, I'm sure, maybe was watching during that during the winners final set. I'm sure they had their own games on the loser side of the bracket, but surprise is always to the benefit of the team that has it. Pocket Rockets, as we saw before, they may be very unconventional into how they approach the game, but to them, that is normal, right? So Public Enemies, they need to be on point with their macro, or the Rockets are going to send them blasting off for the first time. I would say again, but for the first time.
Yeah, looking forward, like Weebog Eastbourne lost against Public Enemies, so they definitely are like showing which teams they can beat. And I think that Public Enemies is gonna, like, they played in loser round 4 against 1, 2, 3, 4 teams. So they had a very long loser bracket run. And if the excitement is there, this loser final is the best of 3. It's not a best of 1 anymore. So I'm very excited to see who is going to go up against Genesis from Europe.
Yeah. So the Pocket Rockets in yesterday's event, they lost in a best of 3 to T3, which if you look further down on the loser side of the bracket, they were knocked out by that LATAM North team looking for Org, who went up to losing to Public Enemies. So if we're doing some transitive property mathematics here, right, Public Enemies should come out on top against the Pocket Rockets. But I guess one of the advantages for T3 is that they play against the Rockets quite frequently. So again, that point that I was making before about knowledge is the best tool against the Pocket Rockets. Well, Public Enemies, this is their first official look for them against this team. So we're going to be heading on into draft for our losers final. This is going to be best of 3 between these two teams, whereas the rest of the loser side of the bracket was best of 1. And Grimsley, the side of Pocket Rockets, is going to be pre-picking Greedent. We saw Greedent being banned against the Pocket Rockets before. Let's see what Public Enemies decides to do here.
Yeah, they're deciding to ban this Asian, which is pretty standard. Pocket Rocket, like, they also in the previous drafts, they banned out the Blizzy and the Hoopa. Something that Japan was doing in the World Championship was just banning out the Hoopa, because they can't be bothered with the macro advantages that you get by playing Hoopa. So just banning it out there. I'm curious to see if they're gonna ban out any specific characters from them. And while I'm saying that, they're banning out the A9 from Pooty.
Yeah, what do you think about this A9 ban? I mean, I don't see Alola Ninetales being banned very frequently. It was being played as a support type character for the Pocket Rockets, and you must be smiling, Ghatlue. First pick green. Take a look at that.
Yeah, that Gridden bit specifically, I was like talking about it a little bit.
Uh-huh.
This bit is like a nuke bomb, so you're not really that tanky. You can get shut down very fast. I like to play more Ice Cookie on the Grident, but you have like two builds, like two things you can play. You can play the nuke bomb Grident build, or you can play a tanky Grident build. And if you play against Grident and you play like build a composition that consists of a lot of tanky Pokemon, it's going to be very beneficial against the Grident.
So Gruden has an attack weight plus an energy amplifier. I believe the was it the charge of the Unite move was decreased or the amount of damage it does, but I do remember the Unite move being buffed in the most recent balance patch. But this is most likely going to be a carry, Greden. We don't know which lane it's going to be because Cranberry typically does play that top path for the Pocket Rockets. They're going to be pulling out the Trevenant once again. And while we were talking about the Pocket Rockets being the embodiment of Greden, well, they are the embodiment of Greden while also playing Greden, Ghatlue.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch. I think that Pocket Rocket just have their own drafts. They don't really care about the meta. They're giving out every single Pokemon that is just very strong. Not specifically into them, but just specifically into the late game fight or meta-wise in general. And we're also seeing the Sableye, so Pocket Rocket just going all in.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this comp, it's all over the place, right? They don't have an attacker, by the way. I guess their form of attacker is like, I don't know, Shadow Sneak. Mimikyu. But yesterday, when I did cast them, they did play some Trick Room Mimikyu. So we might be seeing that here. Lots of mobility across the 5 members of their team. Very fast. The Covet gives you a small increase of movement speed for the Greedent. Also invulnerable, or at least you're unstoppable throughout the extent of Covet. You have 3x speeds on Trevenant, Machamp, and the Sableye. And if you have a Trick Room Mimikyu twisting the dimensions, this is, I don't even know what to say. Like I can try to theory craft this as best as I can, but we have a very conventional meta team comp. On one side of the field, we have 2 carried defenders with the 2 water type Kanto Pokemon, Lapras and Blastoise, very bulky across the 5. Even Miraidon has some bulk to itself as in the attacker position, but very conventional. Public Enemy is very unconventional for the Rockets. I mean, Ghatlue, you're a pro player. Who's as a better team comp here? Question mark.
I think that Public Enemies has the better team composition again. I'm not sure why we picked up the Mimikyu versus the Umbreon and the tanky composition. Maybe he's gonna play Trick Room, and he's gonna try to disorientate the team with the Trick Room. But again, like they played out the Leafeon, right, which worked very, very well for them. So I'm kind of curious why they didn't pick up the Leafeon, because I think if they picked Leafeon there instead of the Mimikyu, it would be very, very annoying to deal with.
Game 1 of our losers final set. Again, Pocket Rockets wants that run back, and we might be seeing a very slow start here for the Public Enemies. I think we might be making doing a remake or some sort, but Public Enemies is taking a little snooze over there on the right side of the field. We're gonna get a reset for them, of course. But yeah, so kind of what we were talking about, very unconventional. The Pocket Rockets, very conventional of Public Enemies. We were talking about this Mimikyu. Mimikyu didn't do so well for the Pocket Rockets. Mimikyu does so well on the rank ladder. It takes advantage of, I guess, the chaos of solo, duo, trio queue. I know you play a lot of solo queue yourself, but how come Mimikyu doesn't do so well in competitive 5s? It's still very strong Pokemon, but not as strong as in solo queue. What are your thoughts on that?
It's just like very bad into Umbreon, and Umbreon is one of the best defenders in the game. So if the Umbreon is being able to be played in a competitive environment against the Mimikyu, it's just going to be very hard for the Mimikyu to play. But also, I think a lot of Mimikyu players don't really realize that once they're level 7 and then they play the 8 minutes Favlus, they are essentially the strongest character in the game. And a lot of the times, I don't really see any Mimikyu players except like like very well known Mimikyu players like Trainer actually executing the level 7 really well.
Yeah. Mimikyu is a character that I feel like a lot of the community, especially those who are not in competitive, are quite frustrated with currently. It's been the receiver of a number of buffs. It's gotten a battle pass. It's gotten like a legendary skin over the last couple of months, and it's been the recipient of, like I was saying, a lot of buffs. And it does tend to struggle in competitive fives. It struggles in teams that are very coordinated that can collapse on a Mimikyu. And Mimikyu is not your, I guess, typical all-rounder type Pokemon. It's more of a speedster, in my opinion. It doesn't have that much bulk. It does have a lot of bulk if you're, getting lifesteal and recovery off of Shadow Claw, but it hides in tall grass. It wants to jump on enemy teams that are also hiding near or adjacent to walls or tall grass in Pokemon Unite. It has a really strong Unite move, but one of the, I guess, more common strategies for Mimikyu or against a Mimikyu is quite literally just playing together, because Mimikyu doesn't have the vastest amount of health pool. Its Unite move only targets one character. And when you go up against a very bulky composition, especially like we see Public Enemies has here, can be somewhat difficult to get going. And it loves level leads like a lot of speedster-esque characters tend to love. And Public Enemies have two defenders. Gotta watch out for those two water type Pokemon, Lapras and that Blastoise. It's gonna be so hard to KO those two characters, even when you do have very damaging abilities like Shadow Claw over an extended period of time, and the burst damage from Play Rough, for example. And I can't imagine it goes Play Rough here, but again, Mimikyu just tends to struggle in these larger team fight engagements, in my opinion.
Yeah, like one thing that Japan is doing lately is they are first picking up Mimikyu, and they are playing Trick Room instead of Shadow Claw. I mean, like instead of Shadow Sneak. And I believe that Trick Room is very powerful. It has a 70%, like, it essentially has a 70% damage reduction if you're outside of the field, right? But it doesn't really have the advantage of the 70% if the Public Enemies is not really playing a mage, right? So like
Right.
they're playing a lot of defenders around us. We are just seeing the draft being picked up again. It's always interesting to see like what types of builds they play. For example, the Mimikyu is not playing the attack rate, where you normally see Mimikyu players playing attack rate. But obviously the XP Shama Charm with the float stone and the charging charm is something you see in your solo queue games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this does lead me to believe this Mimikyu is going to be playing Trick Room. They're trying to lean into getting as many boosted autos as they can with that muscle band. Again, boosted every time you have one boosted auto, it reduces the cooldown of Shadow Claw by, I believe it's a second, if I'm not mistaken. If you're not super familiar with Trick Room, it's definitely an ability that's not played very often. It's played very frequently in the main series game, VGC, Twist Dimensions. It changes the speed control of the game state on the field for, I believe it's 5 turns. But it doesn't do anything in the form of speed. It gives the Mimikyu player itself unlimited dashes while they're in that square. Once they place the Trick Room down, it doesn't slow the enemy team, but it does reduce the amount of damage that Mimikyu takes from abilities that originate from outside of that square. So very interesting ability, not used very often, very different again from canon Pokemon. But here we go. Game number 1, finally back into it. Thank you for your patience. And right off the gate, Pocket Rockets heading into the central area with Falsoon and Pooty, the two captains of the Pocket Rockets.
Yeah, securing up the blue buff. Kind of curious to see why the Torchic is on top lane side. Maybe they knew that he's going to get invaded, so they're just putting the Blastoise in the central area. Blastoise has a very strong top lane side. However, the Blastoise is very good for the jungle clear as well. But the Torchic didn't really go for the stacks, and the Greedent is kind of hindering both of them, which is something you don't really want to see on the top lane side. I think if he plays a little bit more aggressive, gets the stacks, it would be more beneficial for them. But this time around, even though Greedent was alone on top lane side, he's getting the ahead of the top lane now.
Already scoring a decent amount of points. Machop able to get some smaller scores on that tier 1. I don't think they are stacking. They have all those speed increasing, movement speed increasing items. Mimikyu is going to get another score of 14 up there as well. On the other side of the field, Public Enemy is going to lean in to that bottom path, scoring quite significantly after those 850 birds. And now heading into the central area, maybe giving Pocket Rockets a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, while that happens, the Mimikyu just start the anger to invade as well. The moment the Mimikyu gets level 7, he's going to be a very, very strong character. I'm curious to see if he is going to play the Trick Room, because I guess you mentioned he doesn't have attack rate, and he's kind of pivoting into it. While that happens, the Minadon is just getting submission and Sablast on. However, Minadon is a very strong character, managing to get the Machop, but also falling against the Lapras.
Mimikyu's in the central area by themselves. I think the War Turtle is going to have sometimes maybe contest some farm, but like you were saying, this is going to be a Mimikyu at level 7. It is going to be a Shadow Sneak Mimikyu. I think as a caster, it's always fun to see more unconventional type ability sets, but nonetheless, the more conventional set here is probably the most optimal, especially in a high-stakes game like Losers Finals in our Autumn Showdown today. Public Enemy starting to rotate down once again to this bottom path, sending at least one of their defenders down. Here's actually 2 defenders in this bottom path for Public Enemies. Is this a 3-defender composition, by the way? I think we failed to talk about that. I thought this was a 2-defender comp on the side of Public Enemies. They got 3 Ghatlue, Umbreon, Lapras, and a Blastoise.
Yeah, oftentimes you just see that Umbreon is being played like a support, playing the Wish bit as well. Again, like I mentioned, if you play Nuke Pop Greedent, but you play against defenders, essentially you're not gonna really have the biggest impact. But also playing the defender Greedent is also gonna be kind of painful into defenders, because you don't really have enough damage. Greedent benefits from playing against enemies that are squishy, and not against enemies that are very tanky.
Yeah, you do get some burst damage on the Belch ability. I think it was also increased to 40% slow on any characters you're able to hit on that. Green forced to eject on out of that tier 2 goal zone. Definitely not a place you want to be. And as soon as I say that, Green right back in once again at 10% HP. They are going to be KO'd. Blaziken getting a KO streak of 2. And Pooties, they're going to grab a ton of points here. Public Enemies, got to be very careful. They do get a KO right there. They're going to score in once again. It's brought down to 4. If they're able to KO this Blastoise, it's going to give them enough points to break this. The Machoke does get KO'd, but that tier 2 is faltering.
He's actually making the Machamp build look very viable, which is pretty fun to watch in my opinion. I think something that Pocket Rocket is doing again, like you mentioned before in the previous cast, they're just building up the point lead from the top end side. Greedent is setting out to score 6 points, trying to just break the goal zone and forcing them to play the regular queue on top end side.
Yeah, as on the minimap there, we did see the Greedent. They did trade their life for it, getting knocked out, but they did break that goal zone. We all know that Regieleki going to the tier 3 is always a win condition you do not want to have if you're on the receiving end of it. As we head to the halfway point of the game, Ghatlue, let's take a look at the field state. Pocket Rockets executing their plan once again. Pooty always on the right side of the field, maybe being an orange side teammate. At least at this point in the game, they're going to be KO'd once again. Sableye scoring this time on that tier 3. That is also another character we're going to be watching throughout this game. Now that Sableye has access to both the tier 1 and tier 3 goal zones, it's going to be difficult for Public Enemies to not only defend against this Machamp, but also defending against the Sableye, who is continuously applying pressure to both of those goal zones. The Regieleki heading on over to the tier 1 on the side of the Pocket Rockets. This is definitely what Public Enemies needs. They need some score on the board to make sure they aren't forced to take that Rayquaza off the field in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think that Public Enemies is very... their composition is very hard to play against when they play as a team, because they have very well objective potential, and it's just very hard for Pocket Rocket to kind of go on the Miraidon, because Miraidon is essentially the only target that they want to execute from the team fight, because he's gonna deal a lot of damage, especially because he can activate his passive during the team fight. So I'm kind of curious to see how they play out the late game fight, if they're gonna score or if they're gonna try to control the Rayquaza. Because if you play against public enemies and you look at Pocket Rocket's team composition, I don't really see an angle where they can execute a good plan against it.
I agree as well. We might see something very interesting, like sending all 5 team members to the tier 3 goal zone to score as many points as they can, while Public Enemies takes the Rayquaza for themselves, basically handing it to them on a silver platter. Unite move from the Blastoise, not able to confirm it, but another member of their team able to confirm that with the Charge Beam. And for Pocket Rockets specifically, again, their end game is to amount enough points so that it forces the enemy team to take Rayquaza. They can definitely do some really interesting things by just scoring as much as they can in the next minute, because like we were saying, the Pocket Rockets, they cannot take a 5v5 team fight, especially with basically 4 frontliners defending that President Miraidon in the backline. Public Enemies is going to position themselves very early for this Regieleki, because you definitely don't want that Regieleki going to your tier 3. It's going to spell disaster for Public Enemies if Rockets are able to pull this one down.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. If you just play your pump Guden build, you're gonna be very squishy. So the moment you get Milo, you're just gonna get shut down. When that happens, they're trying to steal the Regieleki, wanting to secure the Regieleki, but the Regieleki did get taken at 230, right? They just said, okay, we want the Regieleki to just be out of the minimap, so we don't be bothered playing against it. They're letting the Regieleki go in, can't be really bothered protecting it, and if they score, they can manage to get a good kill on it. So, like you said before, Public Enemies has to get on the Rayquaza. Has to do the Rayquaza to win the game. While Pocket Rocket has a Sableye that essentially can just score on the enemy side.
Public Enemy is trying to get some vision top side of the Rayquaza pit. Lapras right now is positioning themselves in tall grass to maybe get vision on a player scoring on their tier 2 or tier 3. Pocket Rockets right now trying to get some vision. Here comes the Sableye. Fortunately, that Chaos Glower is not able to land on anyone. Here comes the Unite move from the green going up into the mosh pit. That is these 2 teams. But as we were talking about these 2 team fights, it's actually in favor of the Pocket Rockets right now. 2 members already down on the side of Public Enemies, but not the defenders. The 2 most important characters to take down at this point, and somehow Ghatlue, Pocket Rockets, is finding themselves on top of this team fight engagement.
Yeah, it's very important on the Mimikyu side, just having like the level advantage, but also playing the Shadow Claw that can make sure that the defenders are gonna fall, and just like Guidan using the Unite move to disorientate the team fight, which is very good. And also like the submission Machamp into the rapid spin Blastoise. However, the flip is gonna happen. Blaziken is the best secure in this moment. Can they stop the Blaziken from securing it?
And they do not! Take a look at this. The Mimikyu able to secure that one away from Public Enemies. And I gotta say, I'm sure this is a somewhat frustrating end for Public Enemies. They have found their number 1 opposition, their public enemy for themselves. And it's Eternal on this Mimikyu, right? I feel like they were trying to deal with all of the pressure from the Sableye and the Machamp. That's what Mimikyu tends to thrive in. We were having a conversation, Ghatlue, that Mimikyu thrives in the solo queue, duo queue, and trio queue environment because they can take advantage of the chaos. Well, what is the Pocket Rockets? They are the embodiment of Greedent. They are the embodiment of Sableye. They are chaos on the field, and that is exactly what Eternal was playing for.
Yeah, the Greedent just managing to almost like one-shot the Miraidon during the team fight was very good for the team fight itself, because again, like they are playing triple defender, so the moment the Blaziken and the Miraidon is falling, the Mimikyu can just clean out the game by like just essentially just healing himself fully again with the Shadow Claw. It's just, I think Trick Room would have been fine as well, but Shadow Sneak does missing HP damage, right? So if they have a lot of missing HP, he's gonna do so much damage with the Shadow Sneak plus Shadow Claw, and then just reset after reset after reset.
Definitely a frustrating game for Public Enemies, in my opinion. I think we were talking about. I'm sure in their comms they probably communicated that they, on paper, a 5v5 team fight should definitely go in favor of Public Enemies, 3 defenders, plus that Blaziken, Miraidon doing so much damage in both front to back, front line for the Blaziken, back line, the charge beam from the Miraidon. They lost that 5v5 team fight in pretty dramatic fashion. It allowed the Mimikyu to steamroll the rest of the game. Of course, there was a flip at the end there that once again should have gone in favor of Public Enemies, having an overheat on Blaziken on their side of the field. And one of the things that I have said about the Pocket Rockets is that even if you do end up winning the game, it is a grind for 10 minutes because you have to deal with a Sableye, you have to deal with a Machamp, you have to deal with a Greedent, you have to deal with them on your side of the field, and it's so frustrating to have to deal with them. And wow, they actually banned out the Sableye for themselves and a Decidueye. Might be a shout out to me because they know I love Decidueye. They're maybe mocking one of the casters.
It's something like Pocket Rocket is just like, they don't really care about the meta. Like, they don't really care about any bans. Like, play whatever you want, we play whatever we want, and we see how it goes. Picking up the card from the up, so you don't really see that, right?
We're gonna get confirmation if this is an actual game. Of course, the Rockets banning and picking weird things is not out of the ordinary, but we also see a Wiggly and Cinderace ban here. Ghatlue.
So, like, something I'm not really sure what is happening. I think that Public Enemies just can't be bothered like trying to play their draft, so maybe they're just trying to figure out something, but I think it's gonna be a remake because
yeah. They're also picking things very fast, so a couple of things that leads me to believe this is just going to be a remake. I mean, I've seen crazier things. I mean, looking at Public Enemies composition, it's not terrible, right? They have Scyther and Lucario.
Eternal is on the left side.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, looks like we just had a little early start from our admin or from our observer. So Eternal is the Pocket Rockets Mimikyu that we were talking about earlier, who should be on the right side, but unless we've had some cross-regional trading going on, Public Enemies, of course, is not from North America. Pocket Rockets from North America. But yeah, Ghatlue. I mean, If you
crazy, right? Like we said, even though we saw the picks, we were like, it's Pocket Rocket. So maybe have a strategy. Even though you think it's gonna be at like in draft, it's just them.
So what we're gonna see on your next solo queue stream, Ghatlue, is we're gonna see you just playing Submission Machamp EXP share for fun. And then realize it's like, oh, this is actually kind of fun to play. And then Nouns Esports starts to play Submission Machamp at LAIC. I see the timeline starting to unfold. What do you think, Ghatlue? You've seen some Submission Machamp from the Rockets today. They, in my opinion, or I guess not really opinion, but in my observation, Pocket Rockets was really the innovator of this Submission Machamp EXP share type gameplay. What's your opinion on Submission Machamp EXP share now that you've seen them play?
I think it's kind of similar to like you said, a Greedent playstyle where you're just being constantly annoying on the enemy side. I think something that I'm kind of curious about is why does it do so well into Umbreon? Because in my opinion, it's just very bad into Umbreon because of passive, right? And it's look. So I'm kind of I feel like it's just like the way he plays and the way he positions himself, like just knowing very well how to play Machamp. What do you think about like the ultimate change on the Machamp? Because I'm not the biggest fan of it personally.
Yeah. So there's a couple of arguments for either which way, right? I think in favor of Teamy, they've definitely leaned into making the game easier. And so if you have the immediate instance of the Unite move coming out, it's easier to line up. But on the other side, the skill expression side of it, where you can pop that Unite move, you have a couple of seconds to position yourselves in an even more optimal position. You also get the advantages of the Unite move buff itself. I think you get increased critical hit, you get increased damage, for example, from the Unite move. So I think in favor of what Teamy loves to do in leaning into the easier side of the game, then it makes sense. But I think I've been pretty vocal about my disappointment in some of the balancing changes in leaning into the easier side of the game. Think Mewtwo Y, think point and click abilities from Inteleon or Pikachu, leaning into Volt Tackle and Electro Ball, for example, rather than the Mage type ability. It's not surprising, it's disappointing, but it's a pattern that we've seen from Teamy on the developing side of things, and I think it's good for both things. I don't think it's as disastrous as, you know, Pokemon Unite leading into, say, for example, forgetting the name of the other ability for Inteleon. What is the name? Liquidation on Inteleon. I think there was a long period of time where it was liquidation instead of snipe shot. So it's just like that, right? They lean into the easier side of things, and it's disappointing, but it's not surprising.
I see a bit then. And the Showdown then. So I think that Public Enemies just realized that they don't want to play the games that Pocket Rocket plays. So they just adapted their bans towards Pocket Rocket. You don't really often see a Grid ban that's very different. But I believe that if teams are playing around it and you just can't be bothered, just like this is why you have bans. You can have strategies, or you can just ban out a specific player.
They're gonna ban out Greed and ban out Trevenant, first pick Machamp. I mean, okay, they're not gonna first pick Machamp. That would be an incredible. I wouldn't say incredible, but definitely a respectful first couple of decisions there for Public Enemies. Falsoon's gonna be pulling out that Alola Ninetales and the supporter type build. Let's see what Pooty decides to do here. They switch sides with Grimslate, who is their fill in that top path currently, but pretty strong start. I think they're leading into, once again, having Pooty and Falsoon being very disruptive type players, and then if they need to, relying on their Blaziken for securing objectives.
Something I'm noticing from like all the games we were casting, I don't really see a Dodrio player. Like nobody really plays it, even though it's a very good character. What do you think?
Yeah, I haven't seen Pocket Rockets ever play Dojo before. It does play to that Greedent type style play, in that it applies pressure by scoring. But I think one of the things that the Pocket Rockets loves is they love invulnerability. Right, you think about Machamp in the EXP share, or the Machamp with submission. It has invulnerability. Sableye has invisibility. And Dojo really doesn't have a whole lot of that. You have full heal, of course. You have a Unite move that can get you out of danger sometimes. But they like characters with unstoppability, but that can also stay on the field for a very long period of time just by running away. So it's kind of the reason why I don't see them play Dodrio a whole lot, but take a look at this. We have Serena on the side of Public Enemies. This looks like a very similar team comp than in game number 1. They don't have the Blaziken for that form of secure anymore, but they have 2 defenders. This time not a third defender, an actual supporting type character instead of Umbreon in that Hoopa, but Miraidon once again, and another character that can stay on the field for a very long period of time. That's Serena.
Something that is kind of strange is, I think Public Enemies drove to the composition where Machamp actually shines. Like, Machamp is looking pretty good here. He's good into Hoopa. He can stop the Blastoise if he doesn't play Surf, and he's good into Miraidon. So I'm kind of curious to see like what strategies they have. So the Blastoise changed up the special specs. So assuming that he's playing Muscle Band and Body Barrier, maybe he's playing Surf with Hydro Pump, which is very good into the composition, especially into double mages. I'm seeing the Zacian from a Pocket Rocket. So I'm kind of curious how they want to play the early game again. I believe the Machamp is just going to invade, and the Anon is going to split the jungle with the Blaziken again. So I'm kind of curious to see if the Mimikyu is going to the central area again.
I do like the adaptation for the Blastoise player. We saw them switching up their items towards the end of the preparation phase before we went into the loading screen. But for those of you that are unfamiliar with some of the, I guess, secondary abilities with Blastoise, Surf is an ability that gets its cooldown reduced by 1 second every time that Blastoise uses a boosted auto. So you get some slowing from the boosted auto, but you also get the actual hindrance from Surf. So So with that muscle band, expect a lot of boosted autos to reduce the cooldown of that serve. It's going to be very well into the Machamp. Of course, it doesn't stop the Machamp completely as it is unstoppable, but I believe it's a better option relative to Rapid Spin, because if you get submissioned by a Machamp in Rapid Spin, your ability just stops, right, Ghatlue?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious because like the Koopa was helping the top lane side, but then he's not really looking for the invades. So the Machamp is getting the red buff, hitting the bunnies as well, just creating so much chaos in the early game, like he always does. And it's just like something like that is very fun to watch. Like he, like you said, is the captain of this team, so he's just trusting his teammates to do his own thing. It's like he's doing Machamp things, like you say, like Guiden things. He's just doing things that Machamp can do.
I don't know if you do. They do this in sports in Europe, but something they do in North America is sometimes they put mics on the players themselves. I would love to hear the comms of the Pocket Rockets, right? Because they have a player that's everywhere on the map at all times. They're probably communicating where they're going to be, where they're going to start to rotate. I would love to hear what it's like in one of the comm rooms for the Pocket Rockets, because I feel like in order to execute this sort of playstyle, your comms and, like we were saying before, your macro needs to be on point.
Yeah, and something that I'm noticing as well is just botlane is getting abandoned almost every single game from the Pocket Rocket games. So I think that the botlaner that plays botlane is kind of suffering from it, but he's kind of accepting his fate and just letting his teammates carry. And I'm kind of surprised to see a meta closation here, because I believe that Sacred Sword can be very good in this arena.
Yeah, Sacred Sword, of course, has a little bit of slow. One of the interesting things about Metal Claw is that it does stop projectiles. So, of course, we're not seeing it right here. They are able to get away with an enhanced version of the agility. Enhanced agility does give you a small shield on top of more speed as they navigate through the field. Tierno is going to move through that tall grass, able to escape away from the all-rounder Serena, but pretty close game. Again, this is not the position that Pocket Rockets want to be in at this point in the game. They want to continue scoring, and they're usually able to break this Tier 1 goal zone very early on. And with the scoring that's at least happened in the game, right now, I don't think they are close to breaking that Tier 1 Ghatlue.
Yeah, currently the Serena is trying to add a lot of pressure on them, but while that happens, you're just getting submission into them and then just falling and giving a lot of XP. Plus, is managing to dodge the submission, staying alive, and while that happened, the Mimikyu finally managed to kill the Lapras on botlane side. I don't think he plays staking, right? So even though he's playing Shadow Sneak, he just doesn't play staking and goes for like Muscle Band, Focus Band, Razor Claw is just very good in the early game. When that happens, Pocket Rocket is going for the top lane side, trying to get the regular key, having the secure on the Registeel, but also securing this Registeel from the Mimikyu.
Charge Beam on lock, ready to go. Overheat. It's going to be the secure of choice for the Pocket Rockets. Always saying how strong the securing ability is for Blaziken. They're going to break that Tier 1 goal zone wide open with a 40-point dunk. With that Blaziken most likely stacking on that character as well. Finally, a Unite move from the Mimikyu player at the 6-minute and 30 mark. Shadow Sneak tagged onto the Serena. Probably not going to jump into a pile of 3 characters, one of them being a Lapras. And Mimikyu has not been, I guess, the best choice for the Pocket Rockets. Of course, we saw them really start to shine in that last game. This time they only have to deal with 1 or 2 defenders instead of 3 defenders. It's crazy for me to think that a team actually drafted 3 defenders. But, you know, looking at this team comp now for this Mimikyu, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that the Mimikyu itself against this composition is very good, because it's very good into Upa. Like it can like legit just one-shot the Upa if it gets the Shadow Sneak on him. It's like a very big threat. It is very good into Lapras. The Blastoise is playing Surf, so like it's not not that great. But if he manages to dodge the Surf, he just has so much damage to be able to like just fight the enemies constantly, which is very good, especially if you don't play with a support. He can just heal himself.
Soon again is that support character for support player for the Pocket Rockets. They are going to be pulling out the Alola Ninetales, which actually does pretty decently well into really strong short to middle range presence that Public Enemies has with that Serena, the 2 defenders, for example. Of course, it's going to be outranged by the Charge Beam Rhydon. Public Enemy is going to score some points on this Tier 1 goal zone, actually breaking in response. And they actually hold the lead as we head to the halfway point of the game. Serena is going to go into a 2v1 scenario. Unfortunately, going to get KO'd by that Zacian Machamp combo. Lapper's going to try to hone in, but not able to pull away a KO on either the Zacian or the Machamp. Tokyo, Hoopa, bringing everyone down with the unbounded form of the Hoopa. Pocket Rocket's going to lean into the top lane once again, as we've seen them time and time again. Full extension. The charge beam able to get a KO on Eternal and then Mimikyu. Machamp here in the bottom path, they do not have Unite moves, so can't really hold on very well. The Hoopa is going to try to break the goal zone, but is interrupted by the Zacian. Really good defense on the side of the Pocket Rockets, holding on to a very valuable chess piece of their field. That tier 1 goal zone still holding strong. Regieleki very healthy as well.
Yeah, Blas is just managing to surf the regular key away. That's the benefits of playing soft. Just being able to do the more defender type of playstyle with Blastoise having a lot of CC. Pocket Rocket protecting the bot lane side pretty well. Something I'm noticing from this game, I feel like the Machamp doesn't really have the biggest impact in this game. Every time he tried to do something, it's just falling.
Quarter left in the game. Public Enemy is up 180 to 139. So scoring strategy is definitely not in favor of the Pocket Rockets at this point. As we take a look at the field, stay level 13 on your Zacian, currently your highest on the field. Public Enemy is able to hold on to their tier 2. So Regieleki is taken off the field, and with 1 minute left. Let's go and have a discussion about the win conditions for the team. Of course, the Rockets want to always position themselves for having a scoring lead going into the final stretch. We saw them in this position. Game 2 against Genesis on the winner side of the field. Another smaller score on this bottom tier 1 goal zone. Machamp is going to go down. What are some win conditions for the team that you expect them to play towards, Ghatlue?
I expect them to go for a potential regular key fight on top lane side, winning the regular key fight and going for a flip. Or Serena engaging, not knowing that it's in a bad position, and then the fight is starting from there. Because I believe if Serena dies, it's going to be very hard for Public Enemies to win the game.
Serena's going to go in for the Mimikyu. Fortunately, don't want to play with that character. It's very low on that experience on the Mimikyu as well. Level 11 on that Mimikyu is definitely not where you want to be in line with your team's supporting class characters.
Cool.
Pocket Rocket's able to get that Regieleki in the top path. Final stretch maybe beginning early. Zacian heading back to the dog pound. Same thing with the Alola Ninetales. Blastoise eject play with the serve going into a 1v1. Blaziken doesn't like what they're seeing there, retreating back over to the right side of the map with that eject play. Unite move from the Machamp coming in. Barrage blow coming out immediately as soon as it's activated. Able to KO the Miraidon. That's a very big source of rip on the side of Public Enemies. They might not even worry about that, as Public Enemies now have their eyes set on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, the issue is that they have Zacian and Blaziken. Ripping the objective there is very bad. But also, I feel like the submission Machamp is just being able to close this score lead. And because they use so many ultimates, they just want to take the fight. And like I mentioned, Serena, if the Serena engages and is in a bad position, it's going to be very weird. Miraidon has this Unite move, so maybe he can secure the Rayquaza, but when that happens, the submission Machamp. Did he cancel the Unite move from Miraidon?
I think they had. I think it was. I don't know if it was a Unite move or Charge Beam. It was either which one. Doesn't even matter. I think one thing I do want to point out. You've been talking about submission Machamp. We're talking about the Blaziken, obviously a really strong form of Secure. But one thing that is attuned to at least the climate of the world is winter is coming. That Alola Ninetales pinned almost the entire team of Public Enemies against the wall right next to Rayquaza, and we know how Blizzard works. If you're able to push them into a wall, you get that AoE continuous form of damage, and that was so much damage from Falsoon's Alola Ninetales in that final stretch fight. We saw multiple members of Public Enemies being frozen, stunned, slowed. That was definitely a beautiful fight to take for Pocket Rockets, and it was definitely, like you were saying, Ghatlue, Public Enemies should not have been taking down that Rayquaza, especially with the Blaziken, especially with the Zacian on the field. They got frozen. It's definitely a cold ending for Public Enemies as they are knocked out of this tournament.
Yeah, Roger definitely making this arena look good throughout the game. But again, if you just overextend and this arena is falling, it's going to be very painful for you because you have such a long cooldown. And they gotta understand like the late game fights win condition. They don't really have the best whipping potential. They have really good zoning potential and controlling the game. But again, if you are in a close battle and you are playing against a submission Machamp who essentially just gonna score on your back like a Sableye, it's just gonna be very tough for them because I think they just felt pressured and wanted to whip their way, but player synchronization, managing to come back, and then the Olyo tilts just being able to do a huge combo. I wanted to mention throughout the game that the Machamp and the Ina didn't really look that good, but then at the end they just managed to get a great combo and then managing to win the game and going to the grand finals versus Genesis.
Yeah. The Pocket Rockets have really only found one enemy for themselves, even though they did play against the public enemies here in the losers final set. Their number one enemy, their number one op, if you may, is on the grand finals waiting for them. It's going to be a grand final set between Genesis and Pocket Rockets. Best of 5, winners advantage. So Genesis, all they need to do is win 2 games over the Pocket Rockets like they did in the winners final set. And the Autumn Showdown title is theirs. Do not go anywhere, everybody. Unity Clash, the Autumn Showdown. We'll be back very, very shortly. Welcome on back, Pokemon Unite trainers, to the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown. And if there's something this overlay has to show, is that there is a new leaf turning here for Pokemon Unite. Definitely a team in the Pocket Rockets really showing out and showing they deserve to be a top placing team in North America, going up against a team that knocked them down to the losers bracket in quite dramatic fashion. That's Genesis' team, some names we are all very familiar with. But this is going to be a best of 5 grand finals with Genesis being up and a winner's advantage. But before we head on over to our grand finals, Ghatlue, I think this is actually a perfect time to announce both, since you are one of the leaders for Unity Clash and I'm one of the leaders for the Luminosity Gaming Unite server in terms of their production. This is a very good time to announce a huge project that we are in partnership with a couple of other content creators from Brazil, another cross-regional tournament right after the LAIC International. We are proud to announce the next partnership for Unity Clash, Luminosity Gaming Unite server, Bruno and Porto GG. This is the Unity Legends Showdown. We got a trailer to show you. Hope you guys enjoy. We'll be back very shortly, but take a look.
Machamp, the last one, coming up for a huge barrage. What a punch there from Ghatlue, almost taking them all down. 1v4, the monster, the man, the myth, the legend, he knocks them all out.
The stage is set. 4 regions, 1 Ultimate Showdown. Europe, North America, Brazil, Latin America North and South. On November 23rd and 24th, the Unite Legends Showdown begins. 128 teams, double elimination. Only the top 8 will remain after day 1. On day 2, the top 8 will clash for glory and 1 will emerge as champion. With a prize pool of over $500. Brought to you by Unity Clash, LG Server, Anti-Porter GG, and Bruno Monkey. Sponsored by Nouns Esports. Watch the action unfold with your favorite casters. Purple, Pipoli, Cutto Unite, Bruno Monkey, and English cast on Ghatlue's channel with Unity Clash casters and featuring World Championship casters. Join the action November 23rd and 24th at 5 p.m. UTC. Unite Legends Showdown, where legends rise.
Legends rise, and that is where legends will be made. The Unite Legends Showdown. It'll definitely be a very legendary event. Just to reiterate some of those things that were mentioned in the trailer video, 4 regions, North America, EU, both regions in LATAM North and LATAM South are going to be competing for a prize pool over $500. Again, a big shout out to Nouns Esports for sponsoring that event. But it's very, very similar to the format of this event today, the Autumn Showdown, a cross-regional event right after LAIC. And I would say it's always a pleasure to see these types of events because of how it brings the Unite community together, and we can see how meta games are developing and gives these teams as much practice as they can going into the UCS 2025 season. Again, this is before any of the major UCS online regionals occur for the general Unite community. Of course, we have LAIC next weekend, but a lot of teams aren't able to participate in LAIC for various reasons. One of them being transportation is generally just a very expensive thing. So not all teams can participate in that. Also being just capped at 32 teams, so it just can't participate if you're able to make it, but not able to sign up for it. 128 teams is a pretty significant number, and I'm quite excited to see where the teams start to lay out, especially cross-regional. Hopefully we see huge names in relative regions, for example, like Luminosity Gaming from North America, Nouns Esports, and I think we see Ghatlue. We did lose Ghatlue for a second there. We see Gatlue's the top of Gatlue's head, actually, not Ghatlue. We might be seeing Nouns Esports, of course, participating. We're going to be seeing representatives from LATAM North and LATAM South. I'm not going to make any promises, but some teams I would love to see. DreamMax Esports from Brazil, Fusion from Brazil as well. There's teams that I would love to see participate in these, again, huge cross-regional events. But Ghatlue, are you back? Do we have you back, sir?
Yes, I'm alive. My internet went down, so I was checking my phone. You guys don't want to hear my microphone phone, but very exciting event. I'm looking forward to it. I was watching the trailer for my phone. Very nice trailer, and it's always nice to like just watch competitive Unite. And we are here in the grand finals, right? Genesis with Rocket. If you guys are questioning why it's 1-0, Genesis has a point advantage because they came from the winner side. So it's a best of 5, where if you get 3 wins, you're gonna win the entire thing.
And once again, I've been kind of reiterating this point consistently against the Pocket Rockets, but to beat the Pocket Rockets, you need to know how to play against a chaotic team like the Rockets. And surprise and disarray is always in favor of the Pocket Rockets, but Genesis now is now in their 3rd game against the Pocket Rockets. They had to adjust from their game 1 to game 2. Of course, they won game 1. Game 2, they knew exactly how to play against them. They have the veteran knowledge, veteran skill set to adapt to adversity. And adversity is definitely what the Pocket Rockets brings in their team comp. And I think it's all led by this Greedent ban. Ghatlue. They've banned Greedent against the Pocket Rockets in both game 1 and game 2 in the winners final set, and now also in game 1 of the grand final set. What do you think about that?
I mean, again, I think just Greedent is one of the characters Europe doesn't like playing against. And because nobody really practices into it, like nobody plays Greedent, right? There's not a lot of Pokemon players that play Greedent, even in ladder. But now that the recent buffs are there, more Greedent players are coming back from their holds, and it's gonna like get bans as well. So I think it's just a ban because they can't be bothered playing against it.
It's funny that you say it's Greedent players coming out of their hole, because I think most squirrels or most mammals tend to go into their holes to hibernate over the winter time. Maybe South America, and maybe Southern Hemisphere teams will bring out Greedent because they're going into summer, possibly. But so we head into game number 1, or technically game number 2. Again, Genesis up 1-0, and it looks very conventional start for the Pocket Rockets. Actually, Cranberry pulling out a Serena. Lots of all-rounder representation. Typically, those 3 characters will not be an EXP shareholder. So Pooty is most likely going to be that EXP shareholder as the quote-unquote defender of their team. But, I mean, no range on the side of Pocket Rockets. I mean, that's going to be tough to deal with Lunder, one of the best mages in the world, on Miraidon, one of the best attackers in the roster.
The upset pick is kind of strange because you don't really have anyone like attacker that you want to kill. I really like the Dragonite pick, but maybe they were afraid that they will just get full engaged on. Okay, so Genesis' composition this time around is that the Miraidon is not an XP share. He's gonna play the game like the carry ball this time around, but they do play against the Sabrina, Mimikyu, and an XP share Slash. We haven't seen it in the loser finals. We haven't really. I don't think he has played it in the finals as well, in the winner finals, right? So bringing out the Slash in the grand finals, maybe potentially just trying to catch them off guard. I think Slash is actually pretty good into Absol.
I agree as well, and they have that 10th pick option so that Genesis, or I guess Utah in that final pick, doesn't have any time or option to adjust to it. But kind of to your point as well, Ghatlue, this Absol pick, of course, I'm not doubting Utah as a player. We know how strong Utah is with Absol. Just speaking of the pick itself, is kind of question mark, kind of scratching my head at that. Like, we were talking about how it did really well into, for example, Olola Ninetales that the Pocket Rockets brought as their supporting class character in the winners final set, but they have what, 3 all-round, like I guess it's 4 all-rounders on their side, and speedsters don't tend to do very well into very bulky compositions. They do really well into attackers where they can KO them with a one-shot ability with their Unite move. Even just with Pursuit, Psycho Cut can get some of those KOs as well. But I feel like this Absol is going to struggle in this game, and it's not really towards Utao's ability to play the character, but Absol as a character will struggle into this team comp.
It is Utao's Absol we are talking about, so let's see how it's gonna turn out. I hope that Sazuro is this time like finally realizing this Pocket Rocket is crazy. Like, you wanna cover the jungle, right? So I think this time he finally says, okay, he's gonna invade, so I'm gonna check the jungle. But again, we're not checking the blue buff. Now he realizes it, and it's like, oh, wait, we are playing against them. He's gonna take the blue buff. And he's securing the blue buff. Perfectly timed, very secured. Securing the blue buff and just trying to waste some time. However, I think he's gonna give a lot of XP to the Absol, so it didn't really matter like too much, because he didn't lose time in the jungle, and I believe he's gonna spike his level 5 very, very soon.
It was funny to see Sazuro on the Hoopa. Of course, we weren't seeing them on the camera. We can see them on the minimap take a complete U-turn from the tier 1 goals on. They're like, oh, wait, we're playing against the Pocket Rockets. They're probably on the blue buff right now. I mean, luckily, they're still able to get the KO on the Hoen edge of the earlier part of the game, so it's not really going to matter a whole lot. But yeah, so both teams devoting a lot of resources to this top path. Squirtle just a little bit late. I think they were KO'd. Man, look at that charge being doing so much damage into that Mimikyu, getting a KO streak of 2. Electricity just too hot for that metal to stay up here in this top part of the Unite arena. Now they're going to give the Pocket Rockets a taste of their own medicine. Utao heading into the jungle. Pocket Rockets.
Yeah, the charge beam is just doing so much damage. Like, they won the early game on bot lane side because Pocket Rocket just doesn't really care what is happening around the bot lane side. But if you play against the Trevenant and the Mid-Idon, this arena, it's going to be very painful for you to play against it. And even then,
wow,
like the Mid-Idon is essentially moving towards top lane side. We see the Serena taking level 6, so that's a pretty good sign for Pocket Rockets. However, the top lane side is kind of struggling. So if we manage to get the Torchic, which we got right now, like the combo scan, level 5, knowing the middle swap blues and potentially pushing the top lane side. But while that happens, I believe just like Lunduru completely controlling the Pocket Rockets right now.
Yeah, the amount of space you can control with that ability is so significant and impactful, right? You can do so much damage to that mid-range and even to that short range as well. And when you look at the Pocket Rockets, we were talking about their draft before, it's going to struggle into really any mage, right? They don't have a single range type character on the side of Pocket Rockets. They're going to try to lean into a Death Ball type composition, but it's hard for me to believe that the Pocket Rockets wants to do like huge team fight coordinated engagements when that's basically aside the build that you always want to play if you're this team.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the Trevenant pick because we first picked the Trevenant and gave the Umbreon, which is like something you don't want to don't really see because you want to pick up the Umbreon, but maybe they just say we are good into Umbreon, so might as well just give it to them and pick up the Trevenant as a comfort pick.
Absol's going to start working on that Regieleki in the top path. 2 members for Genesis down here. Even if it is just a Miraidon, you can still shred objectives very quickly with the enhanced charge beam. Regieleki might reset. It's getting pretty far from its spawn point. Blaziken is on the field. It doesn't have the Stance Chains. Trying to make some room is the Blastoise. Unfortunately, going to lose that out to the secure option for the Blaziken. So perfect time to get the Blaziken at level 7. At least it has Overheat. It does get it at level 7. It gets the stance change at level 8. Serena is going to go for a 2v1 engagement. Miraidon, they're going to try to bike on out of here. Fortunately, the bike is just a little bit too slow. Queenly Ascent is going to bring up that Trevenant, who's all alone in this bottom path. Hoopa Hyperspace Hole going to bring the Absol down here. Cranberry does not have access to their Unite move, has bit too far into the speed flux zone of Genesis, and very quickly is going to exodus out of that bottom path.
Yeah, just like the playstyle, right? Like even though he was dying, he's just creating so much space for the team. Essentially taking the 1v2, 1v3, and just creating so much space for the top laners to finally manage to get some stacks, get some scores, And the Mimikyu just playing really well right now. If he took the Shadow Sneak, potentially killing the Milan as well.
2 KOs going over to the Maraudon once again in that top path. I feel like everywhere that Lunder is on the field, they are being very impactful. But another frustrating objective secure going over to the Pocket Rockets. I think frustrating on the side of Genesis, having really strong control positioning for that Regieleki in the top path, really strong control positioning for that Regirock in the bottom path. And these steals, these plays by the Pocket Rockets are keeping them in this game. But I feel like Genesis has definitely been in the conductor seat for the first half of this Unite match.
Yeah, double score right now, but we are saying that, breaking the bottling go zone and taking the first step to be ahead on this matchup. I believe that like this arena is just creating so much space for them, but currently like the Blasters is not really having the biggest impact, so it's more playing like the supporter role for Team Genesis, while the Miradon and the Absol are trying to carry. So I believe in the late game fight, the Blaster is not going to have the biggest impact because he's going to play more like the defender than the carry role.
Pocket Rockets is going to test the defense of Genesis. Unite move from the Blastoise is going to disperse the Pocket Rockets. Very healthy still on Megu, on their all-rounder / defender of choice. Unite move from the Treven is going to land on a couple of characters. Hoopa is going to reset one character as they head back through that portal. Pocket Rockets starting to scatter. Back over to their side of the field. Utah looking very strong. Level 12, about to be level 13, still has access to that Midnight / Unite move. So be very careful if you're the Pocket Rockets going into a character who is now eclipsed level 13. Hoopa heading back to the Pokemon Center. Doesn't have access to that Unite move is Genesis. But here we go. The Unite move from the Absol should be able to secure away from Pocket Rockets. Another very frustrating secure going over to the Rockets as the Blaziken able to secure that Regieleki, but KO streak of 2 for Utah.
This game is so chaotic. Like both teams are not fighting. They're just constantly they're not farming, but constantly fighting. Like now, finally, we have some downtime where we are just farming. But Genesis is looking very strong right now, and Pocket Rockets level is looking very weak because essentially they were just fighting throughout the entire game.
They are trying to impress their will on this tier 1 goal zone, but continuing to run into a wall that is Megu. Man, they have not been able to break this Blastoise, continuously being reset by the Hoopa as well. Hoopa is going to bring everyone down to the bottom path with the Unbound Hoopa Unite move, bringing everyone through that portal. Sazro is going to rotate up to the top path, expecting Pocket Rockets to move on to that tier 1 goal zone like they've been every single time. But unfortunately, the Hoopa is in that unbounded state, so they cannot bring everyone through once again through that Hoopa hyperspace hole because they quite literally do not have that ability available to them. Pocket Rockets finally able to break that tier 1 goal zone to fragment the Hoopa hyperspace highway.
Yeah, the Umber had a small dispute during the game, but he's finally back to the game. 115 to 130. The Mimikyu doesn't really have the Unite move right now. So if they manage to get the post fight, the Mimikyu will get its Unite move. But if Genesis is just gonna play the very fast game, it's gonna be very tough for Pocket Rocket to play the team fight because the Mimikyu Unite move is essentially controlling this upside.
Yeah, not only the Mimikyu Unite move, they have 2 bounded Unite moves, and both that Mimikyu and the Serena. So even if this is a level 14 Absol, getting united by either of those 2 characters will spell disaster. After that Unite move, you can expect the Absol to maybe go into a Unite move of their own to preserve their life as the rest of the team comes to collapse on them or maybe reset them with the Hoopa hyperspace hole. Hoopa still does not have access to that Unite move. They used it around the 245 mark to bring everyone to that bottom path. Utah going to score 100 points on that bottom path, going to give them a score lead of greater than 1 score.
Yeah, when you have the Hoopa and you have a speedster like Absol, scoring makes a lot of sense. Because if they try to flip it, you can just use the Hoopa Unite move to bring back the Absol. The Mimikyu hits the Shadow Sneak, potentially looking for it, but not looking for it because of Blast is off. Pocket Rocket just essentially just like not really knowing what to do. Landing the Shadow Sneak on the Hoopa, but not really taking it as well and just getting chunked out so much, and Trevenant just using double Horn Leash and pushing the Aegis Stage right into this team.
The double Horn Leech reset by the curse. Unite move coming in from the Blastoise is going to kick out multiple characters with the Pocket Rockets, and right now the only one being sent blasting off again is the Pocket Rockets, and North America's hope for the Autumn Showdown is starting to fall quite literally. Can the Umbreon get a secure here? No. Once again, time and time again, Utah making hero plays for Genesis, getting a score on that tier 2, returning, and then impacting their will once again in this team fight. This is going to be back to the lab for the Pocket Rockets, down 2-0 in this grand final set. Genesis needs to win one more game, and they receive the lion's share prize and that title of the Autumn Showdown champion.
Yeah, like Genesis just playing a very well gameplay against them. I think it works very well into them. Just maybe like deciding not to play Zacian, just playing a different top inside. Because essentially what we saw against Genesis, Pocket Rock was destroying the top inside, abusing the top lane now. But if you play a defender on top lane, it's gonna be much harder for you. Especially when you play the Upa, which they have been banning out the Upa as well, right? Against them.
Mm-hmm. Pocket Rocket's going to be going down 0-2 to Genesis. They definitely need to go back to the drawing board because their strategies, as unconventional and sometimes successful as they are, is being read like a book by Genesis. At least here in the United States, libraries are typically closed, but Genesis is reading the Rockets like a book in the library, because I feel like every time that Pocket Rockets want to try to make a unorthodox macro play, Pooty goes to take the blue buff. It's responded by Sazero. Sazero rotates down to the bottom path, ports everyone down there to take the objective, goes up to the top path to try to defend that tier 1 goal zone. Genesis is responding very well to anything the Pocket Rockets is throwing at them, and it shows to their adaptability as a team and how long they've been playing this game.
Yeah, like right now, Pocket Rocket has to do a reverse sweep, getting the 3 wins in a row. Genesis has to only win one game, so they can lose games. I believe that the Pocket Rockets draft wasn't really into their favor, because when they played against the Zacian, they actually fairly played well into it, and they also been abusing the Zacian. But I guess they started to get scared of negotiation and just said, we want to ban out the Zacian and give them the Upa, even though they were banning out the Upa throughout the entire tournament.
Now, we were talking about this at the end of that winner's final set, but yeah, and you were talking about it during that last game, but Utah's Absol is something to be very afraid of. Is this a possibility for the Rockets to maybe now ban the Absol? We were talking about in that last game, Absol's, I guess, team or character viability in that last set probably wasn't as strong as sets or games before. And as we saw in that one, doesn't even matter. It's really just Utah's prowess on this character.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to ban out the Absol or if they're just going to try to adapt the draft towards it. We're banning out the Green and banning out the Leafeon. I think Pocket Rocket had a very good Leafeon, so it kind of makes sense. Banning out the Trevenant this time, giving them the Hooper option again. I think that Hooper works very well into their team. So maybe this is not something that is favorable for them. Or they just decide to play a conventional team composition with the Hooper. First picking up the Zacian on Genesis side.
Mega is going to be playing a more traditional all-rounder in the top path, not a Blastoise any longer. Again, very strange compositions, or at least bans on the side of Genesis, but Greedent, Leafeon, not too out of the ordinary against playing someone like the Pocket Rockets. Falsoon has played a number of supporting class, or I guess EXP shareholders in today's event that I've seen. Played a Lola Ninetales with an EXP share, now Miraidon with an EXP share. I don't think we've seen that today, but it's definitely not out of the ordinary for competitive Pokemon Unite. We've seen Fennel play EXP share Miraidon in Asia. I think other Asian teams are starting to pick up on that as well. And what do you think about EXP share Miraidon, Ghatlue?
I think it's very bad. I don't think it's good by any means. I think Mewtwo by XP share is actually very, very good. But Miraidon XP share, like, okay, you have the passive to increase the damage for your team. You can deactivate go zones. You can boost your own go zone, but you don't do damage when you play Miraidon XP share which is one of the issues when you play with Milan and Xperia. Especially with the playstyle that they were playing, with like having the CC composition with Anan. I think that right now what Pocket Rocket is doing is they are falling into their own traps. This is something that happens a lot in the competitive scene, where they are trying to draft against the enemies, but not drafting what they are doing for. They're trying to take out the Absol, picking up the Absol from the elite tower. They're picking up the Miladon from Lundero, and just trying to steal Genesis' composition and making it their own. If it's gonna work, it's gonna be another question, but this is a common trap that happens in the competitive scene when you play from behind.
Yeah, I feel like once again, Sazero is just going to have I wouldn't say an easier game, but this Hoopa is going to be so difficult to not only take down, but it resets your team. So, resets the enemy team that you're going up against. So, Pocket Rockets need to find a way to counter this Hoopa because they want to play the macro game, but Hoopa definitely takes that away from you. It's a strategy that you want to play against, and they got to take out the Hoopa, obviously, but these longer team fight engagements are always going to be in favor of Genesis because they can get reset by this Hoopa. So if they find an answer for that character specifically, I feel like that's their way into it. But Sazero has been fantastic on this Hoopa, and it kind of just leads us to believe that Hoopa, again, still one of the best supporters in the game.
Yeah, something that I am seeing from Pocket Rocket is they have a really good botlane side, because Mewtwo Y and Umbreon is not really that strong. But I believe they're just gonna ban the botlane again and doing some weird stuff. So I hope that they manage to get some good strategies out there. I mean, against the Urshifu to invade makes a lot of sense. But I have never seen an experience Savage, so
Oh man, it's Pooty heading into that bottom path once again. The Cub Food's gonna get vision on them, supported by a red buff from the Hoopa, and they're not gonna like this one, especially with the a continuous slow from the Hoopa's auto attacks. Again, with that red buff, the Hoopa is gonna take both the red and blue buff. Of course, keeping it conserved to your side of the field is always advantageous, regardless of who gets it from an invader. I think one of the things to point out for Pocket Rockets is that they don't have a support, but at least if they have a level lead, maybe they have good forms of passive healing, right? You have passive ability from Blaziken, you have Bitter Blade, Cerulege, Shadow Claw, Mimikyu, Absol not so much, Miraidon not so much, but they lack a support. Quite literally. They have some EXP shares, but supporters are typically used to heal your team, and Rockets don't really have anything like that.
yeah, that's why I was mentioning that they're just falling into their own traps. They're like picking up the Absol, which is like not something that they wanna play with if they don't play with A9 or the compositions. Cerulege Xperia doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have a good power spec in the early game. Its level 5 power spec is also not that great. It did receive a recent nerf, and I don't see Pocket Rocket like how they were playing throughout the tournament.
Yeah, this is definitely not the draft that you want to put together. So Mewtwo Y is going to run you over to get into that Mega Evolution form. You don't typically think of attackers being, I guess, a raid boss per se, but Mewtwo Y definitely is one of those characters. It has an EXP share, mind you, so we're seeing both an EXP share Miraidon and an EXP share Mewtwo Y. Don't see that all too often, but I think, like you were saying, Ghatlue, in terms of the two, EXP share Mewtwo Y probably better than EXP share Miraidon.
Yeah, the Miraidon managed to get some early game secures, which is like something you want to do with Miraidon, getting the early game secures. It's just gonna be very rough for Pocket Rocket to like play the game. I mean, like, it's pretty late for Europe right now. I believe it's like 8 p.m. for NA. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it's just gonna be tough for Pocket Rocket. I think that they have their strategies, like they are showcasing right now, also securing the kill on the Hoopa. So I do believe in them. It's just I don't really see the team that I have been watching throughout the tournament.
Yeah, again, the way to beat Pocket Rockets is to know their strategy, and I feel like Genesis, again, reading them somewhat like a book, and it's not about to strike midnight per se, not literally. I think it's close to midnight for you over there in EU. It's going to strike midnight significantly for the Pocket Rockets as they see the first objectives start to fall at the 7-minute mark. let's not give up hope yet for the Pocket Rockets. They still at least got a really strong form of secure in the Absol and that Blaziken. So even if we are only 3 minutes of the game and it's looking dire, like our friend Kello loves to say, when there is a Ray, there is always a way.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Pocket Rocket can like catch them by surprise. While they're moving towards bot lane, they're pivoting towards top lane side, having the number advantage, potentially getting a huge kill. Mimikyu also managing to get a double kill into the Umbreon and the Mewtwo. Although, what is happening? Okay, sadly, I didn't see it, but while we are talking, like, Pocket Rocket is just taking the entire game.
I know. Take a look at that. They're able to KO both the Hoopa, Mewtwo Y, and the Zacian in that top path. They also were able to take down that tier 1 goal zone, more importantly, like they've been trying to do. Pocket Rocket's going to try to hold on to their tier 1 goal zone. They fall soon here with that EXP Shemariton once again. Charge Beam. I think they're able to take that neutral bunny away from them. Not that it matters a whole lot, but Charge Beam, especially with an EXP share holding Miraidon, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but definitely trying to lean in to some of these secondary abilities that Miraidon has, namely that Hadron Engine passive ability to turn off goal zones. They also have a Curse Incense to reduce the amount of healing across their team. Of course, Curse Incense items don't do very well when those team members trying to be healed get sent back to the tier 3 as a whole.
Yeah, while that happens, Pocket Rocket is just farming, fighting a little bit, but it doesn't look too bad anymore for them. Like, in the early game, it just looked very rough, but they managed to break the top lane goal zone, score bot lane, and get some kills. Mimikyu is also being level 10. The Blaziken is trying to secure, score top lane side, but Lego was camping in the bush, just waiting for them, sniffing them around, and stopping the Blaziken from doing anything. We see a lot of flame charge from this village because it got a recent nerf on the Phantom Force. So this is something something you are going to see in the UCS.
Yeah, Psychic still has some form of life steal. It also increases your auto attack speed shortly for a period of time. But looks like Genesis able to take this Regieleki off of the field. Pocket Rockets now to get their defense tested here. So they're able to at least KO the Urshifu. They are going to trade their Ceruledge in response. That is that EXP share holding Ceruledge. So a level 12 Urshifu for EXP share holding Ceruledge, I think is definitely in the favor of Pocket Rockets. Their defense looking really strong. Able to KO, again, both that Urshifu, but also the Zacian in that top path.
Yeah, they're playing a very well, speed-ish playstyle with, Absol and Mimikyu. Absol checking the enemies and Mimikyu following it up with the Shadow Sneak. Having this mouse is here and then doing the burst damage is very tough to deal with because essentially you can't really react to it because you're just gonna get bursted too much.
Lunder, again, the EXP shareholder for Genesis, only level 9 at this point. Has a pretty decent auto attack damage if they're in that mega form, but when they're outside of that mega form, really can't impact the team in your favor very well. Bright Future Meteor Storm might be the brightest future for Genesis instead of Pocket Rockets. So we do see Urshifu, Wicked Blow, best secure in the game, or at least one of them, able to secure that Regirock for Genesis. Their eyes now continuing on forward. This Absol soon to fall like the autumn leaves of the autumn showdown. The same thing with this goal zone, continuing to falter in favor of Genesis.
40 seconds for the regular key to spawn. It's 143 to 147. The Urshifu is, it might potentially take to level 15 this game. Blaziken is only level 11. I believe that if the Mimikyu and the Absol get a good engage on the backline, they can actually one-shot the enemies. Just if you kill the Urshifu, the Zacian is there. If you kill the Zacian, the Urshifu is there, right? So if they don't knock off both of these Pokemons, it's gonna be very tough.
It's a very close game, Ghatlue. Only 4 points separates these two teams, and when that Regieleki maybe crashes on that tier 2, it might give them another 15 points. But Megu here for the defense. They have a Zacian, really fast auto attack, so they do have the opportunity to take it off the field if they want to, waiting to the last minute before that Regieleki crashes to get as much vision as they can. Regieleki brought down to 50%, should be taken off the field. Pocket Rockets starting to position themselves the top portion of the Rayquaza pit.
Right now, I think that Pocket Rocket wants to do is maybe potentially just flip the Rayquaza. But they're in a situation where if they lose the game, they are out. So I think flipping the Rayquaza might be a bit scary. Into Zacian and Urshifu. I think what is happening right now is just they're trying to sniff around like who is where, but while that happens, the Urshifu is just adding a lot of pressure on their side. It looks like Hoopa activating its Unite move to start the fight. Umbreon following up the Hoopa stun and just looking down to see if they can kill the Blaziken. While that happens, the Station is on the backline, getting united and surviving as well. And now it's gonna go to a flip.
A full flip in favor of Genesis, and Urshifu, Iron Fist of EU, is going to be able to pull that one away. And with a full ace of the Pocket Rockets, we can expect a white flag to be going up here relatively soon, if not in the next minute or so. But Genesis is going to be, I think it's pretty confident to call it here, will be your Grand Finals champion of the Autumn Finals Showdown.
European on top of this tournament. I'm curious to see like what happens in LIC, because there's also gonna be like a region clash, right? And the winner of the LIC gets invited to Japan to represent the Western teams. So this is maybe a sneak peek to what happens in LIC. We don't know.
Yeah, definitely a sneak peek, but I believe is Nouns the only team from Europe going to LAIC? Ghatlue. Yeah, so can't say it's a sneak peek because you're not there on the side of Genesis, but I think maybe in terms of play style, we're going to be seeing North America and EU, and of course LATAM, North and South duke it out at LAIC. But 10 seconds left in this final grand final set. The Autumn Showdown is coming to an end, and you know, of course, Genesis showing their veteran prowess, but as a tournament organizer for North America, definitely big shout outs to Pocket Rockets to making it through all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely a big shout out to Pocket Rockets. I have been it has been a blast, like just casting them, seeing the early game strategies. Something I want, like if they are watching this cast, just note down that sometimes it's not better to like try to draft against the enemies and just think about what you can play. Because this draft to me looks like you guys just wanted to shut down the enemies by trying to outdraft them rather than playing your own playstyle.
It's definitely a young roster on the side of Pocket Rockets, so they have many years if they decide to play Pokemon Unite to grow and continue to learn how to play this game, not only in the game itself but also in the draft screen, because I think in this game, and I think in most of the games that these two have played against each other, Genesis won that definitely in draft. There of course were a couple of key players, Yutao being number one of them, with Absol just ripping apart both the Pocket Rockets and looking for Org in the semifinal set earlier on today. But again, huge shout out to Genesis. They are going to be winning the lion's share prize pool of, and production may yell at me for this one, lion's share prize pool of $100. I don't know if they're winning that full $100 for themselves, but definitely the lion's share prize of $100 going over to Genesis.
Yeah, seeing a lot of GGs in the chat. I mean, it was definitely a fun game to watch. It is what I am right now. I hope you guys enjoyed the Autumn Showdown. There's going to be like more events. The LIC is coming, and again, if you guys want to watch the show match, it's gonna be next Wednesday. Asking DreamX Downs Esports versus DreamX Esports on Ruff's channel, so definitely check it out. And again, if you guys want to support the Unity Clash, check out the Nonce.gg shop where you can buy amazing merch like this one.
Yeah, I mean, winter is coming, like I've been saying, and might want to get some of those Nouns merch. Is it a pretty soft, feeling pretty warm there, Ghatlue?
So like for this hoodie, you can actually wear it in the summer and in the winter. It's for both seasons.
Multi-functional. Can be worn in the summer, can be worn in the winter, can be worn on Thea Sky Ruins. Is also a mug too. Well, you gotta wear the glasses. You gotta wear the glasses too. Wear the glasses. You have to wear the sweater, drink from the mug, and wear the glasses. Yeah. Look at this guy.
I'm fully dripped.
Fully dripped out. Alrighty, everybody. But that is going to be the end of the Unity Clash Autumn Showdown. Of course, my name is Draku-san. Of course, you don't see me on PNG-san today. And Ghatlue, we're going to be all cheering you on here from our homes and watching you on your show match on Wednesday, LAIC next week. I'm sure you guys are going to have an outstanding performance. You guys have been performing really, really well in this offseason. This is going to be the first huge clash of the Western Titans. We're going to be seeing Nouns Esports, obviously, Luminosity Gaming, Team YT, Fusion, DreamHack Esports. I'm excited to see how the teams start to line up. But Ghatlue, you want to go ahead and check us on out of here?
Yeah, thank you so much again for Shivam for doing the production. Again, Draco-san for casting with me, but also Natera and Spartan Tano for doing the cast earlier on. I hope you guys enjoyed the tournament, and just thank you for watching. Thank you so much for your support, and we will see you guys on Wednesday potentially.
Bye-bye.